ऐसा वाला कैप्चर कार्ड दे दूंगा दूसरा वाला तू मांग रहा हो तो
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all to day one of the inaugural edition of BW Marketing World's Festival of Marketing. Spread over 2 days, this forum looks to celebrate the discipline, an industry, and leaders who understand the consumer's pulse and are therefore the growth engines for the brands and businesses. This edition theme focuses on consumption, whether it is the old debate of digital denomination and the growth of TV and print in India. Despite that,
हाँ सर वो बस वो कर रहा हूँ वो थोड़ा क्या नाम वीडियो फेल्ड हो गया था अभी चेक वर्क कर रहा हूँ उसको
or the push and pull between privacy and personalization, change really is the constant trend. It's a superstar that weaves its way around code and kiosks to transform people, businesses, and society at large. The session today honed on 7 aspects with a single intention of understanding what drives business outcomes while making a positive difference in the world. During the second day of the summit, we continue this pursuit. But can it really be a festival without celebrations? The marketing industry is all about people. The talent, the creative, and strategic minds are restless to make an impact, to drive change. Tonight, we will come across 100 leaders as we celebrate the BW Top 100 marketers. Tomorrow night, we can spread forward with BW Marketing 40 under 40. For now, let's come back to the topic and the further. Please request my event aid to show us more about what we are heading into for the day.
BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and founder. Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. With changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate
sectoral business leaders and also create a solution.
All the developments. Please subscribe to Business World Group magazines. It would add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. The exciting offers for our attendees today. Our latest issue talks about India's most enterprising women leaders and also the change agents of the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Festival of Marketing. With this, I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, our associate partners, Star Sports Ad Solutions, Neil Patel Digital India, our agency partner, Havas India, our strategic partner, MIQ, Media Mantra, MOBA Venue, Dainik Bhaskar Group, our exhibiting partner, Power at Spy, our data science partner, Kai, our news partner, Bharat 24, our growth partner, 299 Marketing and PTC Network, our media barter partner, OneUp Trade, India's most trusted barter company, our social impact partner, MASH Project Foundation, and also our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Pandrum, Beanley Coffee, JustBath.ai, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. Once again, a big thank you to all our partners for bringing about and making today happen. May I please request our team to now play our partners AV.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our Advanced Media Solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, your go-to barter experts.
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
India left the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
Finishes off in style. India left the World Cup.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup, feel it.
पूरे देश में इस चैनल के 4000 संवाददाता होंगे जो एक रिपोर्ट
Bharat 24 boasts of strong network of reporters and bureaus across India and is here to disrupt and lead the news environment with the most trusted names in broadcast journalism. First to introduce augmented reality-enabled news studio, backed by new age broadcast technology. The channel is presented across all major DTH, MOs and online platforms and has quickly gained more than 100 advertisers within 100 days of its launch. Bharat 24 is touching new milestones every day. Jahan tak Bharat, wahan tak Bharat 24.
Thank you to all our partners. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's commence this day filled with valuable insights and enriching lessons. To open the day, please join me in inviting on stage the Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, for the opening address. Sir.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be at the first edition of the BW Marketing World Festival of Marketing. It's my honor to welcome Mr. Jayan Mehta, who's the MD and CEO of Amul. He's here and he'll be talking to you shortly. He is, apart from running a large enterprise, he does pursue knowledge. I will leave it at that. Those are personal conversations, but yes, he will talk to you about marketing, brands, businesses, and hopefully a little bit about Google marketing. Also, Mr. Mohit Joshi, who's the MD and CEO of Havas Group, is also here. Thank you, Mr. Joshi, for being here. All the partners of the Festival of Marketing. I met Ms. Pujari from Star. She's here. Disney Star. We still say Star because that's what we're used to, but it's Disney Star now. This is the first edition of the Festival of Marketing. I started my entrepreneurial journey being lucky to have built a community of media agencies, marketers, advertisers, the communication ecosystem in Exchange for Media. As I speak today here, Exchange for Media is having its Indian Marketing Awards South in Bangalore and a CMO Summit as we speak in Bangalore. So I'm happy that in business world, we are also building a CMO community, which is the BW Marketing World. It's early days for it, but I'm sure as we grow, it will become a part of your daily lives. I know Mr. Mehta has a flight to catch and we want to keep to our time. I normally say PowerPoint. I don't use PowerPoint presentations because PowerPoint presentations are used by people who are neither powerful nor have a point of view. I'm Mr. Mehta and Mr. Joshi's friend. So clearly I know powerful people. So clearly I can, but I have a small presentation to contextualize and run it fast. It is, what is the purpose of marketing? Why are we doing marketing? You know, everything boils down to purpose. MASH is our partners. They do purpose-based marketing. You know, Is the purpose to build fame? Is the purpose to create a pull? And I'm going into very basic questions. Again, it's not the customer's job to know what he wants. It is our task to read things that are not yet on the page. Apple built products and brands and businesses out of this. The fundamental question, who is my customer? Who is my competition? Why will the consumer select me? And we build brand awareness, we build brand affinity, brand consideration. And, sometimes there is a temptation to do everything and, be something to everyone. That is not possible for a brand. You can be a mass brand, but again, you stand for something unique. And there are CMOs in the room. We have about 80 CMOs between today and tomorrow speaking. We have about, at the top 100 marketeers, we have substantial number of marketeers. We have our 40 under 40 tomorrow. Now there is a pull and push. The CMO, should the CMO be a CTO? Because he or she needs to understand technology. Should the CMO be a CDO? Should the CMO be about a CFO? Because it's about deployment of money. It's investment into, and does marketing lead to sales? Should there be a direct correlation between spends and sales? And these are fundamental questions that every CMO is dealing with. And the other is, as a CMO, should I lead the CFO, CDO, CTO? Should I partner? Should I follow? I think the CMO does all three. And also, India is at a unique place. Just to say, India is making irreversible non-linear changes, which is building a digital first ecosystem. Each change accesses input to the next, leading to a combined innovation. And India is upgrading from an offline cash informal low productive economy to an online cashless formal high productive economy. I can give you numbers on UPI. I'd like to end by saying that marketeers need to become CEOs. If you build a brand and you understand the business, you can be a CEO. A lot of my CMO friends over the last 2.5 decades have seen some of them becoming CEOs. So if you understand the businesses, you understand where India is going, you will be able to build brands, businesses, and stories that will help you win the hearts of customers. I don't want to stay between you and Mr. Mehta's speech, but I just want to say the next 2 days are full of learnings, insights, connections. We also have our top 100 marketers awards tonight in this room. We also have our BW Marketing World 40 under 40 marketers ceremony tomorrow here in the room, which is done through a jury process. So we look forward to celebrating the success of CMOs and brands and businesses that are making a contribution to building a truly digital and inclusive India. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for your address and for setting the context for today. And as you mentioned, it is now a pleasure and a privilege to invite to the podium our keynote speaker for today, a man who was amongst our winners in the first edition of the BW Top Marketeers, and today is at the helm of one of the most well-known brands of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Jayan Mehta, Managing Director, Amul, as he takes on the important topic of the big leap, connecting with consumers of today and tomorrow.
Good morning. Namaskar. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and the team for having me here today. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I have no hesitation in admitting that when you are in midst of your own fraternity, which is the marketing fraternity, थोड़ा अच्छा लगता है. खुल के भी बोल सकते हैं कि why such difficult topics are put to us. बाकी कोई जगह कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाओ तो बहुत अच्छे आसान से सब्जेक्ट्स होते हैं. Here, Dr. Batra and team, Noor, I will point out to you, we put all difficult topics in front of us, and फिर बैठ के हम लोग we try to unravel the puzzle of what is being asked to us. And this is what is the opportunity that has been now put before me. I did not want to miss it despite some other engagements, because this is a festival of marketing, the first event, और auspicious day है. कल से श्रावण महीना शुरू हुआ है, तो हमने सोचा कि it should be a part of this particular event. And we're happy to share some of the views and the perspective from the context of brand Amul. That's the only thing I know, because I've been working there for the last 33 years. But I try to put in a structure and a matrix into thinking and reimagining how marketing happened in the past, what is the current situation, Where do we go from here? And how do we make things better? And as Dr. Batra mentioned, we leave a mark and contribute to the growth of the society with a purpose. Starting with a name. What's in a name? Look at any Fortune 500 company. It takes $7.4 billion to be a part of the Fortune 500 list. Amul at the moment is about $9 billion. Look at the name of any of the Fortune 500 companies. किसी के भी नाम में marketing word नहीं है. Our organization, the Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, we created in the year 1973, but the Amul Dairy started in the year 1946. And the vision of a marketing federation came in the mind of Dr. Kurian, and he authored a paper way back in 1957 on the need of a marketing federation. And that's where we formed in 1973, today India's largest FMCG brand. But more importantly, the people who delivered it, the success came from the leaders and the professionals. You have seen Tribhuvandas Patel sitting in the center, along with Dr. Kurian on one side and Mr. Dalai on the other side, the technocrat, the visionary, the professional, and the leaders put together to create a brand which is owned by 3.6 million farmers. But being students of marketing, we know about these 4 words, 4 P's of marketing: product, price, place, promotion. The first book of Kotler came way back in 1970. But you look at the logo of Amul, 1946. It has put all the elements of what is our, what called the partners, the supply chain, the entire microcosm of the business that we do, the producer, the professionals, the marketer, and the customer, all 4 hands coming together and trying to build and create a purpose for itself and contribute to the society. So this is where the purpose actually got built in the DNA of the organization. And when people think of a farmers organization, people think of cooperatives, always the belief is it's for themselves, by themselves. But here they're saying, no, we need to look at all the 4 constituents, very, very important. They are important to us, and we look at this particular thing. So this is where we are today. I will talk, my presentation is structured around these 3 basic pillars. What are the rules of marketing? I'll be sharing some of the insights from my own perspective, a set of rules that we have implemented at Amul. And I will talk about these 8 rules of marketing. The authors are not known, but the fact is we've been religiously following these prescriptions. And each one of us in the organization had a small laminated sheet of these 8 rules, which I'm going to talk about and describe. And we've been doing things around these particular rules, the process that we follow around that, and how do we monitor it and continuously try to do that. Rule number 1 is very, very simple. Never underestimate the customer. All of us know this. All of us have been doing it. But for Amul, as a farmer-centric brand, farmer-owned brand, we had to be very clear that if we want to continue to grow at the pace which we have been doing, we need to focus on strengthening the brand with the focus on the customer, focus on the consumer packs, and with affordable pricing. Now, few of these things are pretty contradictory to each other. But one thing I would like to mention, that we handle close to 300 lakh liters of milk a day, about 10 billion liters of milk in a year, but not a single liter of milk is sold in bulk. All we do is consumer packs and with an Amul brand. So no tanker of milk supplied to anyone who requires it. That's not a part of our DNA. So whatever efforts you want to do, irrespective of shortage or irrespective of glut, you focus on consumer product marketing, because the effort you put in today will keep giving results to you day in and day after and year after. And the pricing things I'll talk about separately. But this comes to the business philosophy. Value for money, because we are owned by 3.6 million farmers, and value for money because 1 billion customers think Amul is the brand which gives the best quality at the most affordable prices. This is a very, very contradictory objective. A private company will buy the raw material at the lowest price, sell the finished good at the highest price, and keep the maximum profit for its owners or the promoters. We do exactly the opposite. We buy the raw material at the highest price because you are buying milk from the farmers. Milk constitutes 85% of the total cost of business that we do. And consumers know Amul gives the best quality at the most affordable prices. So irrespective of having the highest market share and the dominant position, you don't leverage that to the extent of maximizing your profits beyond a point. And that's how this is a very tightrope balancing. You work with very low costs, low margins, low overheads, and low spends to see that you keep both ends of the spectrum happy, the producers on one side and the consumers on the other side. And that's how more than 80% share of the consumer's rupee goes back to the producer. This is the ratio which is highest in the world. US, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, all dairy countries, including any other product category in the agriculture space you can know, Consumers, of the consumer dollar, only 30 to 35 cents is passed on to the producer. In India, thanks to this cooperative movement, the producer gets more than 80% share of the consumer's opinion. That's what is the big testimony to this particular thing. And second, on understanding and appreciating the role of a customer is consistency in product. We don't change the taste, the recipe of any of our products. So you know the story of ice cream versus frozen desserts. You know several other case studies in which butter cookies don't have enough butter. But we would ensure that our product meets the highest quality standard and we don't change it despite any pressure on margins or any availability and so on and so forth. And that's why the blind trust with the consumers have in the product is being able to reinforce. The second is shatter the demand curve. I think the wrong presentation has been uploaded. It is shattering the demand curve. Demand curve, as you know, is the price and the volume. And this is where, you know, at certain point, once the price goes beyond a point, the demand comes down and vice versa. Here, we have to grow the market, and we have to grow the market at a pace which is much, much different. I just put the picture of the world dairy production in front of you so that you understand the total dynamics. The world milk production is close to 930 million metric tons. India is about 22 million metric tons, which is more than 22% of the total milk in the world is produced in India. 1/4 of the milk comes to the organized sector, and 1/4 of that is handled by Amul. So typically just 1% of the total milk in the world is handled by Amul. Only 5% of the total milk is handled by Amul. So this is the kind of scope and the opportunity that we see. So we're happy with what we have achieved, but you every single customer, every single transaction that we do with the customer has to have a value perception attached in the minds of the customer and the quality and the other parameters, process parameters in the minds of the producer. And this is where drives our business, drives the growth and the large volume of milk that we do, be it milk in fresh. Cattle feed to 1,000 SKUs sold in 1 million outlets, and making us the 8th largest dairy company in the world, and also ranked as the strongest dairy brand in the world as per independent researchers. So having said that, we come back to the third rule, which is create a ladder of genuine benefits. And these benefits can be technical, it can be functional, it can be emotional. There are certain things which consumer expect from a brand. There are certain things which you need to do anticipating the demand of the customers. So we are now into the space of protein, and we are now trying to create a product portfolio of protein which you can consume in your daily life. Nutritionists would tell us that we need 1 gram of protein to be consumed every day per kg of our body weight, which means each one of us needs to consume 60, 70, 80 grams of protein every day. A normal vegetarian diet would be clearly insufficient to do it. All we need to do otherwise is to resort on the kala dabbas which are imported into the country, and we need to pay through our nose to buy them, and it becomes very, very expensive for everyone in the family and everyone in the society to be able to consume that. So we are working on this. We are the largest producer of cheese and paneer in the country, the largest quantity of whey available with us. We have found out a way and technique to launch a product range which is of our daily consumption, but easily available, affordable, and in a wide variety of products. So we already launched high protein lassi, high protein buttermilk, and this range of Amul products also will be coming to you, in which we will try to create a genuine benefit to the customer at a good value for money proposition, but with the best quality whey and the best quality of proteins available to our consumers. Second is the need of immunity, and post-COVID, this has become very, very important. How do we as a brand try to provide the best probiotic product at the most affordable price to the customers? Buttermilk, curd products are the best form of delivery of probiotics. And we have a couple of months back converted the entire volume of buttermilk that we do, which is close to 3 million liters a day. that is 6 million packets of half a liter chas, equivalent to 30 rupees a liter, into probiotic. So today, the best quality probiotic is available to customers across the country in a probiotic form without even spending a rupee extra. And that's how the brand would like to delight the customers and built on the health of the nation. Mithai is another category where people are not trusting the loose products available in the market. Most of the khoa sold loose in the market is adulterated. How do we overcome this? Mithai, we are all sweet tooth. Festival of marketing and festival of festivals have all started. So this is where is our contribution to a range of mithai made from fresh milk khoa, the purest of ingredients, the honest ingredients, and we're trying to offer a range to the market. Another space we have just got into is organic. We all want to eat food without chemicals, without pesticides. And we have our own lab of testing the pesticide residue in each of the products that we consume. You will be shocked to learn that the rice that we eat has lead content, which is 30 times more than the permissible. And I can go and talk about everything that we have in wheat flour or the dal, chawal, chini, and so on and so on. But if we want to serve organic products to the customer, it has to be available, it has to be affordable. And also the farmers need to have an incentive to get into organic farming in a professional way, in a certified way, so that there is a market available to them around the year. And we are not talking of export market, we are talking of the domestic market for consumers like you and me. So we are now launching a range of organic products. We are a part of the new multi-state cooperative on organics, which has been set up. And we believe that once the awareness of good quality food without pesticides, with food without chemical fertilizers is spread across the consumers of the country, this is one category which is going to surely evolve and make a very, very big product. And we have plans, and in next 3 to 6 months, we'll have every item that we consume in our kitchen in a probiotic form, in an organic product range available to us. Similarly, people want quality, people want taste from the different parts of the world. So like the single country origin chocolates, we are launching a single country origin coffee range. We already have the India and the Nicaragua and the Colombia, Brazil, Tanzania, and Indonesian range will be soon available in the market. So this is where you try to innovate, you try to elevate quality and also deliver a flawless experience, which brings me to the rule number 4. How do you do that? So you need a wide range of products that are consumed by everyone in the family across every single location. And that's how the portfolio has been built with a lot of innovations. And we've been launching close to 250 products in the last 4 years. And we have a portfolio of about 100 products ready for launch in the coming few months and years, so that we are able to excel and meet the demand of the customers. One more thing is the premium experiences which Indian customers want. And this is a photo of one of the first few ice launches that we have launched, in which we have the best quality ice cream from best flavor of ice cream from every part of the world served in a lounge experience. We have set up these lounges in Pune, in Ahmedabad, in Jaipur, and the one in Delhi, Bombay Palladium, and several other malls in the best locations in the country are coming up very soon. E-commerce is another way. Amul was the first in the country to set up our own e-commerce portal. We used to call it Cyber Store, and deliver the butter, the cheese, the ice creams in 100 cities of the world. And these are the screenshots of the earlier Cyber Store that we have had. And now we are also back into the DTC platform, and we will be soon having 70 to 80 delivery centers. Practically every single branch of Amul will be an e-commerce compliant branch, directly servicing the customers, directly servicing the retailers also, and taking on the D2C role in a very, very strong and a professional manner. Same applies to the digital technologies. We were among the first in the country to set up a .com presence way back in 1994. And we were among the first ones to also have a presence on the Second Life. And on this 15th August, we launched Amulverse. And I'm happy to say that it's gaining good traction. And we will soon build a strong society and community around this kind of thing. Moving on to the rule number 5 is extending the price range and positioning of the brand. This is very important because in marketing, when you talk of all the 4 Ps, the price becomes very essential. And when we as the professionals in a cooperative are judged by the price we pay to the producers. And this is where, but you can't have the flexibility to keep charging the customer every time for any, and go back every time for increase in prices. But Dr. Kurian used to say that our worth or our value is not in our balance sheet. It is in the wallets of our customers. So you can get that 2 rupees extra only when you need it. Till that time, you work hard to innovate and try to deliver the best value to your customers, so that your producers are also happy and the customers are also happy. And this, I'm showing an ad of 1960s. And in that period also, when the Amul brand was not known, the Amul Butter Girl was not as popular as it is today, we had the price put up in our ads, trying to say, and this is in Gujarati, which says, my favorite makhan, which is not very expensive. Okay, so and the bottom line it says, mas tu majedar, songu Amul. Songu means the other opposite of mongu, which is affordable. So this is where the consistency in communication with the brand across a large number of decades is actually helping the brand get that value for money perception in a very, very strong manner. And the product range is also widened to make it based on content of fat, like in case of milk from 0% fat to buffalo milk, which is more than 7% fat. The functional benefits of milk, be it lactose-free or cow milk or any other variant, shelf life, and so on and so forth. So this is where you are able to reach out to a larger number of customers and make the brand available and affordable at every single price point. Another case in point in India, and which all marketeers would understand and appreciate, is our obsession with the price point packs. I think the consumers have got hooked to the price point packs. This is a great enabler for distribution, cutting through the price. And as I mentioned earlier, the demand curve also gets shattered when the consumer knows that he gets the best volume of the product at a certain price point, and that makes him grow the franchisee of the brand and increased consumption around the year for the product. Another part of our business is to see that there is a value chain. And how do we customize our value chain to deliver the benefits on the ladder? And this is where it's very, very critical for a product like us. Milk, which is perishable, milk gets bad within 4 hours of collection. So after the farmer gives the milk, it has to be chilled. At the village level itself, the chilled milk comes to the dairy plants and it is processed into a variety of products and it is sold across the country. In our case, our supply chain is very unique and we call it a distribution highway. The word highway is used with a purpose that you need to ensure the highest volume to bring down the costs. And that's why the channel partner will become happy. He will not count the individual margin on every single product. The channel partner would appreciate that once he gets a bouquet of product across any of the 4 highways, be it the dairy ambient at the room temperature, chilled at 0 to 4 degrees centigrade, frozen at -20 degrees, or fresh, which is directly from plant to market, which is 48 hours shelf life, the volume of the business ensures, and the velocity of business ensures good returns for everyone, and obviously everything at a very, very low cost. So the highest product we sell, which is milk in pouches, comes at a just total 5% cost of margins for both the distributor and the retailer put together. No business otherwise can happen with so minimal margins. But as I mentioned earlier, the volumes are so large, which is equivalent to 200 lakh liters per day, that the channel partners are happy. And this is how the entire supply chain works. Round the clock, 365 days. COVID saw the best in Amul, where everything was at a standstill, but the entire Amul system was moving because of a very, very strong integrated supply chain. And every member of the chain knew what role he had in the adverse situations also to meet the requirements of the customer. So our milk moves from 3.6 million farmers, 18,600 villages, 98 dairy plants, these 4 distribution highways, 23 sales offices, exports to 50 countries, 15,000 distributors, and more than 1 million retail outlets. And Amul is also the largest single brand retailer in the country with more than 10,000 parlors, exports to more than 50 countries, and a fully vertically integrated cooperative with the obsession of working like an IT company in food business. So this is the strategic thrust area we took way back in 1995. We had to evolve with the changing times. India had liberalized the economy way back in 1992. The protection which was available to cooperatives had got from our heads. And there we realized that if we wanted to face multinational competition, we wanted to face the capital coming from outside and investing into Indian dairy business and be ready for that, we adopted the TQM, the Total Quality Management movement, had several strategic thrust areas. And one of them was to think and work like an IT company in food business. And ever since then, we have the entire value chain, which is IT enabled, billions of transactions happening on common platform across the country, like 3.6 million farmers coming twice a day across 18,000 villages and giving this 30 million liters of milk every day to the millions of transactions which happen at the retailer place, and which gives us a very, very strong idea of what is happening from the cow to the consumer, and with lot of apps and the tools and technologies available right from the farmer to the member unions of the dairies which process the milk, to our distributors, our channel partners, our dairy partners, and the consumers who are available to that. So this is where it has greatly benefited us, and we work with very, very low costs and low overheads with very less number of people across the length and breadth of the country. But because everything is digitally integrated, everyone in the supply chain has clear visibility of what's happening on the other side. And that's what keeps the organization growing at a very much faster rate. Now comes the exciting part of Consumer Connect. And this is one rule which we love following, is use of influencer marketing and seed the success through brand deposits. Easier said than done, but there are a few interesting case studies. What is common in between all these people on the screen? All celebs, all big ones. They are all a part of the Amul Group. So brand takes celebrities to advertise their products. Here, celebrities want to come on a brand platform to get recognized. And this is the power of the Amul topical campaign, talking about everything and anything happening in the world in a very humorous and tongue-in-cheek style, but giving an instant appeal and recognition, not only to customers, but also those who appear here. And that adds on to the aura of this particular campaign, which is happening at a very, very low cost, a fraction of a cost of a normal advertising budget. But it's the power of consistency, the power of salience of a medium and the message, which actually brings a lot of strength to the brand. Having said that, how do we leverage this particular rule into creating something in which we were very, very weak? Okay, and this is where I will present a few slides on a small case of how the millennials or our consumers made Amul the largest dark chocolate brand in the country. Amul had been in the chocolate space since 1973, but we were not doing well because the brands like Cadbury, Nestle were very, very strong and dominating the market. And I remember when I joined Amul in 1991, and I'm sure you will not agree to this, but it's a fact that more than 60% of our advertising budget was spent on only two products, which is chocolate and Nutramul. And our market share was insignificant. We were not able to keep pace with what was happening in the changing market as far as the chocolate space and the beverage space was concerned. So we realized that we had to, in the year 2000, about 10 years back, we had to make a difference in this space because consumers had equity of Amul chocolate in their mind, but the product was not delivering to their expectations. So we built a portfolio of dark chocolate range of products. I'm sure each one of you are aware of this kind of product, but I'm also sure that you would not have seen a single advertising on that because we never advertise this. We listen to every single conversation with consumer. I can tell you for myself, last 10 years, every single tweet on Amul products, every single Instagram of Amul products, I've personally seen, shared and acted on. And I would be the first one in the organization to be keeping a track on it, though you'll not find me on any social media platform. This is one obsession we had. We listened to every single customer. We understood what they want, which all variations they wanted in our portfolio. And as a result of which, thanks to the word of mouth and the power of the brand message being spread across by our consumers, this product became the largest selling brand in the dark chocolate space and giving us a lot of faith and confidence that if we do things right, the results also will be very, very good. And finally, coming to the last rule, which is rule number 8, which is actually very, very difficult for all of us to understand because we are all centered about ourselves, our brand, our product, obsessed with that. How do you attack the category like an outsider? So within the organization, one has to create a DNA that it is not that we should be obsessed with what we are, but if others look at us, how do they break into our thing? So you find out every single chink in our own armor, try to cover it, protect it, and see that you are not vulnerable to anything which is happening in the foreseeable time in the future. So several product categories which were invented, reinvented, and built upon it in a very, very systematic manner to see that we don't give any space to any competitor coming in. You've seen Danone failing in the Indian market. They are the kings of yogurt in the world. But we realize that if we want to cater and become stronger in the Indian space, we need to understand the Indian consumer palate, create products around it. Butter is the flagship brand, but you are not happy with the 85% share of Amul butter. You create a portfolio around that to see that the customer doesn't go away anywhere, anytime, including the launch of MRG, let me tell you that. Immunity, and this is what came up in the difficult times. How can we get into the space of carbonated drinks if consumers were drinking that? So first time in the world, a carbonated beverage made out of dairy ingredients, real fruit, real milk, and without the caffeine and the phosphoric acid, which a typical cola has. So this is the kind of things. How do we get into, butter is our core product. How do we get into bakery? But in bakery, if you make bread or cookies or toast, you don't use vegetable oil, use real butter. And that's what brings the differentiation to the consumer. Similarly, different types of milk, different variants of this species-based varying. If Amul Taza and Gold are so strong, what is the need to have a separate buffalo milk? What is the need to have a separate cow milk brand? But this is where we need to do so that we are able to see that consumer doesn't walk away from anywhere. But let me tell you, we'll never do A2 cow ghee. And I'll clarify that because A2 is a type of a protein. Protein doesn't come in fat, which is ghee. And whosoever is buying A2 cow ghee is being made fun of by the brand, which is selling. Okay. Similarly, people don't, a very small component segment of the society doesn't have, is lactose intolerant. We have a lactose-free range of products also and do that. And if we are in potato, why not mashed potato to bring convenience to the customer? As I mentioned earlier, this is where India is, which is about 22% of the total milk in the world. In next 10 years, we are going to be 33% of the total milk. So India has the opportunity to become dairy to the world, and Amul clearly has this opportunity to ride on the changing times. And when Dr. Batra asked what happens to customers, or what happens to brands for tomorrow, who are our tomorrow's customers and how do we prepare for that? A little bit of future gazing for all of us. Nobody has the right answer, but together collectively, we can always have the right answer to the problem the world is facing. Customers have been changing. There was a picture earlier. I mean, the transition is missing in this presentation, but from loose, customers are moving to packaged and branded products. And this is where in categories like milk, which I mentioned, that large percentage of milk still is an unorganized sector. This is where the market is going to be. Similarly, a slide prior to this was of 1976, the PIJ satellite TV experiment in Gujarat, 1976. That's where Amul first created programs for communicating to the farmers. And this is where here you are today, consumers watching on HD TV, the channels, and this is where the channel media is changing, the message is changing. We need to also reach out to customers. And prior to that was the slide of Google, 1998, and that is now transitioned to OpenAI ChatGPT, which is where new frontiers of technology available at the fingers of the customers are. So we have a diverse set of customers, customers across different age groups, customers across generations. Amul has this very interesting, we can't call it a problem. It's a good situation for us because the richest man of the country to the poorest person all consume the same product, same brand, same quality, and the same price point. And this is where across age groups, across regions, across income groups, across SECs, this is where this brand has to meet the expectations of every single set of the customers. So it's a challenge and it's also an opportunity, and that's where we try to leverage. But again, food habits are changing. We need to be checking on what the consumers tomorrow will eat. Where do we find them? You saw ads of television also and digital also played just before this. And this is where is our opportunity in both the spaces, and we need to leverage upon that. We put up hoardings, and I mentioned about the Amul billboards, but then you find the customers busy on a digital screen, so you can't leave in there also. How the technology will impact us as consumers and the tomorrow's customers. Again, I go back to a quote from Dr. Kuria, and he says that in every crisis, you look carefully, you will spot an opportunity. And this is where we see that if tomorrow's world is going to be a crisis or a challenge for us, where do we see the opportunity? Where do we find the opportunity? And how do we understand it before and better and faster than anybody else? So best way to do is to speak to customer in his or her language. Amul is perhaps the only handle in India which operates with 13 different regional social media handles, speaking to every single customer in the mother tongue, trying to talk to them, understand, listen to them, and that's what is making us there. Because customer today is very, very evolving. This is one post which is talking about tomorrow's customer. And if you are able to get into the space or mind and the purchasing basket of such set of customers, this is a qualification that the brand has arrived or has a hope to succeed in the times to come. And we have this umbrella branding strategy, which is helping us to do marketing at a very, very low cost. And this is where we spend less than 1% of our turnover advertising. You are all business heads of marketing in the respective organizations. And you know that these are very, very small budgets to work on. But as we say in Gujarati, rupe ki teen athani humko dhundni padegi. And that's where we need to maximize our returns for our farmers and for our customers. And this is where our simple mantra is, don't be an advertiser, be a content creator. You know about the film Manthan, which was made in 1976, a national award-winning film. Every farmer spent 2 rupees in 10 lakh rupees budget. This film was made, and it was India's official entry to the Oscars that year. Similarly, the content in different languages that we do reaches out to a large number of consumers. And one of the case study is here of frugal marketing, Mr. Batra. is that ever since the lockdown started, we've been having this simple homemade recipe show on our Facebook page. Today, I'm happy to say over last 1210 days continuously, more than 5,700 sessions have been going on with more than 3,500 chefs. There's a 3 billion plus reach. And if you compare the reach of content and the money spent by big brands, you can see that such a content for the product in very intrinsic to what we do, which is cooking, food, recipes, is being created by our chefs for our consumers, absolutely free of cost. Strategy, consistency in strategy and execution is also very important. A 7-decade-old brand cannot afford to change every day. We have been very clear that if everything is working well, you don't need to change it. Like Amul Butterly Butterly Delicious campaign way back in 1966, Amul Taste of India in 1994, Real Milk Real Ice Cream 96, and Amul Doodh Pita India since 2000. We have not changed the campaign line, keeping on building it, refreshing it, changing as per the changing times and consumers. And this is what is the simple content bucket that we have. If you are talking to the consumer in the right context, with the right consistency, and the content is appropriate for them, if you hit the sweet spot in the center, I think the job is done at a very, very low cost, in a very economic manner, but more importantly, meeting the aspirations and requirements of our customers. So this is where the 8 rules of marketing, which I try to weave around the communication or the marketing that we do in a year, every year for the last several decades. And this is what is helping us perhaps to build on to what we've been doing. So one needs to keep a finger on the consumer's pulse, think and modify the strategy as per the new age challenges, exceed in your core competency, and marketing approach must be cost efficient, as I just mentioned. So learning is not a destination, it's a continuous process. And this is what I was sharing with Dr. Batra. On the left side is a certificate which I had. I first saw a computer and did a course in basic computers way back in 1984. And I first saw a PC way back in 89 when I saw IRMA. But prior to that, at least one had an understanding what a computer is and how one goes about doing it. And that helped me a lot in understanding things which is actually not a part of the business. But when Dr. Batra earlier said, is CMO a CTO? Yes, technology plays a very, very important part in what we do. And on the right side is what is my latest pursuit of knowledge in form of a PhD enrollment, which I just did in Anand University. And I hope in the next few years, I'll try to understand the nuances of research and put together the knowledge that we have. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the last slide to give you a perspective of what is the market opportunity for India, for Amul, and all of us. This shows the size of the major commodities in the world. Oil is $2 trillion. Iron ore, gold, copper, aluminum, nickel is about $1 trillion. Milk, with the volumes I mentioned, about 900 plus million metric tons at current prices of India, which is about 50 rupees a liter, is $1 trillion US. So milk, after oil, is the second largest product. And more importantly, oil is a commodity. Oil will not be there after 5, 10, 15, 20 years. But milk, largely branded, consumed by each one of us, has a stronger and better future in the years to come. And this is what we at Amul try to keep thinking, try to reinvent ourselves to see that this is the kind of a global opportunity that we have for India. Our producers, more than 10 crore families depend on milk for their livelihood. And if we are able to do something better for them, we have all a great future into the growth. And this brings to my last slide, that I've been talking about numbers of milk, the volume of milk, the value of milk. But at Amul, we strongly believe that our currency is not milk, our currency is trust. The trust of our producers, the trust of the consumers. And this is what will hopefully make the brand grow bigger and better in the years. Words of Dr. Kurian to sum up, we have traversed a path that few dare to. We are continuing on a path that still fewer have the courage to follow. We must pursue a path that even fewer can think to pursue. That we must, because we hold in trust the aims and aspirations of millions of people. Thank you so much. And thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us these insights. And may I please request Mr. Ashish Malhotra, Zonal Head, North and East, Bharat 24, to join us on stage and present a token of love and appreciation to Mr. Mehta. Please. For them, please, everybody. And just like Amul, which boasts of a pan-India presence, our partner Bharat 24 is also about Jahan Tak Bharat, Wahan Tak Bharat 24. So thank you so much, Mr. Malhotra, and once again, Mr. Mehta. Thank you. And with this, we begin with the marketing outlook track for today that focuses on the big picture and what marketers should look out for. We're beginning with some very senior industry leaders who speak on the CMO Sentiment Index in a country. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Chandan Mukherjee, Director and Senior Vice President, Strategy, Marketing and Communication, Nestle India, Mr. Himanshu Khanna, Director, Digital Experience and Commerce, HCL Software, Mr. Virat Khullar, Group Head Marketing, Hyundai India, and to lead this panel, one of the best session chairs we could have asked for. Please join me in welcoming a panelist or a panel chair for the same, Ms. Roshni Das, General Manager and Regional CMO, Asia Pacific and Japan, Marketing and Partner Scale, Intel Solutions and Services, India. Let's please welcome collectively with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get started with the two amazing conversations we had. Again, thank you for joining us today. Let's keep covering. We have a very seasoned and focused market design. I believe for the panel. Today we will discuss Director and Senior Vice President, Strategy Marketing, HCL Software, and particular Group Head Marketing. The 2023 CMO one is you heard, shifts, a lot of disruptive digital journey. Second, just erosion of traditional. And thirdly, so much across collaboration in this time. And CMOs here are going to take a growth strategies that are both efficient and we're going to have to think about disruptive digital journeys, but at the same time look at mutual value for the customer. We're going to have to demonstrate the value of brand and connected to business. And thirdly, we're going to have to look at restructuring our teams to a collaborative era, a hybrid era, and also focus on marketing. And lastly, as we said, in a cautious environment, we look at investments and how to work the investments for the best. And I'm going to open it out to the panel. I'll start with you, Chandan. Give us a sense of your sentiment, what you're looking at the market, how's the shifts are you making, big opportunities.
Well, thank you, Roshni, and good morning, everyone. Just to give a sense of how we are seeing, what's happening around us. There's a lot of change around us, of course. But I think first and foremost, India is a consumption-driven economy, and therefore, consumption is really at the heart of it. And from our perspective, consumption has started seeing an uptake. And there's, of course, much more potential in so far as consumption is concerned in the country. And therefore, there is a lot of positive outlook out there. Of course, the ways to get there and the way the consumer is also getting disrupted in the journey. The journey has become much more complex. There are many more variables and levers to look at now. It's not the same levers that we used to look at, earlier. There are now more specific levers to look at, and therefore that brings in a lot of change. The growing digitalization, whether it's more classical forms of digitalization like search, social, and various others, to the commerce world of digitalization and to the various kinds of platforms out there, a lot of change happening around us. AI has also come in a very, very big way, which is helping people, helping consumers, helping marketeers in their own different ways. So for us to navigate this complexity, there are many more variables to kind of look at and think about. But one thing which has really stood the test of time is that fundamentals are still very, very fundamental. So, we believe in brands and we believe in certain fundamental aspects. More the world changes around us, some things remain constant, and those are the fundamentals. But of course, there are many more levers to grapple with in today's world.
Thanks, Roshni. To take forward from what Chandan has said, so I'm in the business of cars. But at a base level, to start this conversation, we are all changing consumption. We are all changing consumption. By what I mean, in your homes, in your offices, you're changing consumption of brands, you're changing consumption of media. There was a drastic consumption change that happened in COVID. Post-COVID scenarios are also looking at some pragmatic shifts that are happening. Now, what is happening? Forget marketeers. Cricketers have to reformat. News readers have to reformat. Politicians have to reformat. Parents have to reformat. Schools have to reformat. Everybody is reformatting to the new world as we speak. And us marketeers have to not only read the consumption patterns of today, we have to look at the consumption patterns of tomorrow, 2 years hence, 4 years from now. Because some of us are in high involvement categories, some of us are in impulse categories. It's not who will buy, it's why they will buy, what they will use to buy, from where they will buy. And let me tell you, it's not just, as I said, impulse. Even categories like cars are seeing dramatic shifts on consumption. So just to put at a basic level, for marketeers of today and tomorrow, we have to track consumer consumption behavior and then work our way around it.
So, audible? It's working? Okay, so first of all, I just wanted to bring Mr. Mehta's presentation back in the topic. I mean, great in the way he explored the entire Amul's journey all the way through the last 7 decades and how change has been very constant for them. And then we end up mentioning change and reformatting to your point, Virat, into how we are seeing consumption patterns change. So we are in the business of technology. We are perhaps best known for adopting change in the way that disruption can really take place very, very quickly over time. Our softwares, or what we sell into the market to large enterprises, which enable heads of marketing to sell better into their consumers, is what we go out and license. Now, it's an underlying fact that we need to understand our customers' businesses better. So if it's an auto industry that we're going out and selling our softwares into, unless we know how your sentiments come back into your brand, and if you're reading that properly through the numerous offline and online channels available out there, our softwares will not be equipped to service you, right? So we have to be in the forefront of change ourselves. And I believe any tech organization that is not adopting to these changes and seeing them as they come is going to get left behind as well. So totally agree with you. I don't think there is any point that I don't disagree, at least at this point, on change and disruption. huge shifts, Roshni. So, as I said, we are in the business of tech. AI is in the center of all tech conversations that we have with our customers today. Even our entire ecosystem is now centered around how AI is going to take over not just conversations but businesses as whole. Um, it's probably the most disruptive conversation that we are having to grapple with at this point in time, because honestly, not many people understand what AI is capable of doing or undoing. It's still to be discovered. It's a recent phenomena. OpenAI, ChatGPT has given us many points to ponder over. One of the things that is really taking over conversations at this point in time on the subject of AI is content marketing, and whether we really need content writers and copywriters to the effect that we used to depend on so much on copywriting business. And I'm sure in the audience there are people who have had first level of interaction with copywriters. They're actually getting the real threat of their competence at this point in time. Content is now created in a jiffy. It's not a secret anymore that content drives commerce as well, right? So if commerce is coming into the picture where commercial discussions happen and content is being driven through machines today, it's going to actually start taking up jobs. So AI is an important factor. Our tech is now enabled with AI as well, but more on that, who wants to understand how technology enables, open AI conversations. Something that I don't want to go off topic because it's a very deep subject to be understood. But it is here to stay, and it's here to change how we do business.
Sure. Well, AI has been probably one of the hottest topics, certainly in 2023. But AI has been around for some time. It's not that, AI has just come in. AI has been around, it has evolved, and probably it's at its tipping point now. And, sometimes we have this question of whether it's going to be man or machine or man versus machine. Well, our belief so far is that it's going to be man and machine. There are elements that machines can do better, and probably we should give it out to machines. And there are elements where man can do better, men or women. They can think and they can be creative and they can, kind of do things looking at all the different dots and so on. So there are areas where, humans will kind of, still rule. And there will be areas where machines, of course, and AI being a part of it will, of course, steal the cake and steal the show. So we are using AI in different ways. We are using AI like was mentioned, in content and content creation and various other ways of doing things. But, still to get the right level of content, we still have to apply a certain amount of human judgment. Maybe AI will also evolve over a period of time, and then machines will learn better and they will include all this. So we can only expect things to get sharper and better and, more effective and more efficient. And of course, that's a stream that's very much in use for many of our brands. We also use, AI for targeting, and you can sort of, more target in the moment, more target, the right consumer at the right point, at the right time in the journey, and so on. And therefore, AI can be a lot of use, can be brought to a lot of use out there. Also using AI a lot for personalization, because in this world where there's so many pieces of content that we're all grappling with all the time, and there's so many brands and so many categories that are talking to us, getting the right message to the right person and personalizing something, whether it be on any platform, any digital platform, is something that we are very heavily invested in, and we're leveraging, AI and all of that. So AI, and of course, in our day-to-day work and efficiency, and, you want to generate some ideas around anything. You want to generate, how do you celebrate a nice Diwali? And if you ask AI, and it'll give you a lot of recipes about food and that. And that may be a good starting point, as a good ideation point for you to think about on what to do what a brand like, let's say Milkmaid, which is into dessert making, can really kind of do to leverage all of it. So we're using it in various different ways. And of course, AI is here to stay and will of course aid our lives and help us do better.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of good things about AI, no doubt on that. But we have to be very, very cautious when we are dealing directly with consumers and we are adopting such technologies. And the fact, Chandan, you're right, it's been around for decades actually. But what has happened is the processing language model is giving it more capability and giving marketeers more options to use it. But in our industry and generally a lot of consumer facing industries, the con is the hallucination part of the AI, open chat GPT or generative AI or whatever. The point is when AI starts giving out results which it believes it is completely right on, and ultimately the term very casually used is hallucinations. Because of just that, we are currently piloting a lot of consumer facing AI tools, but we have not gone live with any one of them because social is unforgiving and a consumer is unforgiving. If we have completely upgraded one of our cars, we need the consumer to be told exactly what the new car offers, not something it could offer, what something it would have offered last year, what something it may or may not have. So on that, we are very, very pragmatic. And yes, this happened with computers. People said computers may replace men or women, but processing has just helped our way. In AI also that will happen, but I think while there are a lot of positives that we all hear about, we all as marketers have to be supremely cautious of the pros and obviously of the cons.
Well, first of all, our guiding principle is to be consumer centric. So we, identify our consumer, our target consumer, and for the whole variety of brands or for the whole portfolio of brands, whether it's Maggie or Kit Kat or Nescafe or any other brands, from the Nestle world, we of course, have different growth cohorts, and we have different target consumers to look at, and so on and so forth. So the first guiding principle is of course to be consumer centric, and then we think about what is really going to impact the behavior of the consumer, and what will really, if you're talking about more penetration or more acquisition, or we're talking about more retention or loyalty or whatever through the funnel, we look at what's our real objective. And of course, this is a very classical question on, how would you spend behind classical brand building versus the more performance related aspects about marketing. And we actually, use both. We probably, as a consumer goods organization, rely a lot more on brand building because that's the nature of our industry and our product portfolio and our brands. We make money, or we are in business, or we, impact people's lives when consumers buy us again and again. Ours are low value or medium value products, and people buy us again and again, and they buy a lot out of habit and buy a lot when brands come to their mind, almost spontaneously. through the entire shopping journey, whether it be online or offline or whatever else. Therefore, we do inherently, spend and prioritize a lot on brand building. We have very, very strong brands and we continuously look at strengthening them. But of course, we look at the consumer journey as well and see, how do we really use digital, both from an upper funnel point of view and also from a lower funnel point of view. And of course, we look at return on investments and advertising spends and all of that to be able to balance the two. There are no right or wrong answers. It depends a lot on, who's the target consumer, what's the brand, what is your objective, what are you really working behind? And of course, we're guided a lot by measurement and trying to see, what makes sense for the most parts of our brands and businesses. In some cases, you would find still a lot of traditional classical marketing. In some other parts, where we go behind, let's say rural or smaller towns, we do enough of that. And, when you're talking of certain target consumers like millennials or Generation Z, whether they be in larger towns or in the smaller towns, they're pretty digitally savvy and they spend a lot of time on digital platforms. And therefore we reach out to them through those and see where the mix is. So it's a mix really at the end of the day. And, we try to see what the best opportunity is. And it's an always evolving process and always a process which also gets challenged, every now and then. And of course, it's good to have those challenges and good to have, a fresh look and a relook in this highly disrupting world.
Yeah, so this is something that's not new. While a lot of stuff that we talked about is new, the balance between long-term brand building and short-term demand generation is not new for a marketer. It's something that's been existing since marketing itself has existed. The long and short of it, how does one manage it is the question. Now, obviously, when we are looking at a lot of categories, people ultimately buy brands before they buy products. So your brand building is the biggest thing that should be a marketer's KPI. It will be brand building for today, and again, it will be brand building for tomorrow. For Hyundai, it will be brand building for Hyundai, the corporate brand. You will first consider or not consider the corporate brand or the mother brand. Secondly, you will start to consider a Creta or a Verna as a product brand. And then you will get into lower down in the funnel where you will say, you will pick up a feature, you will pick up an automatic, etc., etc. Consumer patterns for us have fundamentally changed in the last 4 years, and such changes we have not seen in the past. And I'll give you some basic statistics. The average buying age of people who buy our cars on a monthly basis or an annual basis, the average buying age is reducing year on year for the last 4 years in a row. So that means car buying population for Hyundai for the last 4 years has dropped 1 year every year. Now, this does not happen in a category like cars. Another context which is completely flip is that my average ticket size of car sales has jumped almost 50% in these 4 years. So we are getting younger people to buy the cars. We are selling cars with higher ticket sizes. Now, please understand there is a consumption movement that we are seeing for our brand that is not there in the category. That means people are now adopting more feature-packed products. B, they are staying loyal with us. That means they're moving up in our product chain. C, they are looking at this brand standing for whatever values they consider topmost in the year 21, in the year 22, in the year 23, to then adopt the product to their house. Also, please understand in car buying, one fundamental change that also happened, we all believe that it is a decision of the man in the house on what car comes to our house. But we all are family men now or family women now. It is not true. The decision is taken by all the 4, 5, 3 members in the house. A, I have to be in everybody's consideration set. B, I should not be in anybody's rejection set. So there is a fundamental change in consumption that is happening. Also, I'll give you another context on how we generate demand on a regular basis. In COVID, we started a hyper-local digital marketing platform for our dealers. At that point of time, it was very nascent. It is a very transparent platform that is available for almost 700 of our dealers across the country. They do their advertising for searches near them for cars. It's a simple hyper-local platform. It was very, very nascent that when we started. Today, it contributes 30% of our inquiries. It contributes almost 10% of my retails. So when people are searching Hyundai Creta near me, 10% of those are actually buying my cars, and 10% at our scale is a very, very large number. So the point I'm making is not only we will concentrate very strongly in building India Connect with the Hyundai values, that is brand building, but there is a big team in marketing that will also look at daily demand generation and getting people to walk into our showrooms or to go to our websites. So it is continuous. The only fluctuation that will happen is in a low demand versus a high demand scenario. That will just shift budgets from left to right. But otherwise, it is a consistent play that happens month on month, year on year.
Well, sure. So if you look at the food and beverage industry or the FMCG industry, and if you visit any store, whether you visit a Kirana store or an e-shopping store, or you visit a modern trade store, you would just see the choices of consumers have really exploded. It was there before COVID, it's there even after COVID, and the choices, the new vectors are coming up almost every now and then. And because of availability of capital, a number of startups, a number of entrepreneurs, a number of other players are coming into the category, and they are sort of, bringing in new products, new propositions, new route to market, new levels of personalization, new image and new values, and various other kinds of, elements that could all fold into the marketing mix. And of course, this is something that we really welcome, because I think it helps increase, again, consumption, to the very first point, and to Roshni, your very first question, because, if you look at total consumption in India, it's still very, very low. You look at per capita consumption, it's still low, and there's a lot of headroom for growth. So we do believe that, whenever there are trusted propositions or better quality or better products and services, there's room to play. And this, of course, brings in more choices for consumers and helps categories grow. We do see a lot of digital disruptors who are digital first and digital last. They all operate in terms of, or through digital platforms and so on. There's still, some of them are doing well. Some of them, maybe a little bit challenged in terms of getting to the right scale and so on and so forth in a FMCG context, in a consumer products industry context. But of course, this always helps us to reinvent the game. You look at a simple, category like coffee, for example, and we have been leaders in coffee for a long, long time. But you see the number of choices of coffee that is today available to the Indian consumer, whether it's in-home or out of home, are just many. And there are newer brands and others who are talking about different elements of coffee and different experiences and so on and so forth. So this is very much an ongoing process, and it's very much something that we look forward to, because I think it helps increase, at the end of the day, consumers' appreciation of coffee, consumers, consumption of coffee. It helps them get more choices. It also helps us, trying to keep up and bring in newer propositions and maintain our market leadership, and in fact drive our market leadership going forward. So this is something which is going to happen, and you don't necessarily need all the elements to make things happen. But what finally wins in this entire game are still two things, strong brands and strong propositions. And that's what the end game is. Even some of the newer players, and they have managed to get in certain levels of trust in the brand and certain levels of brand value coming in, maybe through new vectors that they've looked at, and have good, strong propositions as well. And that always sort of, keeps us on our toes all the time. And this is something that helps in the long term as well.
Yeah, well, so this is where it gets very interesting. So we as HCL is a software company. We sell software, help enable brands to sell better, right? Now, traditionally, our Spocks, our people who used to sponsor our products used to be CIOs, heads of technology, CTOs, right? The shift that's happened in the way we sell our products now is that the power of tech now has shifted gears and it's gone to heads of marketing, CMOs, and even chief digital officers, chief experience officers, and whatever have you. Now, this is where things change because the metrics have changed. It's no more tech to be able to do a capability-driven exercise. It's now tech-driving business, right? So if I was to say and ask any large B2C brand, what business are they in? Besides the products that they sell, they're also in the business of selling an experience. We saw that in the Amul presentation, which Mr. Mehta said. Food now is called food tech business. Auto is now called auto tech business. Technology is at the center stage of everything. And our software or enterprise software is now the way they used to be sold was if we would appear in a Gartner quadrant, in the leaders quadrant, it was relatively known to have a good sense of brand recall, and CIOs would eventually invite us to come show our capabilities. Not anymore. It's how companies like us are helping brands sell better, which is the key metrics now, and drive revenue better. So that's the shift from what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 years. It suddenly picked up. COVID was an enabler in the way people saw their investments into tech, and the buying behavior change in the way they bought enterprise software.
Yeah, I will let go of sustainability because 1 minute is absolutely impossible for sustainability. Yeah, I mean, just the mantra that I said in the beginning, we are the kind of the consumer connect that the organization has, or maybe the only consumer connect that the organization had. So as marketeers, it is our responsibility to continuously observe the consumer, learn the technology, and stay relevant. If you don't do these 3 things at whatever age you are or whatever level you are in the marketing organization, you're not doing justice to your organization. You're not doing justice to your brands. Ultimately, we all have to stay relevant to our consumers. That's it. Thanks a lot.
So yeah, I'll let go of sustainability as well, although I will leave all of you with a thought. If you search the internet on sustainability and HCL tech, I think the top 10 searches would have Shivnadar Foundation coming in, or our chairperson Roshni Malhotra giving her views in Davos in the World Economic Forum. There's a lot that the company is driving on sustainability. The top 3 trends, the first one that comes to mind is content marketing through video is going to continue to pick up. AR, VR, probably a lost trend, not very long ago, but the adoption's been quite low, and I think that trend is going to continue to slip. Social media is going to become more of a customer servicing tool than an actual conversational marketing tool. So yeah, those are the top three that come to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Okay, and with that, our next session is better help us understand and people something is print and TV in media plans and how they must come together if we need to make an impact in India. And not very different from our partner Bharat 24. क्योंकि जहाँ पर Bharat 24 and with that, it's time to invite our next speaker of the stage to talk about legacy media in a tech-heavy age. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Amit Gujral, Head, Marketing, CMO JK Dyers, Ankit Desai, CMO India, Hershey Company, Karthik Nagwani, Head, Marketing, Geo BB, Dhiren Sethi, Chief Digital Officer, Consumer Business, Founding Leader, Adani Digital Labs, Siddharth Tabare, Managing Director, MIQ, Sunil Devura, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Panasonic Life Solutions India, and this session will be chaired by Senior Editor of BW Business World, Rohit Amin. Please welcome all of the senior gentlemen to the queue. Round of applause. Center stage. Oh, yeah, I think you are good, right? It's the second session.
Thanks. Thank you for this. I mean, we have this is a perennial question that what is the relationship between traditional and digital, and so much has been spoken about it. And there was a point, I think, few years back when we were waiting for the takeover of digital, complete takeover. But then we are in a different era. In fact, I read a story where print numbers are growing in India, I'm saying. In fact, I am primarily a print journalist, and we get requests more to be in print than on digital. Yes. So there is a sort of debate, but that has settled to some extent. And now, as the topic suggests, and rightly so, there's a jugalbandi. The two have come together. There's a marriage of the two. I have the best of the minds who understand how it works, and we're going to hear from them on this. So let me start with you, Siddharth. The debate of versus is now a collaboration. How did it settle according to you? What led to it? If you could just give a brief perspective on that.
So in my mind, I would say that one is all the marketers always looked at these channels at their own merit, right? There was, of course, a debate on digital versus mainline and so on. But I think every marketer, every brand marketer always takes decisions in a way which is best for their brand. And they are not necessarily looking at that debate per se, but what is my best plan and what are the right channels for me. And I think the way it has been settled is that initially digital was very new. I remember I had joined Google in 2010, and that time when I used to meet my clients, we used to educate them about what Google search means and how it can help in their business. So it was all about education during that time. From there, more than 12, 13 years have passed, and digital has become quite a big medium as well. And so it's more about that all these channels are important, and how, as my brand, how I look at these channels and how do I best utilize them. And I think that's how the debate has been settled.
I remember that when this digital narrative was overwhelmingly taking over the thing, that it will decimate the trinity of print, TV, radio, and everything else. But they used to say this using the traditional media. There would be a front page ad saying that digital has come, an irony itself. Karthik, how do you see this, the Jugal Bandi that has finally arrived, how did it come about in your view, and what led to that? If you could share that story. Yeah, I have a separate question on that. Yes, yes. Ankit, your thoughts before I get into the granular questions of how does it work, but how do you see this equation that has come about? I mean, how did it arrive according to you?
So digital marketing has been around since a while. Over a decade we've been all marketing, and it's been said that traditional will eventually phase out. But data indicates that look at TV, reach is ever expanding, GRPs are getting delivered. Equally, digital marketing is expanding. It's expected to be triple in the next 3 odd years. On an average, a person spends 20% of his or her day on a device.
I think yesterday there was a report, 3 hours Indian spend average on a device.
On an average, 2/3 of consumers lean on digital to shop or research. What it does, it provides great avenues to us because you have that many more hours to connect and engage with consumers. It is equally challenging because you need to be very sure where you are maximizing your outcomes, as the topic says. So it is interesting yet challenging, but they are both hand in hand helping the industry and helping marketeers for sure. Second point is, there is there are theories which indicate that your consumption TG is actually 40% of it lies outside your communication TG, which is where traditional media like a TV or print helps you reach out to the people who you would have otherwise not reached out. Equally, digital helps you to sharply target, retarget, define the TG. So to my mind, they will continue to coexist, and they will give marketers many more opportunities to reach out to consumers. Then the onus is on you. How do you do that effectively?
It opens up a lot of scope, and then it's up to the brand. How does it leverage? Nitin, your initial thoughts.
I'll just add one more thing is that what is also happening is that these traditional mediums, they are also transforming and becoming more and more digital, right? So your print is now, all the news is available on digital,
They have a
obviously.
footprint, yeah.
And if you look at Gen Z, they are consuming all their news content on mobile itself. Secondly, if you look at TV, it's one of the biggest story in media which is developing. We have 25 million plus households in India who are already watching most of their content on connected TV. And that translates to almost 75 to 100 million people who are watching all their content on connected TV. Now it's a TV medium, but it is also now digital because, you know, it has all the good part of digital in terms of you can measure your audiences, you can track the content being watched and everything. So, but it is still a lean back experience, and it's ultimately a TV itself. So this Jugalbandi will go on, and also the traditional mediums will transform themselves into digital more and more as well. And with 100 million reach of connected TV, I think TV becoming digital and the reach is becoming quite big. And it is said that in next 2 to 3 years, this connected TV reach will go from 100 million to 300 million consumers in India, which will in itself become a mainline. Yeah.
I want to come to you, Ankit. Now we have agreed that, of course, they have come together and there's a perfect balance at play. But now the bigger question for marketers is that how do you leverage this Jugalbandi? How is there a, of course, you have a formula, there's a recipe that you must have found at your individual brands that works. What is that recipe that really makes this an, what do you call, an impactful combination? What have you discovered in your trials and errors of mixing these two together?
So two parts of the question. I'll answer the second part. Is there a recipe? On a lighter note, if somebody has, then please do meet me backstage. I want to understand there is none. I think every brand and organization is evolving their own unique way of what's working, what's not. On the blending of the two, I think is very accurately put that when we at Hershey do planning, whether it's a communication planning or the media planning, it is we don't look at it saying TV, digital, print. I think it's a concerted AV plan. So that's what something which we've started doing on a regular basis, and it's an IEP with the media agency and the experiential agency and the creative agency versus really working in individually with the three. I would also sort of step back and saying that before you get into deciding your vehicle or your channel, it is important the 3-4 basic principles need to be sorted, which is consumer emotions to arrive at exactly what are the triggers, what is the relevance of the category, where does the consumer lean into the category, where does your brand play a role. Secondly, communication effectiveness. And that's something, that's where I would possibly call myself old word, but getting the right communication in creatives is extremely important. Otherwise, no medium is going to do its job, no matter how wide or deep it is. And that's why we at Hershey test all the communications before we push them out, because we want to be very sure. So consumer centricity again comes into play. The third part is a team which works on it is diverse and inclusive. At Hershey, again, we ensure that the team working, it's the marketing team, the commercial team, and the extended agencies who are diverse, inclusive, because you want that diversity and inclusion of thoughts at the very onset. Then comes the next step of, sorry, I'm just taking a bit of time on that, but then comes the next step of defining the brand job to be done, the communication job to be done, and the media job to be done. Once that is done, is when we define which is the lead medium, which is a support medium, and which is the reminder medium, while it continues to be an IP. And again, we can talk more about examples, but
I'll
that's
come to that
the
mix,
process.
which mix dominates. I'll come to that separately. Siddharth, how does your brand look at the blend of the two in its most impactful way?
Yeah, that's great. I was just thinking about it actually in my mind. So, we are a like a multinational corporation, billion-dollar company. We have been having our center of excellence in Bangalore since 2011. We launched our commercial business in end of 2019, and the biggest challenge which we faced was that no one knew us. Even though we have been having a big center of excellence in Bangalore for last 10, 12 years, no one knows about MIQ, right? This is not the case now. And so what we did was we had a exact mix of offline and online, which is what we are talking about, the Jugalbandi, right? So we started participating in events like this, right? And then, and obviously created that physical presence, and we also are able to meet people, educate them about what we do, how we add value, and so on. And then we are amplifying all these things on LinkedIn, because we are a B2B brand. And for us to be present in these events gives us that B2B network. And then that amplification of that B2B networking happens on LinkedIn in a very, very good way. And that is how now we have been able to, like, when we look at our awareness scores from a B2B perspective, I think we are there around 70-80%, because we have been not utilizing only one channel, but we have been utilizing both the channel and feeding into each other.
So that's a great example of how, the coming together of the two. You used the old medium to get to the new medium. A perfect example. How have you mastered this this game, Karthik?
In that case, I think a digital thing can work. Outside India, there are other apps on which there is a location tag, etc. And then the advertisement is quite simple. For example, in Colombia, doing one campaign where in which the work that people were trying to leaders were so while they are driving it, then they're using Waze, when Waze gives a pop-up, right? And this switch to a to be. So maybe there can be different options. So something has to be TV, something and 100%. So why that captures the essence.
Depends on the product that you want to talk about. The 77 pages, I remember 50 pages of ads. Nitin, of course, I mean, we are all struggling to find this recipe, but at what stage are you in this? So all of them are intently listening to this. Convenient and trust are two.
I just wanted to, sorry, I wanted to add something to what he said. Risk taking, because there's a lot of evolution in the MarTech space, a lot of platforms coming. I think risk taking should be inherent to every organization. So at Hershey, we do park aside a certain amount of money in trying out new platforms. And a lot of that has led to very effective collaboration, some not. But I think that is important and it has to be embedded. So for example, a lot of collaborations we've done with partners like TTT, TVF, Curly Tails, or with fellow brands like Kellogg's and Hershey's have recently come up with an interesting product, or Kellogg's and Baskin Robbins, Hershey's and Baskin Robbins. So that's something which you should keep doing and learn basis that. So totally building on what he said.
Right. Then let me ask my final question to all of you, starting with you, Ankit. So you spoke about that, how you stress test, your game plan before you go out and do your digital, your mainline. But give me a granular idea of what does print do the most, what does digital do the most, what does experiential do the most in that stress testing, in that planning part of it. What do you get from each? Of course, they are, they work together, but what does print deliver for you the most? What does digital deliver you the most? And what does experiential deliver the most?
So it's a tough question and a very long one, but we'll try to attempt it. See, eventually, whenever we are choosing a medium, at Hershey, the intent is to move the final consumer metrics, which is mind share, market share, and business. So marketing is not an enabler anymore. Marketing is a driver of the business revenue. So that's the intent. So whatever we do, we measure if the impact has been had on mind share, market share, consumption, and eventually the top line. Uh, Building brands and propositions, right? For example, we are a challenger brand. So Kisses is a brand which is trying to and has done really well, trying to get a strong foothold in the chocolates category. Likewise, the other part of the Hershey's portfolio or the in-home portfolio. So building brands and propositions is usually done through a combination of TV and bolstered by digital. But let's say there are topical events. For example, there's Valentine, there's festive, or what we try to work on is International Women's Day through the Hershey campaign. That is something which we'll lead with digital or even on pack. Likewise, there's a lot of focus on experiential as well. Right? So immersive experiential, because eventually you are trying to participate in the consumer's life. So there'll be a lot of, we had a launch called Kisses Nutty for You, which was the first launch dedicated to, love as a platform. So we brought it alive through on ground, through in-store, through your e-com and quick com partners. So I think it's a combination of all. Eventually, after testing the creative, after checking the efficacy of the vehicles or the combination of that, eventually there's a lot of rigor in testing whether it has led to a positive needle movement in terms of mind measures, in terms of market share and business. If that happens, then I think not the recipe, but at least you start knowing that it's working. If not, you keep reinventing. The last thing is in media planning also. I think the transition which has happened is, and they can add, they would know more, is that there's a lot more agility in the middle of the plan. So typically, initially you used to wait for the post facto learnings and then say, okay, let's tweak it for the future plan. Now the teams put in a lot of agility, 2 weeks, 2 days down the line, 1 week down the line. Then the mix is evolved because eventually you're trying to maximize your input and output KPIs. So that's something which we do. I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely. Siddharth, how does your multimedia mix look like overall? When you finally go in this Jugalbandi, how much is digital? How much is, mainline? I mean,
it's a lot organic actually, right? But meaning the channels are, as I said, events like this where we have the right industry mix of professionals coming here. And so like if I just take a step back to answer it quickly. So we are we do a lot of innovation work around data. All right, we have 600 million consumers data in India, a global data lake, and possibly the richest data lake in India. And with that, we are able to understand consumer trends, and for a particular brand, have a very accurate profile of their consumers. And then from there, connect that with macro trends as well. And we have done some very innovative work, which has won many awards as well. So what we do is we use events like this to showcase our award-winning work. And we also understand from the audience that, okay, this case study is really resonating with them. And then we amplify this case study message on LinkedIn as well. But physical gives us that real-time feel that, okay, this is what is really resonating with the set of people who we want to reach out to. And then we use that content very, proactively on online channels. But it's a lot of organic mix. And so I would say it's 50-50 to answer your question. And that's how we are able to have very, very good ROI and have a like physical we use for understanding what is really working, and then we amplify it on online channels.
Wonderful. Karthik, so, I mean, of course, I mean, what we understand so far is that print has greater impact in terms of brand recall, while digital gives you more awareness, reach in that sense. I mean, how has this characteristic changed in some way? Has digital been able to garner more brand recall as well? Because this we have been hearing from 5, 6 years, 10 years, but has something changed around this, the thought that we have around digital and mainline?
So this is again some of that. Something you can use with then when they browse it, and that overall layout, when they look at it digitally, it still is more of a because always there's a degree of what that's still a call center. There is and it's that for brand collaboration. In a way that the brand is coming out explicit, but it is coming out silently, and people are getting it. And as silently, we see some big brands going to some digital brands going to Amazon Prime. Point of view because Ring still has that particular time that you're investing in. And whatever that is of those 70 is advertisement, but still it is less. What happens? And then they are really intended to what happens? Let the cat get into still sit at the top, whereas elephants can come in there very. As I think Siddharth also, we have a generation of odd cutters, which you call people who are not subscribed to any cable channel or people have a sense of humor. But now they are taking the entire content of TV also. So that's another thing which I think would be very essential and very critical in time to come. Then how do you they're consuming content on TV, which is a content which can be customized. So that's a very it's a and the bigger problem is that because consumers can see across a lot of networks how we need to think that and how we know the real things, which I think all of us will have to together invest in more. But this is your consumer, this is how you serve in various ways. So that's one thing I think
Wonderful. Nitin, in this coming together of the mainline and the digital, which one is stronger?
future of CEO of Meet Patel Digital India. Everybody wants for him, please.
is tops the list. The experience really make every individual to select your brand, to retain with your brand, and the loyalty sticks with that. So the experience and the what kind of feeling you are giving on the first notch, that feeling comes with the journey of the client or whatever the maybe your customer support team talking with them or whatever it is.
The experience which you are giving tops the list compared to all the reasons before they choose your competitor. So I want to highlight upon more detail on how that experience becomes related to omni-channel and why we are having to focus more on omni-channel related to that experience. So I am Pradi, having 15 years of digital marketing experience, and we have an agency, Neil Patel Digital India, which is operated in 3 different cities. And this is not about the bragging, and it's all about like a collective experience. We have giving the integrated marketing solutions for many top brands and given excellent results for the notable brands, which you can easily recognize your names. And these brands still sticking with us, and we are delivering the excellent results for every individual and different sectors. So when I say about omni-channel, what it is all about differentiate from multi-channel. Why omni-channel? I have highlighting it's a majorly giving value system compared to multi-channel. Multi-channel is nothing but 10 different channels like Facebook, Instagram, or maybe with SEO or paid media. Differentiate every channel, we can put a money and we can expect an ROI from every different channel. But omni-channel is nothing but we are also using the same multi-channel, but every channel will be interlinked like an orchestra. When I say about orchestra or symphony, it is like every channel need to work together to make that marketing need to give a right kind of value insights and right kind of return for a marketer. So only I suggest that omni-channel have its own purpose and own value, which is comparatively higher than multi-channel, because multi-channel is channel focused, just to put a money and get out of what return we are getting. But omni-channel, it's nothing but is customer focused. So more about we are in giving a right kind of experience for every single customer. They will try to stick with you for long run. They will become a brand advocate. They will recommend your products and services for their friends and family, and they will become a return customers for you. And even the refund ratio also will go down. So that kind of thing will happen when we are focusing more towards omni-channel. It's the collective experience what we are going to give to the customers. It's like a congruent experience you are giving in all the channels to make customer happy. They feel they are not treated as yet another person. They are treated in more humane way, and they want to be treated more personalized. In that way, every customer will stick with your brand for long run. So how that omni-channel taken over in recent years and how the future is for omni-channel, we're going to see. And the number one reason, as I said before, many of the brand choosing your services or product beyond competitor is all about the experience they feel. See, the experience they feel is nothing but you want to give a hike when a customer gives the purchases a product or services from you. The hike is nothing but they need to feel the happiness. The happiness starts with only through the loyalty you are building along with the customers. How the happiness will become a loyalty? The way to create that is to build a long-standing memory. The long-standing memory of your brand or your products or services with the customers. See, there is a rule called peak and rule. It is like someone buys a product or services or maybe anything from you. They want to experience it. They have some kind of hike will be coming to them as a happiness that will be sticking with them for long run until it end. So that peak need to give the happiness rather than giving any terrible experience. When you're giving that happiness experience, it will be everlasting. That sticks with the memory. It directly goes to their subconscious. So in that way, they will know that that brand is with me and that brand treated me well and they given me excellent experience. So I want to rebuy with them. I want to recommend that brand. I want to become a brand advocate for that. So that gives more kind of customer loyalty ratio will be keep on increasing. So that is a kind of thing which will be created only with the omni-channel experiences, omni-channel marketing experiences. Just saying any one different, see, if you buy here, I will give you additional discount. That won't give any kind of peak experiences. Discount won't say the experience. If you see Apple products, see the experience you feel with the product make you happy. So only the price is not compensated there. The product you go to the store, you buy it, and many of them are using the Apple product here compared to Android, but I'm just choosing the one brand which you can sense the feel from the box opening and how it has been with your hand and how it is sticking with you and how it is giving a elite feeling for you. That kind of thing is what the experience gives with. That builds the loyalty and stick with the brand, and that the customers will be long-standing customers for you. So that kind of thing will be the most stuff. When the recent study gives that, see, whenever the customer needs been understand by you before selecting you, then they will choose your brand. You need to know that what real interest the customer have, what kind of behavior patterns they have, why they are coming to you again and again, or why they are choosing to select your brand. In that way, you need to keep the study. So that study makes the customer to buy your brand. Individual needs what give an importance for omni-channel. So individually, you need to understand that every customer's need to buy it. So when I say about omni-channel marketing, omni-channel personalization is a new marketing currency where you want to make the exchange of value in terms of giving that omni-channel experiences in a personalization to all the individual customers who are reaching to you. So omni-channel personalization is the future of omni-channel marketing. So it's nothing but you want to make use of machine learning and the data and the AI to reach wider audiences in treating human experiences. That is the major purpose, and you want to make everyone to feel individually treated with the same respect and same as not an automated message, as in a more personalized message. If you are giving that kind of potential, this becomes a new currency where you can easily spend low marketing budget and you can make much more efficient marketing output out of that. So about 60 to 70% of the customers shop both in store and online, in offline and both online. Because when you say about in India, you have experienced Lenskart or maybe Nykaa, such kind of brand have capitalizing that both in store and online experience. If you have seen some products in online, if you have gone up to the checkout but you didn't purchase there, but while crossing the store, that time you will get a push notification in your mobile with a different offer. So that make you to think like, okay, well, let's try it out. And now the recent offer, okay, I will just see the near store to buy the product, and you go to the store and you just made an online purchase in the store itself and you can get delivered in home. So that kind of collective omni-channel will be working with the one agenda to give you your experience in a more personalized way and more satisfactory way. That is already utilized by many of the top brands in India. Like that, every individual business, it's not only with retail or e-commerce, healthcare can be making use of that, financial institutions are making use of that, and maybe if you go with small mortar and shops also using that. How they are using? Simply just starting with the email marketing and connecting that with the collective social profile of them, and understanding the same profile need to be talked in the other platform in online experience. That way they are merging all together platform to speak a same language that make a customer to buy out of it. So shopping experience in the coming years will be more personalized, and even if you see many of the real estate brands started capitalizing with the metaverse, showing the personalized experience by giving you how the home will be coming, and even you can sit from the home itself, you can know that what is your future home going to become. They are showing this kind of thing and making a deep fake strategy, like some of the celebrities are speaking your name and telling that your home is going to come along. Like that, many technologies along with AI they are using to give you personalized experience. So they are treating to make you in more humane way to attach with the brand, so that you will become a long-standing customer after a while. When the customer is receiving that experience in 2 to 3 channels, obviously 66% of higher rate of engagement is increasing. This has been a Deloitte recent research found it. So the omni-channel personalization makes every brand human, not as just an yet another automated message, but you feel that message seems to be treating you in a more personalized, hyper personalized. So that makes the mindset of loyalty to get built out of it. So that before going forward, I want to take certain strategies how the omni-channel marketing may be much more useful is towards the cross-functional shopping experience in all the platform need to be same, and it also need to give a best user experience, and it need to be more interactive, and it also need to treat every customer as what it has been treated in one channel, in another channel also, with the same level of engaging and more connectivity. And the same way the personalization will be given with right message will be passed to the right customer at the right time. The tailored message with a seamless experience gives every customer to take a call of action. And the ecosystem, when I say about the ecosystem, it's been, many of them will say that, oh, Samsung have the collective ecosystem same like on Android segment, and how Apple have the same ecosystem in all the products it's giving it out. Like that, if you go with Flipkart is having the same kind of ecosystem with same other brands they are operating. Even if with the connectivity between the cross channel seems to be the marketplace, and the products which has been sold on Flipkart and offline store also seems to be same. These kind of experiences the ecosystem built, and we going to make use of these three strategies for building our omni-channel in the next level. And every new age digital marketers and entrepreneurs make use of personalization as one of the initiatives in their marketing objectives. That becomes must need thing they need to focus upon. When I say about personalization, why I'm just insisting in the personalization becomes the future in omni-channel is all about the recommendation the customer builds, and the retention ratio between the customers, and how they are becoming an long-standing brand advocate is only through personalization will happen. Without personalization, that becomes impossible in this bombarded messages of lots of competition and lots of noises around. Everyone need to treat their brand to give hyper personalization to every individual customers who are onboarded with them. That gives more kind of a loyalty, and they will become a brand advocate for you. You know, you don't want to spend lots and lots of money in marketing just to make your brand to shown to many people, because the people after a while become a brand advocate for you to sell your products or services. With real-time personalization, mostly we can see that increase of response rate, and the customer experiences has been highly personalized, and it has been giving interaction with your company, and the dialogues between the brand in all the channels seems to be same, and this achieves overall marketing results and increased sales revenue. That's the major objective of real-time personalization. And when I say about businesses, this time for personalization, the people are trying to collect the data by zero party, first party, second party, and third party data collection. And it has been fueled into lots of customer data platforms, and they are making use of that with machine learning, and they are just focusing to pass this message to all the customers, maybe 1,000 customers or 10,000 customers with a different kind of personalized message. But this omni-channel in these days becomes more dependent on the customer data platforms. But when I say about the customer data platforms, it's giving more insights for making that hyper personalization. And after a while, it grabs lots of information from online and offline, and it will also suggesting about the what is the next customer action they're going to take upon, what is the predictive future the customer will come and engage with your brand. These things have made a dependency with customer data platform from the zero party, first party, and second party, and third party data collections. But when the omni-channel marketing become more relied on data modeling and attributions, there is a challenge also rises. But how are we going to overcome that challenge is what we need to look upon, because these days the third party data have been blocked in most of the countries, and it is going to be blocked, and future is going to transform as cookieless futures. So no one can exactly grab the data from third party easily. and it becomes a challenge for omni-channel to dependent so much on customer data platforms. So how it is going to happen is we only need to focus upon first party data collections. For that, what I'm saying, loyalty matters. When you give huge experience, customer itself will give their data to you whenever you are approaching, and whenever you're asking about their email or you're asking about the phone numbers, the customer will step in to give that kind of first customer data. So that is what mostly I want to highlight upon. So we don't want to depend more on second party or third party. First party itself will give lots of justification when we are making personalization experiences all the areas. So for cookieless tracking strategies, there are certain strategies where we can focus upon is we can use exchange of hashed email addresses, and these are the like cookieless, and maybe we can crossly get the permission from the third party or maybe in the second party, and we can get this kind of informations. But this becomes future without affecting the third party cookieless thing. So in this way you can get some kind of identification of the customer without revealing the privacy of every customers, without disturbing the privacy of every customers. This gives a credibility, and the cookieless futures engages a much more marketing strategy where it gives more transparent and it respects the customer relationships. So that is what I want to open up. By 2024, AI will identify emotions and influence 50% of the online advertising you see. That is going to happen in next 1.5 years. It is already kickstarting in certain strategies. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening upon certain points in omni-channel marketing. And
thank you so much, Pradeep. Everybody once for him, please. And I always say this, that from food for thought, it's now time for food for your stomachs. It's 1:10. It's time for lunch. We shall see you back at 1:55, and by 2 precisely, we shall start with the next panel discussion and our next track, which is a tech track. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our advanced media solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high impact creatives that also give you the brand focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, your go-to barter experts.
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
Finishes off in style.
Welcome to the ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, मेरी अपनी सोच है।
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage. The beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little as people get more and more fun.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities. Digital India is more for the poor and the privileged and the right.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our advanced media solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high impact creatives that also give you the brand focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing One Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with One Up Trade, your go-to barter experts.
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
Just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
RCC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
I think if you live an interesting life, you write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, उसको थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरी एक सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage, but because testing is going on, we are gradually building up our presence in retail as people get more and more confident.
Of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor and the privileged and the deprived.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group committed to growth.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our advanced media solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing One-Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with One-Up Trade, your go-to barter experts.
This is the great moment. That's what World Cup is about.
just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
ICC World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
Hello. May I please request all of you to start settling down so we can begin in the next 5 minutes? Yes. I hope you all had your lunch. And after that, please settle down. We'll start in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath.
पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं, उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए, मेरी अपनी सोच है।
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage, but because testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence with little as people get more and more confident.
For the state of our cities, we have more option than to build smart and digital India is more for the poor, privileged and deprived.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth with 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT. Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Your brand isn't like other brands, and your marketing goals are different too. So why settle for programmatic media solutions focused on driving one-size-fits-all outcomes? At MIQ, we get it. That's why we've created our advanced media solutions, a connected suite of programmatic solutions that help you get the results you're looking for. Here's how it works in practice. Our performance solution helps you understand what works from day zero, identifying the right way to reach the right audience to deliver the cost for whatever outcome you care about. Our advanced TV solution lets you win in the new era of TV, using data from TV exposure to build audiences, manage reach and frequency across devices, and drive outcomes connected to your TV investments. With our time and place solution, you can better understand all the interconnected events in a consumer's day, whether it's their journey to work, a visit to a store, a sports result, a hot topic trending on social, or a move in the stock market. And with our high-impact branding solution, you can make a lasting impression with every impression. With high-impact creatives that also give you the brand-focused analytics and insights you need to help you make even more informed marketing decisions. So tell us your biggest marketing challenge, and we'll show you how our advanced media solutions can solve them. That's the power of better connected marketing.
Introducing One-Up Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with One-Up Trade, your go-to barter experts.
This is a great moment. That's what World Cup is about. I just took the cup. What they were saying, I don't remember at all.
Finishes off in story.
This is the World Cup. Don't just watch the World Cup. Feel it.
Okay, welcome back everybody. सर ये ब्लू लाइट्स को चेंज करो ना, एकदम पार्टी वाला फील आ रहा है. Give me more like house lights. Thank you. May I please request all our friends at the back to kindly take their seats so that we can begin now. Okay, first questions first. Had lunch, everybody? Yes, no? Had lunch? Only this table. That to one of you. At the back, not had lunch? Or you probably had lunch and you've chosen your soft spot at the back. Wondering. See, all of you are smiling now at the back. Okay. Our next session, for that we move towards the tech track. The impact of technology in making modern marketing work harder for growing each of your businesses. And for the first panel on creating immersive experiences for deeper consumer engagement, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Gunjan Khetan, Marketing Director, Perfetti Van Mill, India. Pooja Bed, Chief Marketing Officer, Philips Domestic Appliances, India. Puneet Bekal, Director, Marketing, MasterCard. Rachit Gupta, Chief Marketing Officer, Hero Cycles. Rahul Talwar, EVP and Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. And this session will be chaired by Lloyd Matthias, Business Strategist and Angel Investor. Let's please welcome all of them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the introductions. The post-lunch session is the graveyard shift, as they say, right? Everyone's had a good meal. The air conditioning is good. The hall is comfortable. So hopefully over the next 40 odd minutes, we won't lull you to sleep, but we'll try and throw some light about the use of technology in terms of improving consumer experiences. And I have a great panel of CMOs and marketers of a diverse range of brands, right? Literally from hardcore D2C or B2C brands to a much wider range. And each of them have had experiences in other industries as well. So hopefully we'll get a rich picking of learnings and information from all of us. I just want to contextualize this discussion for everyone in terms of, we all hear this term Web 3.0. And just try to do a little bit of research and understand this space. Clearly, Web 1.0, the first version of the web, which some of us experienced in the early 90s, was really all about information seeking, right? Companies put out websites, so you could go and search for information. It was focused on large corporations and companies. It was about information seeking, right? That was the Web 1.0. What we saw over the last 2 decades was the evolution of Web 2.0, which was really about sharing, right? Which was this entire world of social media, right? Which was really not about the company anymore, but it was really about individuals sharing information. And the focus really was about, in a sense, entertaining oneself and sharing. And here we move to Web 3.0, where the whole focus is on immersion, right? If information was the first part, sharing was the second, here it's about immersion. And here the ownership is with the individual. It's no longer, in a sense, the large community, but individuals can create information for which they get paid. And you also therefore have the ability to kind of trade your attention for rewards and returns, right? So we're entering this world, and technology is making it possible with 4G and 5G, with greater speeds. I think a lot more possibility. Right, everyone here in the audience would have, in the last couple of months, seen a range of news being delivered by AI anchors, right? So you see news with AI anchors. So a lot of this has become reality. But even while at one level we get daunted by this whole talk about AI, we've recognized that a lot of it is already part of our lives, right? If you listen to your Apple Music and Spotify, they know exactly what kind of music to listen to. They know exactly what kind of recommendation to push. So there is a lot of deep data analytics that's already in play. I'm going to start this panel by actually asking each of our panelists to kind of share a little bit about how their organization uses some of these AI tools, maybe even virtual reality or such like, in terms of ensuring a good consumer experience. So maybe I'll start with Gunjan, who's the CMO at Perfetti Vanmel India. So Gunjan, you can share your, how does Perfetti use technology to ensure a much better customer experience?
Thank you, Lloyd. So see, we are in a FMCG business, so our interaction with technology is limited. However, being in an impulse category and being in the FMCG space, dealing with the kind of audience, our target group being younger audience and Gen Zs, it's very important that we are at the forefront of technology adoption in marketing. So most of the places where we use any kind of tools, whether it's AR, VR, AI, is in driving consumer experience and their interaction at some place in the marketing funnel, whether it's awareness, whether it's consideration or conversion. So there've been a few examples of us using AR, VR quite beautifully, I would say. Last year on a brand called Chupa, which I'm sure most of you would be familiar with, we did a Halloween campaign where people could scan and immerse themselves in Zombieland, and then also scan regular clothes and makeup in their house and create a persona for themselves, and then play a game. So that was our first experiment in this space, and it was very, very successful. At the same time, we keep on doing things with our regular communication. We are revisiting how technology can and will disrupt communication. So we are currently running a campaign on mentors where we are slapping mixed reality on real life. Interestingly, I was having a chat with the group and I forgot to mention, but globally, in a few countries, we have on a brand, on a lollipop brand that we have a brand ambassador who is completely virtual. It's a young teen, Gen Z, and plays music, composes music, and is completely a virtual AI brand ambassador. So there's a lot of things we are experimenting on. And we are also trying to figure out and navigate our way through technology. But as we do some of these A/B experiments, I'm sure we'll figure out the sweet spot between scalability and deep immersive experience. So that's where we are. It's a long journey, and we are hopeful, and we engage with our agencies and technology partners to find the best solution.
Hey, thanks, Gunjan. Interesting. I think you mentioned the point that you have a virtual influencer or a virtual brand ambassador. And I think the day is not too far. I know for a fact that there are some media companies examining the possibility of doing a 24-hour news channel without any real life anchors, right? So they would be virtual, good-looking male and female anchors who would be delivering news on the fly, picking them up from wire services or various curated feeds, right? Some of you have already seen, let's say the weather being delivered in some prime news channels by AI-led anchors. I think that's reality. And I guess we'll come a little later into the ethical side of that aspect. I want to bring Pooja into the discussion. Pooja is the Chief Marketing Officer of Philips Domestic Appliances India. And Pooja, you want to share a little bit about what you guys are doing navigating this space?
Sure, Lloyd. Thank you so much. I think we have the advantage of being a quasi-consumer tech company. So we end up using these technologies at multiple levels. The first place where we use them is into our products. So every next-gen product that we have is embedded with next-gen technology. For example, one of our flagship products is called Air Fryer, and we now have devices which I can switch on and start operating sitting right here because they are connected with my phone. My recipes are pre-fed. The only thing somebody will have to do is put the actual food inside, of course. But short of that, if you step outside of the food space, for example, you go into air purification, which is another area that we work in, or you go into home safety, which is one of our newer areas. I think AI is something that we are deeply embedding in all of our product categories as we are building products for the next generation of consumers. The second space that we use technology, as I think all the people sitting here would be using it, is in targeting consumers better, right? Moment marketing, I think, is one of the biggest things that every single one of us would have toyed with. And we've recently made use of something very interesting that YouTube has called dynamic creative optimization, which basically customizes your creative with the moment and the persona that you have and gives you almost like a tailor-made personalized creative, pitching your product at the right moment at the right time. It's almost a holy grail that all marketers want to achieve. That's another interesting place where we end up leveraging this. And a third place where I think technology will have the highest impact is in creating immersive experiences. For example, there's a very interesting project that we are undertaking. And I'll just give you a bit of an insight into it. When you look at an appliance, a kitchen appliance, it's not something which intrigues you too much because it's considered rather basic. But consider an opportunity where you would have the option of getting really inside the appliance and seeing how actually it is working. What are the wheels and mechanisms that are moving? What do the different features that all the brands talk about really mean from a machine perspective, from a tech perspective? What do they really do to your food? I think those are the things that we are trying to bring to life in a very, very gamified manner, basically to move the category from a low engagement, low involvement category to a high involvement category. So I think across the whole funnel, the whole spectrum, right from product to experiences, to marketing, to communication, technology and AI have a huge role to play, particularly for the consumer tech companies, because for us, product itself is rooted a lot in technology.
Thanks, Pooja. I think that's a great share. And, I'm going to come back to you in the fact that, as marketers, sometimes with our whole focus on technology and product immersion, how do we get about telling the brand story? Finally, people still connect with real human emotions, and we'll certainly come back to that. But I think you made two great points. I think one is the use of, shall we say, deep data analytics to actually, reach out to consumers real time with real information. And, I think all of us have experienced this. There've been a few great campaigns, but today there are video tools available where you can customize a video, to speak a certain message to you addressed by name. I mean, everyone celebrated that famous Mondelez or the Cadbury Dairy Milk campaign of 2 years back when Shah Rukh Khan, did commercials which could be run for every retailer in the neighborhood, right? And more recently, I know there are other, the IPL, the Mumbai Indians had messages customized to individuals. So when you open a message from, say, Rohit Sharma, captain of Mumbai Indians, it says, hi Raju, hi Rohel in this case, who's just walked in. This is, look forward to you supporting us in our next match playing Chennai Super Kings or whatever. So I think that's possible. But coming to you, Puneet, and Puneet's CMO of heading director marketing at MasterCard. So in the space of financial services, where a lot of focus and emphasis is on security, right? Because in a sense, you guys are governed by, RBI laws and such like. How do you guys use technology on the whole immersive experience?
So, we have a robust. So we have a robust backend from a security standpoint. Whenever a transaction happens on, can you hear me? Is it clear? Yeah. Okay. So from a backend point of view, every transaction when it happens, there is a robust AI modeling to understand if the transaction is made by the cardholder or not, right? Check. Okay. But what I want to talk about is, I'm just extending what Pooja and Gunjan said. We are one of those brands who are in a position where we are the last mile for every transaction between the consumer and a very genre of categories, right? And because of which it puts us in a position of leverage where we can deep dive into data on every transaction and understand as to how the transaction or the categories are trending and performing. That is one. For example, we will be in a position or we are in a position to understand which are the cohorts from a consumer segment point of view have affinity to specific categories. Understand the propensity of specific cohorts to buy into specific categories, and also use predictive analytics to future predict possible transactions. Now, all of this put together is a machine learning solution that we use from a B2B perspective to advise or to work with the partners. Now, partners can be banks, can be digital merchants, can be retail merchants, and all of them put together. So purely from a marketing perspective, this is how we use AI ML. And this is an ongoing process. Like everyone know that machine learning only improves as and when there is more data that is added to it. And I think this is something which from a partners also point of view, for example, the banks who come to work with us, or digital partners who work with us, or e-commerce partners who work with us, this is an additional leverage for them to work with us as a B2B solution.
Thanks, Puneet. That's interesting. I mean, I know that in a heavily regulated space like banking and financial services, there's always going to be a challenge. And with India just passing the new data protection bill, I guess that puts an additional kind of pressure. Though, of course, I understand, brands like MasterCard would already be GDPR compliant, which is the European base. But we could possibly probe a little bit into that. Coming across to Rachit Gupta, who is CMO at Hero Cycles. And here's a category that, in a sense, is truly massified and traditionally been very dependent on a traditional dealer network, a brick and mortar dealer network where people go and buy a bicycle. But even here, I think they are developing a D2C offering, which is a lot of consumers who can come and try out the bike, so to speak, virtually. So I'd love to hear your experience, Rachit, in how Hero Cycles is navigating the space.
Thanks, Lloyd. So as Lloyd said, the biggest problem that we had in a space that was growing for cycles overall across India was that the touch and feel of anyone who wants to go out and buy a cycle, they want to touch it, you want to ride it. And for us, the challenge was, how do we go into a space where all our consumers are going, but have a great offering? And last year, we launched our own D2C platforms. And one of the biggest things that we worked for us was that we had at least our top selling bikes, we have augmented reality, where you can actually go in, you can obviously do a 3D view of all the cycles, but also project them onto inside your house or in your, foyer or whatever. And that really helped us in increasing our conversion. So we actually saw about a 20% increase in our conversion rates on our website for both e-cycles, which is at almost 30,000 rupees, and a regular cycle at about 10,000 rupees. So that helped us improve the conversion rates. And I mean, off late, if I look at it, almost 10% people use that feature right now. I wish it'll be a lot more, but it's a start. And that's really helped us bridge the gap between an offline brick and mortar model versus an online model. Also, secondly, just to add, I think what we're using AI for especially is to create unique user journeys. In my previous stint, even at a startup called Easy Diner, the emphasis was on getting customized offers for people across their journey. So, right, somebody dropping off at your purchase cart or somebody dropping off at homepage, you have to hit them with different content. And that's what AI has helped us doing in terms of creating that content specific to the users and, improving the conversion funnel alongside. So, yeah.
Great, Rachit. Thank you for sharing that. Finally, coming to you, Rahul, and in Max Life, Rahul's CMO at Max Life Insurance. How do a category like insurance, where a large part of your selling is trust-based, working with a massive national network of agents who actually meet consumers, assess their insurance needs, try to sell them a package. How do you guys use it? I know from some of the research I did getting onto this panel was that today a lot of organizations use AI to conduct assessments and to conduct training. I understand that KFC worldwide trains a lot of their staff initially through, virtual reality, right? So you actually go and do the entire experience of, getting the fries ready, serving the consumer, do the whole test. And then finally may or may not be a human interface before you actually get onto this job. So what is specifically the context in which Max Life works with some of these tools?
Thanks, Lloyd. A quick context, like all the other colleagues on the panel, insurance as a category for consumers or customers would be engaging for part of 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. So the play of technology is only a matter of time in that sense, because we just have to embed technologies in various ways, because our relationship with our customers is going to outlast the discussion that we are having today, because we may not have even foreseen what technology can unlock. So I think that's one. Second, interestingly, like you mentioned, the category has a huge play of assisted selling and unassisted selling, which is happening direct by customers walking into our gateways directly. Now, I think technology per se has a role to play on both ends. At the back end, like few of our colleagues over here mentioned, there is a huge play of looking at propensity models, what kind of cohorts are going to be more persisting with their life insurance policies. How can we ensure that we're engaging with them to ensure that they continue to persist, A, for them, B, for us as brands or as enterprise. Second, being a passive category, and for this relationship, which otherwise would have, say, one transaction in the year when you're actually renewing your policy. How do you ensure that you use moments marketing, you use technology around it to be able to keep engaging with those customers to ensure that A, you're connected, and B, at the right point in time, you are able to go through that transaction. And I think third, most importantly, what we have seen, like you rightly mentioned, standardization of experience in the assisted selling model, where training can be standardized. We've got a huge influx of our advisors who come on board directly or through our partners, which are, say, our banks or our brokers for that matter. How do you bring in a big degree of standardization using technology? The last one, while these are again experiments, and again, the jury is out there for scalability of metaverse, but to be able to look at the world of financial planning delivered in a personalized way using technology. Is there a way to do that? So I think those are ways in which the category per se or Max Life would embrace technology. Yes, we seem to be an insurance category, but there is a huge fintechness to this category running behind us. And that's why in the last 20 odd years, the private players like Max Life Insurance have been able to boost up the kind of growth that we've seen, either in the direct to consumer business or our business with our seller advisors.
Thanks, Rahul. I think that's a great introduction to the whole, the category and usage in the insurance sector. I'm going to come back to you, Gunjan, and really, my point is, as an impulse category, I spent a lifetime in PepsiCo, and we said that no one woke up in the morning and said, I want to drink a Pepsi today. So similarly, I guess in the candies, the same challenge. Where do you see the use of technology to give the consumer a more immersive experience? Or is it largely very communications led? That you really want communication to be a strong engagement tool, so people think about their next moment of having a candy or post meal or whatever it is. Where do you see, is it largely communication led, or is it kind of all pervasive across all that you do?
I think, first of all, it's a great question and very relevant for impulse category like ours, because at the end of the day, people don't think about buying some of these categories. So how do you, at that moment of purchase, how do you drive relevance or the choice for your brand? And that's super important. And to that extent, technology can play a big role. As I mentioned before, the kind of audience that we deal with is very young, highly tech enabled, knows everything. And therefore, we need to think differently, not offline, but more tech, to be able to connect with them. They live their lives on the Instagrams and the Snapchats of the world, which is very different from the kind of marketing we have done in the past. So specifically, I think there's a huge role of tech to play in impulse. How we do it is the big question mark, right? the way we are approaching, and I'm not saying it's the only way, but we are our first line of communication with the consumer is our advertising and also our packaging. Okay, in Perfetti, for example, we sell about 2 or 3 billion packs a month. Okay, because it's a 1 rupee category. So how can we leverage this packaging smartly and then immerse consumer into an experience that reminds them of the brand and drives the tom and the spont, right? So that is one big opportunity that we have. We are already experimenting with a lot of things in during Valentine's this year. We have a very well distributed and amazing brand called Center Fresh, and that plays in the boy girl space. And we used Valentine's as an occasion to build a smart packaging where you could scan the code and dedicate songs to your loved ones, right? And we had a back-end partnership with Geo7, and it was very disruptive in the category, not just in the category, not just in the confection category, but overall in the FMCG category. So there's many ways in which we can unlock this tech in FMCG per se and impulse specifically. But the larger point, and this is what we keep grappling with, is how do I stay relevant to the kind of audience that buys my product? And their tech for us specifically for Perfetti is huge. So our first line of defense is communication, and this is where we keep experimenting with new things. As I said, we have a AI enabled ambassador. We have got smart packaging. We have started doing new things on our TV advertising. So there's a lot of things we are experimenting with, but at the back end also, whether it's customer service, whether it's training, whether it's HR. So as an organization, we are looking at technology to play a much bigger and wider role within the organization, including upskilling and training people. So there's a massive room for us to do much better with technology, but we are on the right path, and we learn from a lot of our colleagues here who are slightly further up in this journey.
Yeah, great. I think together, I think even with the audience, I think a lot of this is learning. This is an evolving space. I think like Rahul rightly said, no one knows 2 years from now, where will this take us? But I want to bring Rachit into this discussion. And given the fact that cycles also are a slightly more traditional category, right? I mean, maybe calling it legacy, maybe a little unfair, given the fact that there are newer and snazzy bikes. But essentially, the old model of bicycles was go to the nearest dealer and pick up a cycle and someone try it out. In categories like yours, Rachit, therefore, is the use of immersive experience more an engagement tool? Is it a communication tool? Or does it kind of help you kind of build market share in a sense? Is it also a growth tool? Where do you see it?
So, I mean, I think it's a growth tool for us because essentially, if you look at our network, we are pretty much all across India and in terms of saturation of distribution or retail points. For us, what we've seen is, as I was mentioning earlier, the online market is growing, is the only channel which is growing phenomenally. It's growing 30-40% year on year. And for us to be, it's imperative for us as a brand to be present there. Now, what happens is that it's in direct conflict with our traditional retail channels, right? So for us, the way forward is using technology, but also taking our partners along. And for that, you know, our model is actually omni-channel in the sense that I get you online, you experience my product, you make a purchase, but the delivery actually is done by the dealer which is nearest to your home. Now, what that enables is that once you have that connect with the local dealer, you'll probably go back for servicing, you'll go back for, you know, buying another cycle. So that works out because then, you know, we get to keep a share and the dealer is also happy because they've got a customer for life. So for us, AI or even 3D or AR is all to capture a share of this online growing market, especially when you have the likes of Amazons and Flipkarts with great you know, offers and financing options. And that for us as a brand is also very critical in this space because we don't discount. at least online. And we try to keep, selling on MRP or maybe have some tactical offers. And the value prop for my website or for my platforms has to be a great experience enabled by technology. Therefore, get the consumers to buy from us.
Fair. So therefore, immersive experiences are more than just a engagement tool. They're also a growth driver, and they're also an ability to give, let's say, the whole category a much greater leverage, right? Given that you guys are market leaders in the category. Pooja, I want you to come in at this stage and weigh in on the fact that with increasing use of technology and tools, right, bots and avatars and such like, are we in some sense losing the ability to connect emotionally with consumers, right? Finally, people interact, buy from people they like, people they relate to. And in this whole, shall we say, chase for technology and more personalized communication and time of day and such like, is the brand story or the emotional connect weakening? What has been your experience?
Thank you, Lloyd, for the question. Fabulous one. And I think like most things in marketing, the answer is yes and no. It kind of depends on how you use it. I will actually use an example from Rachit's industry. And this comes both as a consumer and as a marketer. This is sometime pre-COVID. Cycles, as you said, are a very basic category. So much so that I think I read somewhere cycle was at one point in time used to be called Aam Aadmi ka something, Aam Aadmi ke paiye or something, right? And it was at some level positioned as a basic elementary necessity level. And then COVID happened, mobility got restricted, and I suddenly saw springing up of a lot of these cycling groups where there was an opportunity for these cycling groups to also meet physically and go on long distance cyclings. But there was this particular, I'm not going to name the brand, but there was this particular application where you would have a stationary bike, you install the application, and you are together doing a cycling course, like a Tour de France of sorts, virtually sitting in your own home spaces. Now for that, for me, completely repositioned cycles as a category. From a Aam Aadmi ka vehicle, it ended up becoming something of an experience that I'm really looking forward to every day, because I'm joining my colleagues in an experience and traveling, and it was extremely immersive. It was so good that it actually got me and a lot of people that I know hooked onto it and revived the whole cycling category at a certain level. And I think that illustrates the power of using technology right? End of the day, consumers want to engage with something, like or dislike it, when it stirs something in them. If it is a pure show of technology for the sake of technology and you're not true to the spirit of the brand, it's not going to make an impact. Consumers are not easy to fool at all, ever. Never before, definitely not now. And I think as long as technology is being used to really bring to life the brand story that you are talking about, I think it's all fair in the game. So how well you use technology to bring to life what is it that your brand stands for, I think makes all the difference.
Great. Thank you for sharing that. I think that's truly an interesting example, and truly using technology to enhance and engage with the consumer to bring out the brand story. So as long as it's in keeping, and is a great point. And that reminds me of another, you can say a pre-AI level innovation, which I saw in Lenskart, and a lot of you may have seen it as well. Lenskart, back about 6 or 7 years ago, they had these little kiosks where you could take a picture of yourself and then try out various frames, right? And people really like to see how they look in various frames. And even for the best of us who go to a store, after a while you tire after trying out 4 or 5. So here you could actually do the whole exercise sitting at home on your phone, try out various frames and say, okay, these red frames look great on me, or whatever it is. But I think truly it's true that using technology to enhance and bring out the brand experience, I think is a great way. Puneet, in your category, which is financial services, and therefore being an intermediary between, let's say, end consumers and merchants and the banking ecosystem, how do you see this thing, this whole technology evolution move on from here, right? At one level, you have this whole, shall we say, the UPI and the fact that people are paying virtually, right? And no longer even with a card, but possibly paying out of their phones. How do you see the evolution of digital payments in this new world? Also, to an extent, keeping in mind the fact that people are getting increasingly more concerned about their privacy. So I like to be pushed and nudged when I'm buying something, and I like a site to be intuitive. But the moment it gets too intuitive, then it sounds like, hey, they know too much about me that my spouse doesn't know, and therefore it's a worry. So how do you guys handle that fine line?
So let me put it this way. I think the entire digital payment ecosystem has evolved dramatically over the past 3-4 years, right? And India is in a position in the entire world where we are today the most dynamic fintech ecosystem, if I may say so, in the world. And the open source technology is basically allowing various platforms and various players to work together to bring convenience and seamlessness for consumers from transaction perspective. And companies like us are completely based on the fact that security is the utmost importance when it comes to transactions. So we are well equipped from an AI ML data perspective to ensure all transactions are safe, secure, irrespective of the platform, irrespective of the format, irrespective of the transaction between players. We are very confident as to, irrespective of how the entire piece is going to evolve going forward. We are robust from a point of view of security and safety. So I think that is where our premise is. But to future forward and predict as to how this landscape is going to evolve is a difficult
Absolutely.
point.
Absolutely. I'll just,
Lloyd, I
wind
think
up.
there's a fine line
Sure.
between being intuitive and creepy. And I think that is what really determines how well consumers receive it, or where I think as users of deep tech in marketing, we have to be like really cognizant of where the fine line needs to be drawn. That is what makes a lot.
And agree with you, Pooja. And the only challenge there is that that fine line is very often dependent on consumers. Some people like to be pushed and said, okay, Amazon knows what I bought last time, so buy this. And some find the whole thing very creepy. So the point is, it also varies. Just the last little closing remarks from you, Rahul. Trying to understand again in the context of the new data protection bill, to what extent are consumers' privacy going to be a hurdle when it comes to selling them insurance, right? You want your agent to be fully informed and know the consumer's life stage and what's the best insurance to sell him. At the same time, you don't want that consumer to feel that, Max Life is violating my privacy, or you in turn are actually overstepping some laws. So any quick thoughts on that?
I think, like you mentioned to Puneet in the beginning, that both his industries and insurances are fairly regulated. So in that sense, we understand the responsibilities that we as manufacturers or distributors have when it comes to customer data. Interestingly, for insurance as a category of a Max Life insurance, ideally speaking, we have 7 opportunities in the life journey of a customer to be able to pitch a life insurance product relevant to the life stage. So obviously data enrichment, being able to look at refreshed ways of looking at the same data, picking up new data points at every possible point of transactions is going to be important. Interestingly, Lloyd, what happens for insurance, and I think for a few other categories for sure, there is something called a net promoter score that we measure, but that's more for transactions. We at Max Life, we really focus on the relationship part of the net promoter score, because what we understand very clearly is that in the voice of the customer, to be able to pick up the point of having what's the fine line as determined by the customer, I think is where, again, tech plays a role. And respecting and being responsible about data, I think is something that's important for all of us. So no two ways about it.
Great, Rahul. Thank you. And thanks, panel. I think we had a good, interesting perspective from diverse industries, ranging from candy to cycles to home appliances to payments, credit cards, and of course, insurance. And I think a good set of learnings, and happy to keep this dialogue going. So hopefully, as they say, the graveyard shift, the first session after lunch is the tough one. Hopefully we didn't lull you guys to sleep and throw up a few ideas and take away. Thanks for your time, and thank you for the panel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Done. Thank you. Now for our next panel discussion on man, machine, and marketing meetup. That's all about regenerative AI and men and more already changing marketing. What does this mean for India? And to discuss the same, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Ashish Tiwari, Chief Marketing Officer, Home Credit India, Deepak Gulati, Chief Marketing Officer, Bridgestone, Saurabh Kuchal, Head, Customer Experience, South Asia, HCL Software, and this session will be chaired by Hoshi Ghaswala, CEO, BW Engage. Let's please welcome our next panelist and the session chair to the stage.
Console, if you all can reduce those lights, it would be good. I really won't make out whether people have gone to sleep. I can't see people in the first row now. I can see some pretty faces. Uday, Ruhel, Himanshu, Nampreet. Good afternoon. You all aren't allowed to sleep. You know, first session thoda allow hota hai. Second session to bilkul bhi nahi. I've been given 30 minutes. But I think the timer has been, someone's cheated on me and set the timer for 20 minutes. I have some clout in this company, so we'll pull it for a little more time. The session is man machine marketing meetup. So, you know, I have to first of all clearly absolve myself and say I did not choose this title. I don't know why the woman is out. There are plenty of women in marketing. So it's man woman marketing meetup. We have 2 or 3 questions because it's a tight panel. You know, let's start. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. So shall we start with you because you were the first speaker who came in, Deepak. So one generic question where we'd like you to share your experiences. You know, marketing's come a long way. I remember our bread and butter depended on print advertising at one point of time. And then when television came, they said print's dying and all of it. That's a different story. That's a different panel. But today marketing is very technology driven. Okay. Automation has done a number on it. Gen AI is doing a further number on it. What are you seeing now? You know, I really don't want to start from the print days like I started right now. But what are you seeing? What have you seen over the past couple of years with your technology experience? And where do you see it going, Deepak?
Sure. Thank you. First of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. I think when we started, I started maybe 25, 30 years ago. There was consumer insights, there was advertising, TV, print, distribution, and that's all. I don't think that's gone away. So a lot has changed, but the inciting and some of the media still exist. But yes, technology has come in a big way everywhere in all parts of our life, and so in marketing. And I think my colleagues are experts in a lot of what is happening today in automation and digital marketing, so they'll talk about it. But the latest buzzword, as everyone knows and talks about, is Gen AI. So how further technology is going to, you know, revolutionize or change it. And when we talk of Gen AI, there are 2, 3 things I think you can think of how it is more advanced or different from current automation or AI. One first thing is it's very contextually aware. So it behaves like humans, it can interact like humans because it can understand the context. And that's a big thing in case of a machine, and then adapt itself and react in line with that. Second thing is massive data generation. So you look at data in 3 ways: the volume of data, velocity of data, and variety of data. So Gen AI can create huge amount of volume in seconds with a great velocity, which is seconds. And the output can be in video, text, audio, images, coding, anything. So the huge amount of variety of data it can create, which was unthinkable before. Yeah, so there is data generation, there is contextualization, and then there is finally self-adaptive learning. Gen AI can learn on itself. It's like a human, it's like a organism which evolves itself as it learns from the environment. Now, you must be wondering why I'm talking these things, because these things then finally determine what or how it's going to change what is there in marketing. So I can just share one use case and then I'll pass it on. And that is hyper personalization, which is something I'm working on and my team is also working on. With the amount of data, with the variety of data, and how it can react in a context and adapt in a context. If you have millions of users you want to talk to, you can talk to each one in a unique way, very specific way, and every second as you get a reaction through a chat bot, through a service bot, or through a digital customer journey. And it can be totally personalized in seconds. So I think this is going to massively change as we move forward, and there'll be many more changes also.
Thank you. Ashish.
See, okay, so the way I look at it is, I don't think so marketing has changed. Marketing, when you talk about, there are two layers to anything. There are fundamentals and there are applications. The fundamentals of marketing still remain very, very same, which were like 100 years back. It's about the consumer. What has changed is the way you approach that consumer, the way you engage that consumer, and the way you can create nudges. And it has changed not because of marketers wanted to change. I mean, I haven't ever met a marketer who said, I need more ways. The reality is that consumers have evolved. Their consumption habits have changed. So what you used to earlier was a print probably became print and TV, then print TV radio, then whatever. And today, if a consumer is glued to a device, which is like the latest data said something about 6 hours, 38 minutes, an average consumer spends on a mobile. If somebody is spending that kind of a time, whereas on TV, he's spending 1 hour, 17 minutes, I'm sure people are going to go behind because of marketing is always about following the consumer. And that's the reason your communication channels have changed. Now with that, and also try and understand there are a couple of different things which have happened in environment. One is that consumers which were used to be glued to a static device, a static shared device, now you have dynamically updated personalized device. That is one. Second thing which has changed very much is about modes of information have changed. The second is the competition. What used to be one person serving thousands today, probably 10 serving those thousands or more than 10 serving thousands in different ways. When you have that kind of a competition, then you have to figure out newer stories. So the way storytelling still remains very important. The way to tell that story has changed. The third thing which is probably putting or which is creating pressure on marketers, so-called pressures on marketer, is that there used to be something called as a consumer life cycle or a purchase life cycle, which used to be at one point in time used to be called as unidimensional cycle. You inform, you explore, you indulge, and then you consume. Today, anything can happen at any point in time. It has become almost like a cube. And this all has happened because of we are standing at a cusp of technology. There is imaginative people, and then there are systems made available. And I can give all kinds of acronyms from Web 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, but let me spare you from that. As far as we are talking about the technology, AI is just one of those technologies around it. Okay. And I have a different point of view here on Gen AI. While a lot of people think that Gen AI is going to kind of the AI, Gen AI, whatever you call ML, AI, there are a lot of acronyms, is going to take over the world. The reality is at the core of Gen AI also, what exists is objects and relationship between these objects. So whether you are talking about think about it, the latest fad in Gen AI or latest thing which you have seen is Mid-Journey, or you talk about any of the AI tools, chatbot, one of the chatbots which is very, very famous, okay, which is kind of everybody was hooked and now has started losing relevance, was all about what was it at the back? It is about some 300 million objects where our relationship is defined. In a simplest way, it's like a kid which you and I have at home. When the kid graduates on first class, they have an alphabet. Then he goes on to second, alphabets turn into words. At some point in time, you start what is called as language. Okay. But at no point in time, till it reaches to a certain place, the difference between any kind of a systems and humans will remain something called as imagination. I mean, who who thought that going to different planets was possible till somebody made it possible? Okay. And it's the same kind of a feeling which we are today in a deja vu when the computers first came in India, and some of us would have seen that era, or when the handloom got changed into the machine looms, when everybody said that everything is going, it's a doomsday because of now machines will make clothes, who will do what? How it can help, the changes it will bring into marketers life is that ICT, information and communication technology, is getting multidimensional. Consumers are getting much more aware, and hence brands or the marketers need to use technologies to be able to talk to consumers where they are, when they want, how they want, and whichever technology you use and delivers you to there is the technology one should use.
Thank you, Ashish. That 6 minutes, 38 seconds is actual per day data.
This is 6 hours.
Sorry, 6 hours, 38 minutes.
Per day.
Mobile consumption.
Mobile consumption.
I
On
don't-
an average. Wow. And it is when half of the country gets the electricity for not more than 6-7 hours. Don't put me on record on that one.
Okay, so I don't have to go to a digital de-addiction center. So, okay. Sort of, I don't know whether that makes working, but you're a service provider. You are helping people, organizations use technology and to get to the marketing objectives. What are you seeing in this space? What have been your experiences? Some use cases.
Sure. So as a tech provider, we work very closely with all verticals and industries, BFSI, telco, manufacturing. As Ashish mentioned, the core marketing has been the same. However, the channels, the requirements have been evolving over a period of time. So we as a technology platform, we try to bring more tech at the disposal for the marketer, so that so during the lunch, I was talking to Deepak, and we were Deepak mentioned that I am a core marketer, right? I would like to reach out to the this new generation, or probably the new consumer. However, I don't want to get much into the technology, but I want to focus more on the marketing. And that's where we as an organization, as a OEM or a software platform comes into picture, where we try to package, build, bake in all the technologies, including GenAI, into the platform and hand it over to the marketer. So the technologies are available at a point click. So for example, if you pick as an example, if you pick any of the new luxury cars, or any of the new high-end cars coming in, earlier there was only reverse camera. Now they're coming up with a camera 360. The recent launch of one of the luxury SUVs, they have installed a camera right underneath the front bumper, so that you can see there's a rock or something right just ahead of your car. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to give you an experience, a driving experience, and that's what our intent is, to build a platform which is constantly evolving based on the requirement of our marketers.
Thank you, Saurabh. We still have time for 2 minutes. Due to technology, the usage of technology, and everyone is using to some extent automation, some level of technology in marketing. For that, the need for consumers to share data, customers to share data has become very, very critical. Without that, it just doesn't happen. However, there are, data security concerns. And forget marketing. I had an incident about a month ago where I paid my Bijli bill, and within less than 10 minutes, I was there in the office early morning. So an hour before office, and I got this call, and the data had leaked within 10 minutes from the electricity company, because my meter is in some other name. And the guy said, do you have a problem? download any desk software and I will help guide you through it. These are real concerns, data leaks, and then, hacks and phishing and all of it. How do you sort of, you're a technology provider. How should companies ensure that their customers feel safe, and what can they do actually to make them feel safe?
Sure. So this question, we get a lot during our conversations, primarily, with CMOs in the office, the marketing. So we see this as two sides of the coin. One is the data, the nurturing of the data, and you're making the data ready for your marketing activities. The other side is actually reaching out to your customers. That's the communication. And the technology, the platforms, the AI, what everything is currently being built on the open source. So that all these platforms and technology are being used on the other side of the technology, where we use we call it pseudo IDs, which is tagged to every customer. So the customer's PII data is never ever exposed to any of the platform which is built on open source. Number one. Second, given the organization strategy, whether they want to deploy, their customer profiles on cloud or on premise, we as a technology provider make sure, that there are set boundaries which are guided under the principles and, passed through the seesaw of the organization. So my response or my answer to all the questions that we get from CMOs, that all these platforms which are built on open source are different, are already baked into the technology platform, and your customers' PII data is as safe as this has been.
Ashish, how do you convince your user that his data is safe? And because without that, you cannot do continuous marketing.
In fact, I'm into financial industry, and we are not only we are heavily guarded, but we are heavily regulated to kind of maintain the secrecy around the consumer data. Again, you need to be able to classify the data between different sets. There is, and then tag it accordingly. So there is sensitive data like PII. There's a transactional data, and then there is data at rest. And a lot of us talk about gathering the data. Very few of us talk about deleting the data or junking the data. And marketers typically are prone to that habit, that collect as much as you can without actually kind of thinking through the life cycle of data. In terms of the data privacy, let me just put it very bluntly. In today's age and time, any consumer thinking about that things are private is a myth. What organization need to do, and that's what one of the deliverables to Web 3.0 is, that you can create wallets. So any one of you, if you have tried creating a wallet, you can have identity wallets, and consumers can will decide. Okay. As an organization, what a lot of us, including the organization which I work for, go through these certifications, go through all kinds of vulnerability tests, create our systems, and most of the data leakage happens not because of one stack is leaking it. In today's age and time of marketing or running the business, I don't think so that any one environment or stack will suffice your all kinds of requirements. The challenge happens when you connect one stack to another, and also because of these are all incremental. What the infrastructure which you created yesterday is only good for yesterday. It might not be able to serve your requirements coming from tomorrow, because the consumer is going to change. And if he or she changes, the way he or she is sharing, both in his life cycle, a new platform is added, you have to seep in that data, enrich your existing lake, and then get back to that consumer. Some of the things which organizations can do and are doing is, as I mentioned, it's about vulnerability, it's about planning, it's about adaptability to different stacks on how and what need to be shared. If you can maintain how, what, when has to be shared with the permission orientation and do the rightful of certifications, I think then as an organization, you are in safe hands and you are keeping consumers safe. And last but not the least, inform the consumer. Why are you collecting something and what are you going to do about it? and for how long are you going to keep it? And I think the new data protection rule which is coming in picture, we were unregulated, so as to say self-regulated market. Now we are going to get into regulated. Word had GDPR, we did not. Our Indian version of GDPR is almost around the corner. I think that should be able to solve a lot of it.
Let's say people follow it.
Thanks. So I think from a technical standpoint, both of you have explained it well on how do you manage that. But as a marketeer, the heart of the question I see is how do I build trust with consumer regarding data, right? So apart from doing whatever we need to do, I think a couple of things that will build trust. First is transparency. So if consumers know how their data is used, or let's say who's talking to them, let's say a chat. So you're having a chat, or there's a bot talking to you. The consumer need to know that it's a bot who's talking to them and not a real human being. If it's a real human being talking, let it be real human being. So from a personal experience, I remember when bots had just started, I was doing some research and I was talking to a bot, and in between I'm struggling why the thing is behaving like that. And at the end of it, I learned that actually it was not a human being and it was a bot. And I didn't feel good because I didn't know who I'm talking to. So transparency of who you are talking to, who you are interacting with. Similarly, transparency of what are you going to do with the data. If I know, I'm much more open to giving it. I'll give the same thing. And how it's going to improve my life. So many times, you put data and you want to, privacy is an issue. So something comes that, okay, if you don't want to share the data, you don't share, but we still end up sharing because we know the recommendations which will come will be very useful, which will help my future searches or whatever I'm going to buy, etc. So having transparency, building trust, giving options or empowerment to the consumer. Finally, if they want to delete, they can delete it. If they want to know what the data is being kept, they should know. So all these things will finally result in more trust, apart from all the organization need to do for security.
Wonderful. I'm going to squeeze in one more question. Okay. And this comes from another series that I was involved with, marketing related. We also spoke to consumers there who spoke about excessive intrusive communication. That was a big problem that kind of came up. Now, because of technology, there are different ways of going into the consumer space. And, there's hyper personalization. Despite that, consumers are finding excessive communication, irrelevant communication, and they're finding it very painful. Ashish, what are you all doing? How do you handle it? Very quick responses, and
So being into BFSI, especially into credit industry, my industry is famous for making calls to consumers. One of the things which I have done as a brand is that putting up a very, very clear consumer contact policy. How many times a consumer can be contacted, and if a consumer chooses, and how do you deal with consumers not picking up, shortcutting? Because at the end of the day, we realized that almost 37 or 38% of my budget was going, and telecalling budget. Let me take an example of telecalling, which was going on calls because if you have a pulse of 15 seconds, 30 seconds, you pay up and you are getting disconnected at 3 seconds. Why to even call? You can't, even if I keep trying, if a consumer is disconnecting me, he or she might not. And if you are giving up money, if he or she needs, you have to come back. More often than not, on the name of personalization and excessive connect, this is a desperation of a marketer to be able to somehow convince you. And whether you like it or not, the classic marketing is, it's not about conviction. You have to position yourself so that consumer is also open to receive your communication. And that's the thing, a technology enables you to reach to consumer. The classic marketing 101 will enable you to know when to. Knowing when to, and then knowing your tools are only going to take you home. So that was one of the examples. I can give you multiple others, but I think for that 1 minute, this is good.
Sure. Only thing I would add is that my personal view is that this is something you will learn over time. In traditional media, when you plan for TV, let's say there is a reach and there's a frequency, and you learn what is the optimal frequency. Similarly, here also over time, you will learn what is the optimal frequency, because your objective is finally not to annoy the consumer, but to make him buy, understand, convince. And if you overdo it, you're not going to do that. So this is something you should be learning over time.
So So we work a lot with banks, and I'm going to take banking as an example because in India, primarily there are guidelines from RBI that a bank cannot reach out to a customer more than 5 times in a week. However, as an example, there is a bank and there is a customer which has a credit card, a savings account, a car loan, and a home loan. And now each of these product managers would like to send their communication to that customer. Either it's an upsell, cross sell, or probably a better ROI offer. Now they would end up sending about 10 to 15 per product communication in a week. Now, how we as a technology organization can bring this to the marketer so that it makes it seamless for them, and also they don't have to work across products teams and evaluate what is the best communication. So what we do, we bake in algorithms, and obviously we use a lot of AI and ML at the back end to bring the optimal fatigue level for the customers, so that the right product communication goes to that customer at the right time. So we have solutions where we use send time optimization, where means if Hoshi is more likely to open a communication, whether it's an SMS or an email on Wednesday between 3 to 5. So the platform enables that communication lands in Hoshi's inbox during that window itself. Plus, we don't send more than 5 communication, in a week, even if the marketers pump those, campaigns through the system, it gets blocked.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm not going to attempt another question, otherwise, the bomb will go off after a minute or so. But I want to kind of thank you all for coming in and sharing your perspectives. What I understood is that whilst automation is there, and I liked your perspective of, it's not that there are newer mediums. It's the way the consumer is consuming today information and communication. I think that was, we always knew it, but that was a key learning. Understood about security, on inclusive communication. Again, it's about what the marketeer decides and what your platform kind of does. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, audiences, for, I'm assuming no one's slept as yet. It's good to have all of you here. Thank you. 29 minutes. 29 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I don't know why do people look at me when it comes to a timer thing. I have to only put it that side, not here. Please, a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. So from the marketing outlook to the tech to now the innovation track, the only way to grow is to look for untapped growth areas and innovate. But the question remains how? And to answer that, we have a few panel discussions lined up for you. The first of which is building brands through the culture of innovation. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Akashdeep Batra, Executive Director and Head of Marketing, Customer Experience and Analytics, DBS Bank. Aparna Bhaval, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC India and Partner Countries. Gunchit Jain, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Colgate Palmolive India. Karan Kumar, Group Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Art Fertility Clinics. Vineet Visambran, Associate Vice President of Marketing and Sales, Adani Wilmer. And this session will be chaired by Professor Abhishek, IMT, Ghaziabad. I like how the audience looks at me and I'm looking at them. Where are my panelists? Wow. Guys, my team, did I just call up the wrong panel, is it? अच्छा मैं भी सोच पड़ गया था थोड़ी देर. Yes, sir. This also feels like a lights gone all pack up scene. No, but we have more to go. We're only halfway through for day one. So we have 3 more panel discussions after this, then a few more spotlights, followed by the awards ceremony. That's for top 100 marketeers. Yeah, no problem, please. Who's been here since the morning, just to ask? Who walked in first? You did, ma'am? One of the first ones. How's it going for you? Thank God. कार्तिकेय, just to be on a lighter note, हमारे पैनलिस्ट का मालूम है ना कि हमें यहीं डिस्कशन करना है, or probably started somewhere else. Sorry for pushing you, but please. That will take time. Yeah, I've been told 2 to 3 minutes.
Newspapers are rising. Dainik Bhaskar Group is proud to lead the growth. With 17.2% YOY growth in ad revenue and 154% YOY growth in PAT, Dainik Bhaskar Group, committed to growth.
Okay, so our panelists are here. I shall once again, after this, reintroduce them. Okay, for the next panel, once again, I shall reintroduce them to you on building brands through the culture of innovation. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Akash Deep Batra, Executive Director and Head of Marketing, Customer Experience and Analytics, TBS Bank. Aparna Bhaval, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC India and Partner Countries. Gunja Jain, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Colgate Palmolive India. Karan Kumar, Group Chief Marketing and Growth Officer, Art Fertility Clinics. Vineet Viswa, always, I want to get this really right, sir. Please allow me a minute. Vishwambaram. Vineet Vishwambaram, Associate Vice President and of Marketing and Sales, Adani Wilmer, and the session will be chaired by Professor Abhishek, IMT, Ghaziabad. So you,
Very good afternoon to all of you. And today I have a most, or should I say the easiest job, because my job is continuing what I have been doing in class, to ask questions to the panelists. And we have a very interesting topic. We are going to talk about the building brands to the culture of innovation. Now, whenever we talk about building brands, and we have a very distinguished panels covering a wide variety of context, FMCG sector, service sector, QSR sector. So we are going to have a service sector. We hope that we are going to have very interesting discussion going forward. So let me start by first talking about how the whole thing happens in FMCG sector. So probably I'll request Mr. Gunjan to start with. And in terms of what, I mean, how, because innovation is not just building, when you're talking about building a brand, it's about coordination across number of multiple players. How do you take this up, and what are the challenges that you see coming up in future?
Cool. Thanks for making me the opening batsman. Not necessarily used to that. So one is super excited to be here. Extremely kicked when I got this invitation, simply because I thought that there were a lot of parallels to what is currently happening at Colgate and the topic for today, which is inculcating culture. And before I get to your question, I want to share why it's super relevant for me. It's super relevant for me because at Colgate, which is the company that I represent, we are actually going through a culture change. For a company that is 200 years old, for a company that's there in more than 200 countries, we recently decided that we are going to change the values of the company. The 3 values that the company stands for are caring, inclusive, and we changed the 3rd one from continuous improvement to being courageous. And for some continuous improvement. Our CEO, ex-CEO in New York, he used to say, at Colgate, we win in the marketplace, not by hitting home runs, but by hitting one base at a time, one step at a time. And now what we are being told is that, hey, it's absolutely fine to go for home runs. It's absolutely fine to strike out a few times, but let's be courageous. And innovation requires courage. And we are talking about the culture of inculcating the culture of innovation, and that's why I was super kicked to come here, not only so that I can share some of my experiences, but also learn from the esteemed panel here. Coming back to your question on how does innovation get done? There's a standard process to follow innovation. There's no rocket science there, but I will just talk about the most important part, which is innovation has to be purposeful innovation, not for the heck of it. Innovation has to be in the purpose of the strategy that the company or the brand has. It always starts with strategy, which is what is our winning aspiration? Where will we play? How will we win? And if how will we win includes innovation, then innovation has to serve that purpose rather than just being all over the place and for the heck of it. So I'll just say purposeful innovation is the most important thing for me.
This would have required you to work into building a variety of products, and that probably also would have been a big challenge. How did you overcome those challenges? What actually you did at Adani Wilmar, which actually helped you to overcome those challenges? Can you share some of those?
Thank you for the question, Professor, and it's great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. I think, see, at the core of it, at the core of our DNA, Adani Wilmar, what is at the core? I think there are a few things. One is that we think at scale. And the second is that we have a deep capability and understanding in the agri value chain, which is basically about agri commodity procurement, processing, value addition and upstream value addition in agri produce. So anything that we do has to spring from here. It has to kind of be powered out of these core capabilities or the core DNA of the organization. And of course, each of these has a lot of implications, scale thinking, right from procurement to distribution, consumption, which means that you're actually catering not only to consumers, but you're also catering to institutional segment, to the HoReCa segment and all that. So it's a huge pipeline from agri to consumption, whether that consumption is in home or out of home. So when we look at it that way, then it's important that innovation teams don't get drowned in the decibel of what is everything that's happening today. Like, there may be a lot of din, there may be a lot of noise on, or a lot of productive stuff as well happening on various things that the innovation team would be picking up. For example, it could be protein or personalization, or it could be instantization, or it could be do it yourself, or return to native, or return to traditional, or return to, let's say, more older world ways of doing things, etc. But I think it's important that we don't get lost in what's happening today and jump right in. I think we need to start, and that's the culture that we're trying to build. We need to start with an original thesis of why will we succeed. And it has to be a homegrown thesis on why we will succeed. And a thesis that is rooted in the DNA of the organization, and also something that can be material to the organization in terms of either top line or bottom line or reputation. So that's what we've been focusing on building a culture and building a process wherein we will come up with an original homegrown hypothesis of success. And also as a culture, it becomes important that for the innovation teams to have the ownership and the conviction. There needs to be a lot of primary legwork. I think the seeds of that thesis of success will actually come from a lot of legwork, meeting dozens of consumers, meeting custodians of consumer knowledge like retailers, other trade partners. So it becomes very important to be convinced yourself on which are these areas that I want to pick up, and which are these areas that are can be supported by the strengths of the organization. And that becomes important in terms of making the right project choices. I think that's the first thing we are working on. And then of course the rest of the building process goes on.
So very clearly what I see is that both of you are talking about is that it is stemming from what the organization stands for. And that is driving what the direction in which you are going to move. Let's move slightly away from that, and maybe next I'll request Aparna to talk about it. That I mean, we know that KFC is in a consumption sector, and consumption sector is one sector which is definitely booming, and a lot of insights are probably getting picked up from the consumers. Now, how do you channelize all those insights to build that culture of innovation for launching brands? So can you share some light on that?
Thank you. Thanks, Professor. And again, thank you to the entire team, Anurag, Business World, everybody for us to be here. It's a very important topic. It was referred to earlier as well, and Gunjit talked about it. It's an important one, I think, simply because the world is changing, categories are changing, brands are changing, consumer preferences are changing, technology is changing so rapidly. So to your point, if you don't innovate, and if it's not in your DNA and culture, like Gunjit was also talking about, you will struggle, the brand will struggle, your business will struggle. And at the heart of all of that innovation, again, another one, thank you for putting a lot of words in my mouth, Gunjit, purposeful, which comes from consumers. So if you don't have a hand on the pulse of what's going to make you reinvent yourself, and again, reinventing not without purpose, but because you know that that's what the next trend is, that's what's going to push the brand and business forward. KFC has been in India now for the last 25 plus years, and each time the team thinks about what next for the brand, what next, not just on the product and menu, but on campaigns, on purpose, a lot of different areas of innovation. We think about what's going to take the brand forward from a growth perspective. It's going to be long-term. It's going to be something that's going to serve consumers well, whether it's on value or on occasions or anything else, or variety. These are 2-3 aspects that keep emerging in a QSR business. So we're very focused on what is it that the consumer is looking for? What are they consuming today? What are they looking for next? And again, those are the parts that fuel innovation for us.
So how do you get to know? How do you get to know? I mean, can you? What all
look,
tracking do you do?
Yeah, I think constantly checking the pulse. So research, of course, is one massive. Now, various types of research as well. At KFC India, we end up doing both quantitative, qualitative researches, in-market tests and pilots that we do, picking up a couple of markets. We also have fantastic franchise partners who support a lot of experimentation, a lot of piloting, a lot of tests in their restaurants, which is a joint business as a one system. We also have equity restaurants in some parts of the country. So we use those as, restaurants and outlets that can give us more information, and we fuel growth like that. So rapid, fast experimentation, quickly failing as well and learning from that, because I know that's such an integral part of innovating as well. Not being afraid to test things, just because everything needs to succeed is not part of the culture or DNA. Again, you can fail at a few things, and that's absolutely all right. You learn from it. Those are opportunities. And hence, again, a lot of times we think about innovation as a, let's say, 8-month cycle, 7-month cycle. It's going to take a long time. I think in today's day and age, it's also important to rapidly test, be able to learn quickly. How do you do that using technology today? So, you need to combine a few of these to be able to quickly learn, experiment, and keep a check on the pulse.
That's very interesting. So, I mean, what you're saying that have those innovations coming in, because KFC also needs to ensure certain level of standardization, but also keep those experiences keep on happening. Yes. And therefore you learn from that. And I think you touched on a very important aspect. Failure is going to be part and parcel of innovation. That's always going to happen. And that's my, next question to Mr. Karan, because I think given the sector that you're in, probably you will be dealing with a lot of failures, because it's a high technology context, and a lot of research would need to go into in a product development, and therefore a lot of failures would also be happening. How as an organization you manage and cope up with that, and what incentives you give to the employees so that culture of innovation is sustained?
Thank you, Prof. And thank you, Business World. Thank you for the people who've shown interest in this session to be here. Appreciate. I'm sure spending the entire day at a conference like this can be difficult. I'm going to say, so I worked about 16 years at ITC. I worked about 3 years at Fab India, 3 years at DLF, and now I'm working with a chain of fertility clinics. And there are a couple of things that I've kind of noted down while some of my panelists were speaking. And one of the things that Prof just said. So let me quickly say the first thing which comes to my mind, which is, do you know what is the biggest adversary of innovation? Culture, DNA, all that is fine. What is the biggest adversary of innovation? The biggest adversary of innovation is actually incremental improvement. And this is something that Gunjit referred to when he said that we're moving into incorporating a value called courage. Because you will innovate whether you are a person in individual capacity, a team leader, or an organization, only if you have the courage to embrace failure. Innovation and failure are two sides of the same coin. And that's something that Prof just quickly touched upon right now, right? If you don't have the capacity and you don't have the capability of embracing failure, don't even try and fool the world. Forget your own internal system that you are out there to innovate, right? So incremental changes versus a fundamentally new product value proposition is the first difference in terms of true innovation or not. Second, your appetite for failure has to be more than your appetite for success. Please keep in mind, when you're trying to do blue sky thinking, you will fail many more times than you will succeed. So don't be stupid and foolhardy in believing that everything I'm going to touch is going to turn into gold. If you, in your individual capacity or as a team leader and as an organization, do not have that appetite, again, don't fool yourself. Appetite for failure, and therefore the courage to be able to deal with failure, is the other thing that becomes extremely important. The third thing that you must be careful about, and be not careful, but you need to be aware about, is every innovation causes a tension in a cross-functional team. Also equally important, every innovation happens because of a cross-functional team. No single team innovates by itself. So the marketing team will be based on certain feedback from consumers, from the sales teams, we'll go to the product team, and everybody is going to be pushing the other person outside their standard comfort zone. So if you have to innovate, A, recognize that it's a cross-functional team effort. B, recognize that everybody is going to feel uncomfortable. C, recognize your own capability to make people as comfortable as possible. Otherwise, your starting point of an innovation or product development is zero. And the last thing that I want to say is that if you want to really strongly drive a culture of innovation, yeah, keep in mind three things. One is the process. So there needs to be a process in place. It's not, you have to make sense of the madness, right? And including what my friend Aparna just said, you fail, you need to figure out in how much time I will give myself to test out a concept. And if I do fail, in how much time will I revise the concept? And that's just one part of the process. Process is the first thing. It needs to be very, very clearly enshrined. Secondly, you need to have a separate investment budget, which you can write off. Because you will fail. I told you in the beginning, you will fail more number of times than you'll succeed. So you're not going to get an ROI in a standard typical kind of a way in which you monitor it across other spends. So process, investment, and the third, I think that's counterintuitive, is patience. Everything cannot be just accelerated. Some things have their own time of learning and implementation. Yeah. So for me, I think these three things or these 4 points are important points. Just a quick one on where I'm working right now. I work with a chain of fertility clinics, highly specialized subspecialty in healthcare. For us, innovation also means creating treatments and protocols which do not exist right now. And how do we do that? We invest the highest amount in the world on proprietary research. So we use those outcomes to create changes to our existing treatment protocols. So very different from your FMCG kind of a play, but I've done FMCG. I've done 16 years of ITC. Very different from your FMCG kind of play, but that's the other interesting place where innovations intersect with research and marketing. Yeah. And the idea is to incorporate as many new innovative practices to tweak and change treatments only to the extent of improving patient outcomes. Thanks, Prof.
It's very interesting. I'll come back to, yeah.
Sorry, I just want to build on a couple of extremely critical and important things that, Karan just spoke about, which is failure. Embracing failure is too far away. In most of the organizations, failure is punished, right? That's the starting point. On your individual objectives or OKRs or whatever you want to call it, you get 4 out of 5, you don't get the highest rating. You miss something, you're gone, right? So it's a too far away and ideal for many organizations. So starting one step at a time is extremely critical. And that's where, again, another thing that Karan spoke about is, put some money aside for it. Start by making there room for failure. So an example of that, in my last job, I was in the Greater China region. And one of the winning aspirations that we had crafted for ourselves was to be the best in the industry on media effectiveness and efficiency. And for that, what we had to do so that people, learn to fail and therefore, do things which are courageous, we took 15% of our media dollars aside and put it as something which we call the learning lab. So suddenly the job of that team managing the learning lab was to fail 10 times and succeed once. So it was that 15% of the money that actually made the balance 85% better, because we learned what doesn't work 10 times and we learned one thing that worked. So extremely critical 2 points that he just mentioned.
Learning from failure is absolutely, you close the door, that that's not going to work. At least that that's not going to work. That's so moving on. I think and I'll come back to this cross-functional effort a little bit later, but moving on. My next question is for Akash. And Akash, we know that, our speakers have been also talking about it, that they all, certain process, certain norms, which I think your industry, your sector is one which is going to face it most, because being in banking sector, you have to follow a number of regulations. How do you manage to create a culture of innovation in spite of so many regulatory requirements, that norms that you have to follow? The RBI, there's a lot of other fixed things that you have to, and I believe you are seeing a based bank, so you have to follow norms from there also. How do you manage all that and still continue to build a culture of innovation?
Sure. So for me, innovation, as per definition, is something different that creates value, right? I think one of the things that I believe is generally a policy is to look at innovations as something which only large changes which have to be done, only engineers can do it, only people who go to Silicon Valley can do it, and so on and so forth, right? So I think it could operate at any levels. Rather, in DBS, we look at viability of all innovations in a pyramid that we call which has impact today, tomorrow, day after, and obviously moonshot innovations as well, right? And I think for us, the objective of operating within the regulations is fairly ingrained into what we do, right? But I think there are enough and more opportunities for us to innovate. And in a services industry, it's largely about how do you cross-functionally collaborate, which my panelists were referring to significantly. So one of the big changes that DBS has gone through is about to organize ourselves differently, right? We believe at something called managing through journeys, where our fundamental concept is that typically organizations in the past are organized vertically, right? So you've got sales, you've got marketing, you've got distribution, and so on and so forth, right? Our belief is if we start with what the consumer's jobs to be done is, and then organize ourselves backwards, we'll actually be a lot more effective in delivering to what the consumer needs, right? What does it mean, right? I think the concept of cross-functional collaboration becomes is a topic which gets discussed in innovations quite a bit, right? The way we've organized right now is where all teams from different cross functions actually operate in what we say as one performance cell, delivering on a consumer job to be done, right? So by definition, everyone's working towards solving a problem for the customer and delivering a customer experience which is superior than everyone else, right? And innovation and boiling it down to experimentation becomes one of the principles and values that you follow, right? Which means, I think again, just talking about those large investments and the fact that only large investments will deliver innovations. This team continuously experiments multiple times over basis hypothesis created to get results and then scale. It also makes sure that the risk that the organization can take is within the limits of what you can drive, right? And all of this is done within the regulatory framework. And then a lot of times, I think at least in India, my belief is that the regulator is very accommodative. So if you have to go tomorrow and say that we're trying to do this, if it's in the interest of the customer, the regulator is always supportive in either creating sandboxes for you or making sure that they work with you in creating it. So in our sector, I think organizing ourselves to execute quickly to deliver on what the customer wants within the framework is the approach that we take.
Okay, so that's very nice. That's very nice. So one more thing I was wondering what is that, see, when you're talking about this culture of innovation and building brands, it's not just the innovation culture has to be at the HO level. It has to percolate down to the level at the ground level, and everybody has to keep on contributing in that process. So how does the organization keep those channels of communication open, so that what is happening at the ground, ideas can be picked up from there, and they can also be incorporated in the overall strategy that gets formulated? So maybe Vineet, you would like to.
So like I was saying earlier, it's once you form this cross-functional team that is going to be working on the project, I think it's very important that the team has shared ownership of the problem and the way they're trying to solve the problem. I mean, Gantt charts and timelines and phase gates and all that are fine. But at the end of the day, tu main nahi hona chahiye. I mean, it shouldn't become a finger pointing thing, no, between departments. So there has to be this shared ownership. Now, that ownership starts right at the beginning. So you're talking about how do you percolate, how do you pull out insights or pull out information. So as the team, which has been allotted a certain opportunity space, is working on the ground on generating with a lot of curiosity and trying to discover what is it that will give us a right to win. For example, in the context of some project, we were loitering the markets and when you make a discovery, it feels like, wow, I didn't know that. I mean, that's cool. Like for example, the pizza delivery guys have put sachets of oregano in every household in India. So I was in Madurai the other day, and the lady was making oregano rasam. And surprisingly, yesterday I was in Rohini, and I was again doing some house visits, and I found that oregano chole ban rahe the. Now, for the space that we were kind of exploring, I don't know if this is a relevant insight, but it set us thinking like, this is something. Have we hit upon something? You know? Similarly, we were doing some work a few weeks ago on another opportunity space, and we found that the instant pasta manufacturers have created such widespread awareness of this Italian thing called pasta that every kirana dukandar today is selling loose fusilli, but he calls it spring. Every kirana dukandar in urban rural markets is selling penne, but he calls it tube. So what's happened is that the market has got created by instant pasta guys, but the fulfillment is happening through loose borewala pasta manufacturers. And a supporting setup has also sprouted, which is basically the masalas, pasta masalas. So now we're wondering, are we onto something? You know? So when you get one of those insights, it hits you like eureka. You know, like I was doing some work on aromatic basmati a few weeks ago in RS Pura. And network nahi tha in the house where the researcher and the qualitative researcher and the moderator were. So I couldn't call them. So I was like maybe 200 meters from the home. I was just loitering, and then the smell of traditional aromatic Himalayan foothill basmati hit my nostrils. And I actually found the house because I smelt my way to the house. And then it struck me, do I have something? I mean, it may not be a product development insight. It may be, like a communication development insight. In fact, if you see our Kohinoor ad, you'll find that we've worked on that, our recent Kohinoor campaign, Khushbu Kuch Khas. So there are a lot of these things that the team is exploring together. Like we were in Bombay, in the suburbs a few weeks ago, and we were doing some consumer work on blended oils early in the morning, maybe about 11ish. So these are NCCS B households. We were meeting homemakers, and the husbands had gone to office and the children had gone to school. All of them on a Monday morning had a nightclub stamp. So Saturday night outs, the girls' night outs, I would not have expected them to be doing that. I mean, it's like every Saturday the girls get together and go out. And I was also surprised that everybody's doing something entrepreneurial, either a coaching class or a yoga class or something. So is that a communication insight? I was in Vijayawada, and a lady, we were having a consumer immersion with another homemaker, and so everything was fine. Husband, very, very loving husband, hardworking guy, makes good money, very happy with the family situation. Children are doing well, daughter's doing very well in school. So we asked her, so what kind of a life do you want for your daughter? Do you want her to become like you? Then she said, no, I don't want her to be financially dependent on anybody. This was NCCS B2, B3. So it struck me like everything on the surface seemed normal, but
and all of this goes into your thinking about what the brand should stand for.
So these eureka moments, like I didn't know, wow, these are the things I think that they may be useless, but at times those become the things that help you construct a product proposition and a communication and a full package, the marketing mix that can actually make the difference.
Great. I mean, I just want to pose this to the CMOs who are sitting there. I mean, how much role? I mean, of course, the top leadership role they have a role to play, but how somebody else organizations have to implement what all the top leadership needs to ensure that this role is done well, that they are able to push whatever we have been talking about this in terms of that there has to be purposeful innovation. It has to be linked with the organizational, what the organization stands for, and gathering data from the consumers, and also probably accepting that the failure is going to be high. So what all work is to be done by the top leadership to ensure that all of this keeps on flowing? We are out of time, but we'll just request you.
Yeah, so we'll be swift. We'll be extremely swift. So see, in my view, whatever might be the culture that you need to ingrain, it has to start from the top. It must start from the top. So the number one responsibility is ours. The buck stops at us. That is how it is. So if innovation is the culture that needs to be incorporated, it needs to start with us. That is number one. Decision needs to be taken. This is part of culture. Second, you have to very clearly define what this means and what this doesn't mean, because culture is nothing but exhibited behaviors and behaviors that are avoided. What behavior exhibits innovation, what doesn't, has to be very clearly defined. Third, identify what are the inhibitors in the organization that are holding people back from exhibiting these behaviors. Fourth, get those out of the way. Fifth, reward the right behaviors. So all of this is the leader's job. The leader's job is not to actually innovate, but to pave the way for innovation to happen. And when the best innovations come to you, become a champion for it to take it forward.
So what Karan said in terms of the process part has to be right.
Yeah. I think, no, well said. And again, also we're marketeers, so we'll quote some sources. I think the very recent Harvard Business Review also quoted that almost 40% jump in productivity happens if innovation is at the root of, you know, the culture of an organization. And hence, again, a leader's responsibility is to be able to fuel that. So first, do you have a leadership team that has the appetite for innovation and truly has that appetite? And a lot of the points were made here to be able to take the risk, that risk appetite, setting aside budgets, resources. At KSC India, truly we are organized in, we were talking about multifunctional teams, we're organized, all 130 people in the organization are part of some squad, which are multifunctional squads. One is for transaction growth, one is for digital growth, one is for customer experience, one is for regionalization. So these are squads, multifunctional. That's one. How do you, to Gunjit's point as well, how do you recognize the skill sets in all the people that you have, bring those relevant skill sets together, identify any bottlenecks that you can help remove in the path of innovation? But it truly starts from, like we said, the DNA and the culture has to be, we have an appetite for innovation, innovation which leads to growth, and that's communicated down to the last wire. And that's something that you demonstrate every day. It's not something that you pick up once as a forum. Once in a quarter, everybody meets and talks about a fancy thing called innovation. On a daily basis, customers, your customers, your teams, your franchisees, yourselves, everybody has to be part of that, that growth, forum or innovation.
Just concluding words. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say this, and going back to your the question before this, actually, of course, the part on a framework is extremely important. Without a framework, doesn't work. But I just want to say this, that I think Prof asked, is everybody involved in that innovation process, and how do you co-opt people from below, from the grounds up, right? Now, I think it's very important to understand roles of different people. You want information to flow grounds up, but please don't make the mistake of saying that everybody is going to be an innovation lead, because that leads to indiscipline. I'll give you a small example. Somebody in my company once told me there is only one chairman. If even the salesman is going to start doing strategy, then the salesman is going to do his own protocols. Colgate, Palmolive, ITC, anybody else who's in the business of managing distributed salesmen in the market, everybody's been given down a process on how a sales call needs to be done. Now, if every individual starts innovating on that steps of making a call, or I am part of a clinic which performs surgeries or setups. Now, if every doctor was to start innovating, on how they want to go about doing procedures, it's utter chaos and utter madness. So innovation is not a license to be indisciplined. There are people who are supposed to be performing certain roles. You need to co-opt as many people grounds up into those teams, but it does not give the license to everybody to be doing their own thing in the name of, I'm trying to innovate on my on what I'm supposed to do. Imagine a Jawan in the army starts innovating on the war front, and starts going against what the stated command of his commander is. So I'm saying let's be very careful about keeping those checks and balances in place.
Absolutely, absolutely, totally agree. Any last quick word from you, Akash?
No, I mean, I partially disagree with Karan. That's my last statement. I think this belief that only people who wear innovation hats are the ones who are supposed to innovate. In my mind, it's a way of looking at it, saying that innovation can only be done by some smart people and not by everyone. Yes, the context for everyone is clear. As long as you can, sort of say innovate within that context, why not? Even an army jawan comes through an uncertain and a plan where the expected direction might not work, so you're expected to innovate. That's my limited point. I mean, I'm going back to the point. It's everyone's responsibility to innovate. I agree with Karan when he says that the information has to flow one direction. But for example, one of my beliefs is in a bank specifically, there are only two roles. You either serve the customer or you serve somebody who serves the customer. The guy who serves the customer, who's in the front line, understands consumer needs far better than anyone who can sitting in a head office, right? So I think it has to be everyone's responsibility given in a context, and make sure there is something different which adds value for everyone within the organization. That's my limited point.
Thank you very much. I think the key takeaway is that what I can figure out is that yes, innovation has to flow, but there has to be some basic level of common process which needs to follow, and there would be some tweaking which has to happen. Otherwise, and how well you manage that process, as you have been talking about, the process becomes very important. That is what is going to lead to that culture being rewarded and by top leadership having those open lines of communication, which is what is going to drive it. So thank you very much for being a wonderful panel, and that's all from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you. Up next is a fireside chat on marketing's transition from cost center to revenue generator for a company. And please join me in welcoming our panelists, our speakers, let's say for the same. Sunil Raina, President, Lava Mobile, with Rohail Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Come, you introduce, please come.
Thank you, Aditya. Thanks everyone. And sorry for being late. We're just outside discussing the finer points of this. Thank you, Mr. Rana. As you know, we all have used this. I definitely know. I've once used Lava as well, and I know a lot of people who use it. And the topic is, marketing function, which was seen, and still a lot of brands see it as a cost center, and a lot of them see it as a revenue center. So the approach has changed, over a period of time. Perspectives have changed, mindsets have changed. But let me ask you, when you as a business leader, as a marketing leader, when you started your career and where we are now, did you ever face a time when it was seen, as a cost, and you were really worried about spends and you had to explain what these spends mean? I mean, have you faced those kind of situations in your career?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here today. So, first, like you said, there's definitely a change from how marketing was viewed earlier to how it is viewed now. So it's more considered to be business linked than it was in the past. And the reason for that is that, you now have more measurability than you had earlier, especially with the digital marketing coming in, with becoming the lead, marketing vehicle, so to say. That has brought in a lot of transparency into how it is translating, how your actions are translating into the business, real business, right? Which was not the case earlier. You would put up a hoarding and you wouldn't know how much sale has it generated, right? And that used to be the huge cost. So definitely in the past it was viewed as only a cost center, not really knowing. I mean, people knew that it has to be done, but you didn't know how much business it will bring. But, I mean, just to tell you what used to happen very frequently is that, you would start the year with a certain budget. Let's say it is 10 crores. And you would make all your plans for the year saying, okay, I'm good. This is how I'm going to spend my 10 crores throughout the year. And suddenly one day the CEO would come and say, you see, in the month of September, he would say, okay, now we don't have 10 crores. You already spent 7, you're left with 3. So because this is the easiest cost to cut, right? And so everybody would first jump into, when any cost cutting initiative will happen, they would first go to marketing saying, oh, this is the easiest one to really cut down. So and that meant that nobody really saw it a very strong enabler for the business, which is very different today. I think things have changed a lot, but I think it still happens to a large extent. So yeah, that's the change I have seen in my life over time.
Right. And so metrics is when, of course, the digital part came in. You got metrics, you could see a dashboard that could give you the numbers. But is that the only factor that changed the mindset of people? I mean, what led to that cultural change, if you could, dwell into it a bit?
I think one, definitely this led to a behavior change, in the sense that because now that you can measure it, so therefore everybody started behaving in the same manner. So that, I think, a large part of the cultural shift is because of the measurability which has come into play. And secondly, also because, I think earlier there was competition, and but I guess the competition intensity has only gone up over time. And that is also because when the economy opened up and you had more players, you had more competition coming in, there was lesser of a monopoly in the industries. That also made sure that everything that you're spending, you are asked for bang for the buck. So because a competitor, then you get the data of how much competitor is spending, how much you're spending, and when you compare notes and you see that maybe your competitor is doing a better job. So that has also led to a shift in the way people have started thinking about marketing now.
So finally, when you joined, I mean, when you co-founded Lava, a lot of things were in your hand, how did you approach marketing at that point? Because it was a startup at that point, 14 years back. And how did you look at marketing? Was it a cost for you at that point? Did you approach it as a cost? Did you approach it as an investment? What was it like 14 years back?
I think no, we started as very naive. Honestly speaking, there were about 300 brands that we were competing against. The only formula everybody had, jo dikhta hai, wo bikta hai, right? So the more you spend, the more business you will get. because at that time there were only Indian companies who were fighting among themselves, and we usually used to be number 1, number 2, number 3 would be Indian companies itself. So the idea at that time was not really so, because the growth was also very fast. We were growing at a very rapid pace, and therefore marketing spends were not that of a problem. So therefore, I think we spent very inefficiently in the initial time, because we didn't realize that this money that is being consumed so recklessly is finally going to come back to haunt us at some point in time, and which it did. And the result is that out of those 300 companies that we were competing against, 299 companies don't exist anymore, right? So we're the only ones left behind.
So wrong marketing led to that, right?
I think I would say reckless spending on many areas, and marketing was one such area. And of course, there were other issues also that were there. But I'm saying we never put a very serious thought into how this marketing has to be done, how we have to make sure that that 1 rupee travels farther, and it kind of becomes 1.25 rupees, so to say. We never thought about it. But when you are constrained for resources, when you are a challenger, which is our new avatar, we are a challenger now, and we are constrained for resources, you definitely look at different matrices. You look at how do you make sure that every bang for the buck is achieved.
I remember, the clutter that you're talking about, especially in the category that you are in, and still Lava is around. It is launching new products. What has worked for you when we talk about marketing? What has really worked for you that has made you stand out and still, exist, be there in the market, look for expansion?
I think one important thing in marketing is to really be able to define your problem very clearly. Most of the time, that's where we make the mistake, that we are not able to define the problem very clearly. So when we looked at, because like I said, it's a new avatar for us, because earlier we were doing very well, and then the disruption took place, and we had to rebuild ourselves. And the place where we stand today is that now we have reinvented ourselves, and we have become a startup again, as it's almost as good as we're a new company, and then trying to figure out how to do things. So our approach basically has been, in fact, I've had many years of experience in marketing. So when I kind of look back and see what are the mistakes that I made, so then I realized that it's very important to really clearly pinpoint what the problem is. So in our case, we figured there are three clear problems. One is that from a marketing standpoint, we were not so visible in the market. So our competitors would paint everything green and blue and whatever colors they had. They would do that everywhere. So we wouldn't be there because we didn't have the resources to do that. Then also because people had lost trust in Indian companies. So we had to rebuild that trust, and we were seeing how can marketing rebuild that trust, and how can this be handled through the marketing initiatives. And the third one was that people didn't feel that carrying an Indian smartphone or an Indian brand really gave them any pride. So we therefore simplified to say, in my earlier avatar, I would have used terminologies like awareness or imagery and things like that. We said that's not what it is. We have to explain it in the simplest terms that all of us in the company, whether you are in marketing or you're not in marketing, all of us should understand it in the same fashion. So we renamed these 3 parameters. We said, what is our problem? Problem number 1 is visibility, right? Problem number 2 is credibility. And problem number 3 is pride. So we have to solve through marketing interventions these 3 particular problems. And then we went about creating programs for each of these areas, which we were not doing earlier. We used to say, okay, my competitor is doing 1, 2, 3, 4. I also need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Maybe I'll do more of that. So then more of that philosophy versus being very clear about what do you want to solve, what specifically you want to solve as far as the problem is concerned. I think that shift in our thinking has come in, and which I would say a large part of our growth today that is happening is thanks to our renewed thinking about this whole approach.
Talking of mistakes that you said, Lava in its 14 years, and you as a someone who has led the marketing strategy, when you look back and we talk about mistakes, do you think there anything that you would have done in a different way? Anything that comes to your mind?
Yeah, I think one thing, I think this is something that happens to the marketing function very often, is that you somehow you fantasize the jargons. It's like it's when the new jargon comes in the market, you want to be the first one to catch on to that, right? Because you want to show, okay, I know this new jargon out there, and then you somehow you lose the connect with the consumers. You get more immersed in the jargons than in the consumers. So earlier in our marketing, when in my earlier days, we would just assume that this is what customers must be thinking, and this is the solution that I must give that person, and it'll get solved. I think we've changed that completely, and this is from the learning. So today, there are two key things that we've changed. One is simplify. When the world is going to jargonize marketing, you simplify it at the same pace, right? Which means you make it extremely simple for even the layman to understand what you're talking about, right? So it's like going to the basics. So that particular part is has something that has really worked for us. And second is go out and meet customers, because in the digital world, I mean, for us, the customer is what that person does. It is not why that person does what that person does. The digital marketing world, and which is what a lot of data crunching that we do, is more about what the customer is doing. It is not about why that person is doing what that person is doing. And that why cannot be answered unless and until you meet those people. I mean, in the virtual world, practically the DP is the person you are, right? And in reality, the DP and the real person are two different people. Exactly, they're poles apart. But there's a different self out there in the digital world, and real world, real person is someone else. But when you meet them and you talk to them, you find amazing insights. And we have this session every 15 days wherein all marketing and product guys go out in the market. We have a very large hall, and some people make a presentation and talk about the consumers they have met and what did they learn from them, what are the new things that they are picking up. So it's now become cultural to us that we have to always go and talk to customers.
So you raised a very valid point. And we are at this forum where the crux is, what is effective marketing? End of the day, that is what we really want to pin down to, that what is effective marketing. And as you said, that we need to go out and listen to our consumers, but in a CMO's daily life, normally it is a very layered, you get that information at second hand, of course, because the CMO won't have time to go out and understand. One is how does a CMO deal with this lack of maybe time to go out, understand it firsthand? Whatever information we get is through research agencies and all. How much should we believe in that? Of course, they are valid points, but as a CMO, I mean, how can a CMO be a hands-on leader? Second, how do you define effective marketing? What is your definition of effective marketing?
Okay, so this time thing about CMOs, I would say it all depends on what you prioritize. If you are a marketing head, if you're a CMO, you better find time for market, right? Because your title carries market in it. So you better go and talk to people in the market. So therefore, there's no other way to do it. So you need to find time.
Do you actually go to the market? Do you go to the stores to check?
Of course I do. I do regularly. I do about at least 3 days in the month. Although I don't handle only marketing, I handle many other functions. But I go at least 3 days a month for sure, because that's a mandate that we have put on all of us, that we have to do it, right? So it is very, very important to do that. The effective marketing is, I would say, one objective is how do you drive the business, right? Which is, of course, you can call that effective marketing. But I don't think marketing's job is to only ensure that how much business we will get this year, right? Or maybe next month or next 2 months, etc. I don't think it's limited to that. Marketing has a broader role, and broader role is that how do you bring the soul of the brand alive in the consumer's mind? It's not just about just nice communication, but eventually it must add up to saying this is the brand, this is the personality, and this is the kind of brand that I would like to connect with. Building that connect is very important, and that I would say I would call effective marketing. Of course, business is an outcome of how strong a brand you build, not the other way around. So yeah, I think that would be it.
You know, there's another approach to marketing, especially which happens around some events that take place. You know, it can be a sporting event, it can be anything of that sort. You know, just go all out and just, you know, bombard them and then just capture their attention. And the other one is frugal approach. Despite having the budgets, you know, you go frugal, you go targeted. What works? What is the best approach? And is the mix of the two the best? I mean, what does Lava look at, you know?
You know, I think it is a mindset thing. You know, when you have resources, you generally tend to spend them lavishly, right? You know, you have more money and therefore, you know, you spend more and you try and find where all can I paint everything. But I think the way I look at marketing is that if you have 100 rupees budget or you have 100 crore budget, the approach is that how can I make this 100 rupees equal to 120 rupees and make that 100 crore equal to 120 crores. So how can I maximize the value from the same expenditure is something that I would rather want to do. And then it all depends on, say, for example, I'll give our example. When you said the most effective, I mean, you go to any research, go through any research in the world. And one most effective marketing tool that every research will tell you is word of mouth, right? And word of mouth does not cost anything. It just costs nothing. But tell me how many people are really working on the word of mouth as a core strategy in doing marketing? I would say very few, right? People generally say, and when the year starts and people start asking, "Ab is saal kitna budget aayega?" Right? And that's what gets them excited. Achha, this year it is 100 crores. And then they start figuring out, achha, 100 crore kaise spend karna hai? That is why this problem of saying, you know, our CFO saying, okay, you know, this guy only keeps spending money and doesn't get any business for us, because that's how the whole thing works. But I think this this approach, for example, in our case, what we implemented, we implement some programs wherein we are able to generate the word of mouth in the market. So wherein you spend very, very minimal amount of money but get a higher bang for buck. So there are tools available which you can just start working on.
You know, in your previous answer, you said, you know, Indian brands had a certain challenge. There was no aspiration, or, you know, people really, you had to find a reason to own one. How has that bit changed now? I mean, what is your reading of that part?
I think things have changed completely. In fact, you know, today being an Indian brand is an advantage that we have, which wasn't the case some time back. No, that's because of the geopolitical issue that has taken place. And today, you know, people prefer to buy Indian products. Look at what is happening in cars, Tatas and Mahindras. You know, the sales going through the roof. And we are also experiencing the same thing. It's just that people didn't really trust the products, the quality, the experience that they would get from these products. But now that has changed, and all of us have made sure that we are able to build our products which are of global standards. And once you do that, the consumers are happier to buy an Indian product than buy an international product. So in a way, the tide has turned in our favor now. So that's a good news.
So this complete change of perception of a brand, you know, of course, you're pumped in a lot of marketing dollars and they have delivered. But if I talk about the medium, because there was a panel before this, and I really want to ask you this question, that in terms of mediums, which one has delivered the most for you?
I think we have mostly been doing digital marketing, and we have a very limited offline marketing. So there are two key areas that we have especially focused on. One is our digital marketing, and then there is a retail stores. So these are two places where we have spent the most. So we're not really spent on other platforms yet, and I think that has worked very, very well for us. Because like I said, as a company, when your resources are limited, you really want to know that whether 1 rupee that you spent is actually giving it at least 1 rupee value, or it is just 50 paisa. So so for us, this has worked very well. But I think it depends on the objective that you have. For example, if you want to build aspiration, then maybe you will have to do your marketing in different places, let's say airports or aeroplanes or whatever. It depends on what your finally marketing objective is. So for us, these are the two platforms that we worked on.
So we've seen also you launched new products, recently, and is your focus going to be smartphones, or we're going to see something new in this portfolio?
The smartphone is definitely going to be our key focus because we belong to the industry, and we see huge potential and opportunity for us. One, because we are ready in terms of our product capability, in terms of our distribution capability. We are ready for taking the smartphones to the next level. Other than that, there are another category that we are now focusing on, which is a smart wearables category, which is your smart audio and smart watches. And smart watches in particular has got huge market, and it's huge potential. And also it is at a stage where I would say what mobile industry was about 10 years back. The smartwatch industry is exactly at that space right now. Lesser competition, and competition primarily among Indian players. You don't have any foreign player very strongly positioned there, which will happen in some time. And the readiness of the Indian companies to really be able to compete for the future at this stage is lesser. But with our capability and our learning for the last so many years, and also having really taken on the foreign players for so long, and we have our own experience of doing that. And we believe for us, the readiness is much higher compared to what others have, and therefore we think we'll be able to do a much better job there.
The last two questions. You spoke about CMOs and CFOs, the need for them to speak the same language. How can that be? I mean, how to make that happen easily, in your view?
What is the problem of CFOs with CMOs? The problem is that they see marketing as a fixed expense, right? And they say, okay, the business kuch bhi chal raha ho, ye apna marketing spend to karega hi karega, right? Because he said, I've committed my television, I've committed this property, that property, and all of that, right? So because the fixed expense, the CFOs are always worried, because when the business goes up and down, the marketing money does not go up and down. It just stays saying, okay, I've got my budget for the year, I'm going to spend it, right? I don't even know what is happening to business as a CMO. That's where the problem comes. I think one change one can bring, which is what we have brought in our company, is that made marketing as a variable expense, not a fixed expense. Let me tell you the practical problem that we have solved by doing that is because you start with a plan for the year, and it's not necessarily the plan will go exactly the same way that you thought. But because mostly the marketing guys are oblivious of the business results, so they kind of continue doing what they are supposed to do. And suddenly in the middle of the year, when the numbers are not going in the right way, and suddenly there's a huge cut on marketing expense that takes place because it's a fixed cost. And then then the mood in the marketing department is very they all feel disappointed that how can this be done, and etc. So what we did is we convert into a variable expense, saying that now CFO cannot tell me that you have to do a cut of the money, which also ensures that the CMO is looking at the numbers all the time. He's not just hitting a surprise at one point in time. At 6 months, he's hitting a surprise. Okay, the business is not going well. He exactly knows every month what is happening to the business. And that person is automatically changing his strategies and spends and figuring out how this marketing spend can be aligned to the business results, which has been a disconnect for a very long time. I think this can be solved. And once they come on the same page, then there's no argument.
Don't keep your spends, don't set them in stone, right? That is the mantra. My last question is about, of course, the landscape is changing, technology is changing, metrics are evolving. What should CMOs prepare for?
Okay. So I think CMOs will have to, I think on technology front, they will have to prepare for a lot of things. For example, I know it is a cliche, but it is a fact also that AI is going to play a major role in times to come. If you're not really technology minded, then you will be in trouble. So you have to be technology minded. You have to always keep looking for the changes that are taking place. We all have seen changes in our lives, right? And the changes, either they appear to hit us suddenly or they appear to happen slowly. It depends on the fact how closely or away you are monitoring them. If you're away from it, this change is going to hit you suddenly. But if you're monitoring it every day very closely, the change will appear slower, and the time for you to maneuver will be higher. But in a situation where it is hitting you all of a sudden, then you're in a difficult spot. You are not really able to figure out how to really manage the change. So the trick is to keep on watching the trends, extremely closely, so that you don't hit that sudden hit of the change that takes place.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. We're done with our time, but really thank you for sharing your insights on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Oh, so you mean, I mean, like a touch and feel of the product, Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it can be taken offline also, but maybe it's
Yeah, maybe I'll just quickly answer that. There are various ways to impress the consumers, right? The best way to impress them is to give them the good product. That's the best way to impress them. What you do over and above that, just to look a little different from the market, that can be done. And this is one way of doing it. There are many other ways that one can do it. But the best way to build a brand is to build great products. And then, like I said, communicate the soul of the brand to the people. They should feel that this brand actually is a breathing, living thing. That's what you need to do. And you can do a lot of superficial stuff. It will end up you spending a lot of money. It may not really bring the soul alive to the people.
Your product is your final marketing tool. Sorry, we are done with the time.
Physical branding is also more important, equivalent to visual
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all important. Yeah, I can say that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I missed it. Rohit's always happy for a picture. Thank you. Okay, while the stage is being set, I shall quickly introduce our next panel to you on decoding the 2025 consumer. Unpacking what the future holds on consumer behavior and what marketers should know for planning such strategies or their strategies. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Emilio Aragona, Marketing Head, Kinder Brands Ferrero India. Charu Krishnani, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Kardeko Group. Damyan Singh Kanodia, Chief Marketing Officer, Oppo India. Parth Joshi, Chief Marketing Officer, Bharat Pay. Tushar Malhotra, Marketing Head, Bisleri. And this session will be chaired by Mohit Joshi, CEO, Hawass Media Network, India. Let's collectively welcome all of them, please. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Joining us anytime. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, my fellow panelists. It's evening. I think all of us want some energy, and I'm hoping that this panel is going to be very, very energetic. So I have a fabulous set of panelists in front of me. We are talking about the consumer of 2025, decoding consumer of 2025. Honestly, if you ask me, you don't know what's going to be happening tomorrow. The kind of uncertainty that we exist in today, it's very difficult to talk about 2025. But of course, we have a task, and I think we should try to do an assessment of what, in the best of our knowledge, the consumer would be. So what I did was, I thought I'll ask ChatGPT first. What is the consumer of 25 going to be? So the ChatGPT gave me some 7 trends, and this is not me but ChatGPT, but it made sense, and which is why I'm saying what I'm saying. It said that that 7 key trends that will shape the consumer of 2025: sustainability, 7, sustainability and ethical consumerism, personalization, technology-driven experiences. Of course, it was ChatGPT had to say. Health and wellness, convenience and frictionless commerce, diversity and inclusion, and mental health and self-care. So, somewhere it made sense. So I thought I'd rather start the whole discussion with this. So with this, I would want to start the session. My first question is, we are all talking about a consumer who's hyperactive, and clearly we are talking about an omni-channel kind of an interaction with the consumer, right? So how do you, in your brand, your industry, how do you deliver that? And what are the experiences that you've faced, or the difficulties that you faced in creating these omni-channel experiences for your consumer? Because they are very, very easily shifting between offline, online, out of home, anything. So you have to be there everywhere. So, why don't I start with Damyan, you on this?
Yeah, thank you. So just to give you some context on how we think about consumers in 2025, we don't really think of consumers in 25. It's actually a journey, but the essence of the way we look at consumers is, and especially what we call our ground zero, we're essentially talking about consumers in the age bracket of, say, about 16 to 24. Right. So when we create marketing, or we create products, or we create experiences, that's really our ground zero of how we kind of begin by creating product. And I think some of the things that ChatGPT throws up, I wish you told me ChatGPT is what you're using, because my notes are from there. But if you think about what ChatGPT is saying, there's this term called the real gen, right? And I think when we talk about consumers in this age bracket, they've been exposed to the internet and to the digital age right from the time they were kids. And so the way they kind of consume brands, or the way they relate to brands, is fairly chaotic, right? It's not linear like it used to be back in the day. And so what's really important from our perspectives is, I think everything needs to start with the product to begin with, right? So if your product isn't laddering up to your grander promise from a marketing standpoint, you will always fail, right? So that's really the first starting point. And I think the other choice we make is really to kind of bring a sense of focus in what we're trying to tell consumers. And if I talk about our own category, smartphones are bought for various reasons, but we've really kind of brought a surgical sense of focus on what we want to kind of tell consumers about what Oppo stands for. And this in the context of Oppo is really kind of talking about camera and photography. And the way you kind of relate then to, welcome Charu.
Welcome Charu, come. Not at all. So we are in the first question itself, so no issues at all.
Yeah, I'll just repeat myself for Charu. No. So the way we kind of build our experience are then so camera first, right? And in terms of the marketing that we do and the way consumers then relate to the brand is the camera story is kind of consistently told across all media platforms or comms platforms. When it comes to some of the things that consumers struggle with or when it comes to relatability, one of the consequences of the digital age is our brand is in their hands literally 7 hours, 8 hours a day, right? And so from a brand standpoint, what we try and do is create our products to meet those new expectations that they have from our product category. And this is in terms of the way our batteries are built, longevity of our devices. And I think something very critical, which I think we'll touch about later as well, is this notion of how are we making our products more earth friendly or greener, right? And I think if this narrative is not something which is kind of built into your products, consumers very quickly also reject you. So there's a very active conversation that consumers have with brands in the way they kind of relate to it and the way the product is built. But more importantly, it's really important for brands to reflect the values of consumers because they're living through really anxious times. Climate change is a reality they're dealing with. And I think this is by far the most anxious generation that's been around. And so from a product standpoint, we try and kind of address some of those things in the way we kind of build our products, the way we build our UI, and in just the kind of marketing that we try and do. So.
Great. I mean, what has been your experience? You have a brand that all of us have experienced for our kids.
Thank you.
So
no, I think that what we are facing right now is not anymore if we have to switch from an offline to an online, is much more to understand which touch point makes much more sense for the message that you want to deliver. Because as we are sitting here now, there are new social media that are coming out, new apps, new way to touch our consumers. And the challenge that we are facing is to understand where our consumers are and which kind of storytelling we have to deliver in that specific touch point. So this is something that we are investigating every day. We are questioning ourselves every day because it's the #1 challenge. And especially for a brand like Kinder that of course touch the mothers. Mothers are evolving, families are evolving, and kids are evolving. So it's, again, is a process, never ending, I would say, but it's quite interesting. And it's crucial, I would say, for a marketing manager to understand this and to be in touch with the consumer in every touch points.
Great. Parth, your brand is available to anybody who has a smartphone, right? So how do you see the omni-channel connect with the consumers and what has been your experience in that?
Sure. Before I answer that, I want to ask this room here: how many of you have heard of Bharat Pay? Of Bharat Pay, yeah. So quite a few. How many of you actually know what we do? Okay, so about 2 people. Yeah, of course, right? Awareness is good. So yeah, before I answer what we do about omnichannel, right? We are a fintech. We built payment solutions for merchants. Imagine your Gupta General Store to 24/7 or anything. We provide lending solutions, various other business solutions to them. We also do consumer lending. Postpay is one of our brands, which you might have heard, or Payback, or Zillion, or 12% Club, which goes across BNPL to investments and everything in between, right? When we think of our omni-channel experiences, right? So of course, yes, anybody with a smartphone or even without a smartphone can use our products. But having said that, I think the very definition of marketing has kind of changed, right? Now, every part of your ecosystem is a marketer, right?
Why do I say that? Because as the consumer interacts with you at different touch points, there is a consistent experience and the right experience, the right messaging that Amedeo talked about, and the right product that Damien talked about that you have to provide to them, right? So when we do our marketing and we do our omnichannel marketing, that's what we want to create. Now, where does it start is the key question, right? And it starts at having a very strong data backbone, right? A data backbone that is available to everybody who's interacting with the user. Now, this person might be the salesman who's gone to the nearby Gupta General Store to make a sell. That might be a digital marketer who is designing his performance campaign. That might be a brand marketer designing his TV campaign. That might be the customer service executive who gets a call and saying that XYZ is not working, right? So that common data backbone allows us to have a single view of the consumer and allows us to and what we work on is defining what is the experience for the kind of consumer that we want to create, right? At the end of the day, what Parth wants would be different from what Amedeo wants, would be different from what Charu wants. And that's where the data play comes in, making that data available, accessible, and defining how do you use that to create positive outcome for the consumers coming. When you do that, that omnichannel is not really about online, offline for us, right? It's about every single touch point where our consumer interacts with our ecosystem. And how do we power that? It's purely by data. Of course, we can go deeper into it, but I think that's where it goes to saying that everybody is a marketer, use data and empower everybody in your organization who's touching the user or is building something for the user to use that data to get better outcomes for the user.
Thanks, Bart. And we'll come into data more as in the next subsequent questions. I want to pass the question to Tushar, and you sell something that 30 years back we would not have thought would be sold. So bottled water in India at least, and today it's something that we cannot live without. It's an absolute necessity. So what are your experiences of omni-channel interactions with your consumers, and how do you plan your strategy around it?
I'm going to answer the question from two perspectives. One is from a point of purchase perspective, and the other is from a marketing perspective. From a point of purchase perspective, if you look at water is an essential commodity. However, it is an impulse purchase as well. It's a very low involvement category. Fortunately for Bisleri, we are synonymous with water, and that's the first name that's a top of mind recall. The idea is also to be top of mind in every channel where the consumer is also purchasing. So of course, we are present in hundreds of thousands of outlets in the trade, of course. But what is also very interesting is that we have our own e-commerce app, which started during the pandemic, where we wanted to provide everybody with safe water, right? It's called Bisleri at the Red Doorstep. And right now it has a consumer base of lakhs of consumers who are, and majority of them are a Gen Z base, which we have, first jobbers ordering from us for the daily water needs. And the 20-liter returnable jar is what they order on a daily basis from us. And that business is accelerating at the speed of almost 2x every year for us. The second part of this digital ecosystem is quick commerce. Now, quick commerce with the Blinkit and the Zeptos and Swiggy's and some parts of the world has really caught up, and that's aiding a lot of our smaller pack purchase, where people are having it for get-togethers, people are having for their fitness goals, offices. They're all ordering from that. So the entire ecosystem, you need to be top of mind in all, because the consumer is there everywhere, right? The second aspect which I'd like to answer from is a marketing perspective. Now, when we look at various avenues of marketing, you talk about digital, ATL, out of home, but a very important channel of marketing also is trade marketing, where your point of purchase is extremely important. And also what is very important is product communication in the trade, right? So for example, in South India right now, we do, you have to talk in India in 1,000 languages to your consumers. So we do a lot of limited edition packs with a lot of blockbuster movies. We've done RRR, Vikram, PS1, PS2. Today we are doing Jailer, and it's a raving success in Tamil Nadu. And what we've done is we've dressed up 25,000 outlets.
Wow.
And it creates a festive-like experience both for our trade and for our consumers. So our entire marketing effort in South right now in Tamil Nadu has shifted to the trade. And we're using that channel to communicate to our consumers. So there is, yes, there is a digital ecosystem, but we are also a very, very strong traditional retail country. And I think that is something that we can also learn from.
Great. I think that's very interesting, Tushar. So now let me come to Charu. Charu, the question, I'll just repeat that for you because I just finished it when you just came in. We're talking about the consumer of 2025 and how he or she is evolving, and the whole thought of delivering seamless and integrated omni-channel experiences to your consumer, because your consumer today is there everywhere. And that's essentially what I was asking. And what are your experiences at Cardeco, and how do you approach this omni-channel marketing as it is called today?
Sure. Thank you, Mohit. From our point of view as a group, if I say, we have been trying to definitely help our consumers across online as well as physical, I would say, contact and touch points. Because when I talk about Car Deco, especially where we talk about powering the car journey, like your entire consumer journey for purchasing a new car. So I think that journey cannot be completed without, I would say, both are a must.
Yeah.
Because when you start online research and you end up buying physically with a dealership, right? But as a platform, what we offer, I think we try to help consumer with a seamless integration of understanding the potential of the personalization, understanding what exactly his needs are, and trying to connect him with physical dealership so that the consistency remains when he actually reaches the dealership and he really gets the same context what he has already discussed with us. So that flow of continuous, I would say, the data, the flow, the visibility, what salesman is talking to him is coming from the online research that he has already begun with us. And when you start your research, you just don't see one car, you see multiple options, you compare them, you read reviews, you see so many options. And if you can empower that consumer to do a lot more than what he can actually just read about, I think that is what we are trying to bring that into picture.
Great. I think great thoughts from each one of you. Let me move to the next question, which is slightly, philosophical, I would say. We talk about, and many of you spoke about the consumer being very conscious of the environment, and green. I heard green. Yes. So at Havas, we have something called meaningful brands, which is something that I'll be presenting in about an hour's time. And it talks about the fact that 80% of the brands could disappear tomorrow and consumers would not care. And a brand is meaningful if it is delivering on the functional benefits, the personal benefits, and the collective benefits. The functional benefits, of course, are, whether it's doing the job that it's supposed to do or not. Personal benefits are whether it's giving me happiness, making me, all those other slightly higher order objectives. And the collective benefits are all about whether it is green, whether it's positive towards the environment, whether they are an ethical company, whether they are treating their employees well or not. And what is coming across over the years is that, even the collective consciousness is becoming very important, and which is being seen in a lot of purpose-driven communication that all brands talk about. So it's a very provocative question that I want to ask each one of you. Is this, meaningful or purpose-driven marketing, is it just a gimmick, or do you actually believe in it? And if you do, any experience that you from your own brands could give me or give the audience over here on how it worked, what was the experience about? So we'll start with you only.
So before I answer in the context of OPPO, there was something really interesting that I read about what are called insurgent brands in the US, right? And insurgent brands are essentially like upcoming smallish brands that have a turnover of more than 25 million, but have grown by 30% or more for a period of 5 years, right? And so small brands in the US. And the one distinctive aspect of why these brands grew was because the values that these brands represented connected deeply with consumers who are buying into these brands, right? So I think when you kind of then relate it to what you're saying in the context of the next generation of consumers, the essence of what they worry about is important for brands to recognize, right? And I think one of the biggest issues that young kids today or Gen Zs or millennials kind of really think about is, um, like Elon Musk says, there's one planet Earth, and we ought to take better care of it than we are. And so this notion of greenwashing or green marketing, etc., I don't think it's a choice any longer for brands, because there has to be a sense of social responsibility in the way you create your product, and of course the way you manage your supply chain. From an Oppo standpoint, there are various takes on this in the way we've built our products. To begin with, there's an absolute commitment to being carbon neutral by 2050, right? But that's still 27 years out. But we're not waiting that long, obviously. And so what we're doing is we're trying to kind of build our products, or we're trying to kind of build our products in a way that's environment friendly from various aspects. To begin with, for example, we talk about battery life, right? If you think about why consumers upgrade or change their phones, there are three primary reasons. You either break your phone, your battery kind
goes
of
off,
is too poor for you to kind of use it for any period of time, or it starts lagging, right? Performance standpoint, it kind of stops. And so for us, the number one thing that we've kind of addressed is from a battery life standpoint, our products are now being built for twice the expected life cycle of phones in the industry. So usually phones are built to last 800 charge cycles, which essentially means it'll last you about, give or take, 2.5 years. We're building our products to last for 1600, or we're testing them for 1600 charge cycles, where the battery does not degrade beyond 95%. What that really means is we are building our products to last longer. But of course, there's a business implication where the upgrade cycle becomes longer, but we feel it's something that we are willing to kind of let go of purely because it's the right thing for us to do from an environment standpoint, right? So that's the number one thing that I feel immensely proud about what Oppo is doing. So that's one element that we feel is something which is really important. The other is from in our industry, I spoke about how performance degrades over a period of time. And the other element that we're doing is we're making our OS a lot more sturdy, right? And so we're now testing our products to stay as good as new for up to 3 years, right? So in terms of the lag that you experience from a performance standpoint, our products again are kind of being tested to last for up to 3 years. What this means is, of course, consumers who are, of course, very value conscious, in India more so, they see a sense of commitment from the brand in the product that they're buying. But more importantly, they feel it's a brand that kind of reflects their values. I recently spoke about this notion of how a lot of tech companies are essentially not putting in a charging brick into their products, and kind of positioning that as being an environment friendly ploy. We don't see things the same way. The charging brick is actually an integral part of the battery experience, right? And just because you're not giving a battery or a charging brick doesn't mean consumers are not going to buy one. And from our perspective, the reason the charging brick is put into the product is because the charging brick plays a very important integral role in how fast your phone charges, or just the consumer experience of how your phone performs. So for us, I think purely from a product standpoint, we're kind of engineering our products to last longer, being more green. And I think just generally speaking from a marketing standpoint, using greenwashing, I think is should not be encouraged, but B, you're going to kind of just alienate consumers if you do not kind of take cognizance of something that is very, very close to their hearts, which is, being more conscious about the footprint we leave.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, what's your... No, I agree what Damian was saying about the fact that sustainability is not anymore a choice. It's a must for the brands, for our consumers, for the world where we live in. But it's equally important to understand that sustainability must be something that brands take it seriously and concretely, because otherwise it's just marketing or greenwashing, as we were saying. And I think that a lot of brands are doing an effort. Kinder is one of them, and Ferrero, actually, because we have taken a commitment to have 100% recyclable plastic by 2025. So it's just 1.5 years to go. And it's a journey that have started already some years ago, and we have seen already some concrete action. For example, our Kinder Joy, our Kinder Creamy doesn't have anymore the plastic spoon, but it's a paper
Yeah.
spoon. So it's
Yeah.
a change
Yeah.
already. And the other initiative has already been taken. Another thing that it's also related to sustainability is it's something that will come, in my opinion, in the future, since we are trying here to decode the new consumer for the future, is the ethical consumption. You know, it's something that especially for brands like related to food, it's important. It's something that is not yet there, but I see new generation starting to talk about. And ethical consumption is something that Kinder was a precursor, since we are talking about kids. Our owner, founder, Michele Ferrero, believed in the portion control. So that's why, you know, we sell just one egg, small. That makes our children happy in any case, with a toy and so on. So this is something that, you know, it will come because will make the difference in the future, especially for FMCG products.
Right. Portion control, you know, that was a very interesting one. Never thought of it from that perspective.
Yeah, no, I know. But because sometimes I want to be very honest with you, we do research, of course, with our consumers. And in the past, the fact that Kinder Joy didn't have enough chocolate was a problem. This trend is changing. You know, mothers are becoming much more
conscious.
Yes,
Yes,
you know, because at the end of the day, children are happy and they're having still chocolate, but in a portion control way, as we said.
Good one, good one. Parth, coming to you, you know, what are your points on greenwashing, purposeful marketing, meaningful communication?
So first of all, I don't have an insider view on this because we don't produce plastic or batteries or, you know, so we don't have that. And we fundamentally work on financial inclusion, right? Getting people who are outside the ambit of credit, giving them, and we're very proud of the work that we do where we transform lives, right? Both in terms of the products that we build and on top of the marketing, right? We would go and entirely redo a shop of a shopkeeper and tell them merchandising techniques, etc., right? But let me step back, right? Let's go first principles first on this. I think the new Gen Z, Gen Alpha consumers that are coming up, they're coming in a hyper-connected world. Two things have happened very clearly. Number one, there's a global tribe formation. You are a person who likes to wear neon wigs on Thursdays. I'm sure there's a Reddit community for it, right? You'll find those 100 people, you'll get on Twitch, you'll talk to them, and you'll probably have a watch party with them or whatever, right? So there is this tribal community building that is happening. Now, the second order impact of that is that the consumption story, when it comes in, every sort of consumption is seen as an expression of that self-identity. And this self-identity is very important, right? I didn't call it out, but this tribalism has led to this very strong sense of self-identity, and consumption is a part of that self-identity. Now, when brands kind of, there are people who, when they're consuming brands, they would want to make a statement, right? I wear Yeezys because I want to associate with a certain demographic. I consume Ferrero, or they have an Oppo phone for a certain because I want to associate with a certain demographic. When it comes to meaning of the brand, I think there is one is the ESG thing, right, which is very important. I think we have the Paris Accord, and I think the entire world should be looking to that. But I think it's larger than just being the ESG goals or greenwashing, right? I think you can be a hedonistic brand. Let me take a very antithetical position. It's you can be a very hedonistic brand, but you have to be, your meaning of your brand should be the core to everything that you do. That means that you make the products that are hedonistic, right? That you fuel experiences that are hedonistic, that you treat your consumers in a way, right? I'll take a very recent example. I don't know if you've heard of this brand called Mischief. So Mischief is an online brand that does product drops. Okay, their core brand persona is we are crazy. So they took $1 million painting, cut it into 100 pieces, right, and sold it off piece by piece, right, for $10,000 each. That was the product. That's all they do, right? They'll do these crazy things. But when they do something, it's so much at the core of their brand that when they take a crazy positioning, they are delivering to that from the very core. So if you're going to be a green brand, be green to the very core, right? I love some of the work that's happening in CPG actually, right? Where shampoos, they were deploying a sort of refill machines instead of selling plastic bottles. So you can bring your own thing, and just like you would fill up a soda fountain, you can fill in your shampoo, right? Or water, or whatever you're going to do. So when it comes to meaningful brands, absolutely will play a role, and a bigger and bigger role, because consumers are using it as a matter of self-expression, and that is only increasing. But if you are just doing lip service to it, and it's not really at your core, you're a detergent brand talking about world peace, but not really doing anything about it, the consumers are smart enough to see through it, right? You disappear, nobody will care.
Well said. Tushar?
So when you talk about Gen Zs and Gen Alpha today, it's a very woke audience. They're very passionate, very vocal, and they're very informed as well, because this is a digital economy today. Right. So at Bisleri, we really take sustainability at our heart. We have a program called Bisleri Greener Promise, wherein we are showcasing our commitment towards environment and the fact that we are a plastic neutral and a water positive environment organization. And we have a lot of initiatives on plastic recycling, rainwater harvesting, and conservation. And recently we took out a digital video campaign, right, wherein we showed our journey through the eyes of a bird. It was a very moving video. So I was in fact personally sitting in post-com researches of this with some 20-year-old college students. And some very interesting reactions came out. They said that usually when we are viewing an ad on YouTube, our tendency is to skip it. This we will not skip, because this is close to our heart. In fact, I'm going to go find it and watch it again. But that's a very telling statement when, as an organization, you put sustainability first. Consumers, and especially Gen Zs and Gen Alphas, are willing to listen. The second program that we have is something called Bottles for Change, wherein we go to multiple educational institutions. Like we have a tie-up with Amity, we have a tie-up with Manipal, we have a tie-up with Madras Christian College, for example, wherein we go and educate the students about how to recycle plastic properly, how to dispose of it properly. And we have thousands of volunteers today who will not only segregate and wash their plastic and put it in the right bin, they will also pick up something on the road, because they are so passionate about it.
And conscious.
And conscious about it. So as an organization today, if you don't want brand loyalist, you want brand evangelist, you talk about purpose, because the generation of tomorrow is all about purpose.
Thanks. Charu, what do you feel? You agree with them?
Oh, definitely. I think big brands, definitely, they have been purposefully working towards it, and consumers are really conscious at this time of era. And I would say purpose-driven marketing is far away from gimmick, specifically if we talk about brands who are really putting that effort to make sure that they are able to build that sustainability and everything on ground, and making people conscious about their social responsibility. So we as a brand, if we talk about, definitely we really talk a lot about EVs coming in, which is really towards a greener future. And we really want to build that with our ecosystem and help consumers find the right car and right vehicles or automobiles. And also, if I talk about other group companies that we have digital loans, which is paperless, which is again towards the greener future. So we have been trying to build our ecosystem entirely sustainable, and making sure that consumers really build towards that, and they really focus on that, and they really leverage from that. So overall, if I say this, the overall charter is a big charter, and in coming years, it will really evolve for the Gen Z and the Alpha consumers taking it up and talking proudly about it.
Completely agree with all of you. In fact, that's what our meaningful brand research also says, that I'll be presenting, that they're very, very conscious about all the things that you just spoke about. Ours is better than that, I'll show you. No. So thank you so much for your inputs, and I completely agree with everything that each one of you said. Now we spoke about data, and Parth, you spoke about data and making decisions from data specifically. We all know personal data protection bill is a reality now, and while we are still trying to decipher and we are all not very clear about what and how it is going to impact, but I would want to understand your first perspective on it, and how do you see it impacting marketing and the business, or do you see that the way GDPR has been for a very long time, but still there are many loopholes in it? Would this also be something like that? What your first thoughts? I know it's still early days. Yes.
Okay, caveat, like you said, right? I think it's still a developing story. But I think I have the advantage of seeing, like professionally, I've worked in 23 different countries. And incidentally, one of the times being when the GDPR bill was rolled out. And because my employer at that time was based in UK, so anything that they did in Timbuktu, they could be held accountable in UK as per GDPR rules. So yeah, it was, I think, to be honest, GDPR was a success, right? I think GDPR was much more about informed consent, and not that there will not be people who try to game the system, but I think informed consent was key to them. Now, when I come to the DPDP, I think number one, it's a step in the right direction, right? You are building a framework as digital is percolating across India. Amadeo and I were having a chat about UPI and how he finds it difficult to operate without UPI when he goes back home. But yeah, that's the fact of it, right? We have leapfrogged a sort of a digital revolution. And so it's very important with this prevalence of data transfers and data collection that's happening to have a framework to regulate, because it's very easy to misuse the data also. So number one, step in the right direction. Now, coming to the specifics of it, I think there are 2-3 parts that kind of stick out for me. I think one very interesting thing that the bill does is, I think the way that they have split between the processor, the data fiduciary, and the significant data fiduciary, right? Now we'll need to do double clicks on under each of them to understand like what are the responsibilities. For example, data processors don't seem to have any responsibility right now, which is both empowering and scary at the same time, right? So how does the processor and the fiduciary or the significant data fiduciary kind of operate? It will be very interesting to see and how this operates. The second very interesting thing that has come out is the way that they've defined one category, right? That this is personal data. There is no critical personal data. There's no sensitive personal data, which was usually a sort of a GDPR thing. And which is again interesting, because then every piece of data is being held to a very high standard, right? Is my assumption. The third thing is the cross-border data proliferation. So now they've moved from an approval to a blacklist sort of a thing, right? Saying that you can do it, but yes, the processing will be governed even in a foreign country, but yes, you can move it as long as it's not there. And which is a very progressive thing to do actually, because it was a tough time, right? You're on AWS cloud. How do you ensure that your backup also is in 5 different locations in India and so on and so forth, which became a challenge. So I think that that's also critical, that they are addressing those concerns. So clearly they've talked to the industry. They've figured it out, saying that, okay, these are the key concerns that we need to think about. But yeah, like I say, it's a developing story. So step in the right direction. Some of the pillars and the foundation seems to be in the right way. But it'll all come down to how it is executed and enforced, and to what extent. The one thing that's going to happen for sure is that some of the bad actors will be weeded out, right? And some of the sort of bad actors also on the data principle side will be weeded out, because a simple thing like saying that if you make this data public, then anybody can use it is there, right? So it allows empowerment on both sides of the table, right, while enforcing rules of that engagement. And I think that's a great framework to start off with. How it evolves, we'll only know,
Absolutely. Thanks, Parth. Damayanti, what's your point of view? First thoughts on how it's going to
impact?
I think our industry is going to be massively impacted, obviously.
Yes.
I think when we talk about privacy and security and where all of this data rests, actually people live their lives off smartphones.
Absolutely.
Right. So I think there is going to be a massive impact, not just in the way the product is built, but also in the way data is managed. Right. And again, it's an evolving story, like all of you guys are saying. But from a consumer standpoint, because that's what we've kind of been talking about, it's emerged as a very significant differentiator uh, between two very large points of view on how this industry has been built out. And there's the Android and the iOS view, right? And I think literally Apple's kind of used this as a key differentiator between what your experience is on iOS device versus what the Android experience is. The great thing, of course, is the Android world's woken up to this reality very quickly. But I think from a consumer standpoint, what's really important is like Park just spoke. As long as you kind of put the decision and choice in the hands of the consumer, not once but every single time the data is kind of being accessed, you're in a good zone, right? So from our perspective, what's really important is, and we call it Color OS. The Oppo OS is called Color OS. The essence is put the choice in the hands of the consumer and let them decide what they're willing to or not willing to share. At a personal level, I'd love for this to kind of become a reality, because the number of calls that we get every day from random numbers is excessive. And I think when I spent the longest time in the sports industry, and when I started out in a tech company, I undervalued what privacy meant to Indians. And I've been pleasantly surprised about how well they've responded to this notion of your data is actually worth its weight in gold. And I think 3, 4, 5 years back, people would very willingly give out their phone numbers, even when they were kind of getting a simple bill being cut in Haldiram, right? And I think people are a lot more conscious. And I think the sense of consciousness is what's driving the government of India to, amongst other things, drive this privacy bill. And I think it augurs well for consumers. And I think my industry, and I think others like the finance industry, are going to kind of benefit a lot from this bill.
Absolutely. Charu, what do you think? How do you see this panning? Because you also again completely built on data, and privacy would be an important perspective there as well.
Yeah, I would say definitely the consent, as Parth mentioned, consent is really important, and we have been trying to see that at every step people are giving their consent. Maybe if I say as an anecdote, like if you're looking for, so you're researching and you're putting up your numbers to contact the dealers, or you want dealers to contact you, that is how you're giving your consent to the company, the organization, that you can really help me get the best offer, you can help me get the best deal, you can help me get the best variant I'm looking for, and you can contact me to maybe discuss, to research, to help me choose the right car. So I think that consent part is the most important thing that we have seen in our past and the history. And moving forward, I would say it's more towards encrypting also, because we really believe that the data should be really protected at a very next level, where we are able to encrypt and augment that and make sure that it's not moving in the same pass the way it is being entered. So no one has the authority to have that unless it's consent data. So I think that's how, and at this point of time, consumers also want information being given to them at their comfort, and they want that everything is available online. They want everything to be communicated to them over WhatsApp maybe. So you are giving that authority to the brands, that you want that communication back, you want to be reached out, unless you really are looking forward to close the deal, or you're just in a research mode, you want to actively talk about it, you want to understand, you want to talk to experts. So I think that entire purposefully we are trying to engage with the consumers and making sure that their data is secured, unless they really want to get us to get in touch with them.
Thanks, Charu. Now let me come to a different question, and let me come to you, Tushar. While we were talking about data and brands which have been built over the last I would say decade, yours is a brand which has been there for many years, right? A very traditional brand. How have and you've been I mean, we started consuming Bisleri when we were kids, and that's how we've grown up. And today, with Gen Zs and Gen Alphas coming in, how do you ensure that this traditional brand still stays relevant? And we're talking about the consumer of 2025, which is going to be another animal altogether, right? So how do you think you'll keep your brand relevant to them? So what are your thoughts on that?
Very interesting question.
It's a very, very interesting question, and it's something that we are working on right now very, very diligently. Right? We've done a number of researches with Gen Zs and Alpha. We've seen a lot of youth studies as well. A very important insight came out of one of them. Is we asked Gen Zs, what do you do to stay healthy today, especially after the pandemic? And they said two things. We have a lot of water and we run. So today, that relationship between hydration and fitness is very, very important. So at Bisleri, what we are trying to do right now is we are trying to change the role of water from being a thirst quencher to something that makes you have a healthy and active lifestyle, right? So we've just launched a campaign called Carry Your Game, right? Where we've launched it with 4 national level athletes. We've got Lavina Borgan, who's with boxing. We've got Manpreet Singh, the captain of Indian hockey team. We've got Ashwini Ponappa, stellar badminton player, and Nishat Kumar, who is a Paralympian medalist, right? And we launched this campaign, and it had a lot of good consumer response. Everybody wants to work out, everybody wants to run. We've tied up with all marathons, leading marathons in the country. We are actively looking at promoting non-cricket sports as well. While we are part of 4 IPL teams, we were part of Mumbai Indians, Gujarat Titans, Rajasthan Royals, and Delhi Capitals as hydration partners. We took out limited edition bottles with them. We did a lot of digital communication with the players on water. We are also tying up with Commonwealth sports. We are also tying up with SAF, which was just a football tournament, India one. We tied up with Ultimate Table Tennis, and we're looking to enter more and more sports to communicate that, the relationship between water, Bisleri, peak performance, healthy lifestyle. And that's the message that we are looking to kind of have the young India sort of adopt, that you have water, you stay healthy, and Bisleri wants to be in forefront of that message today.
Very interesting, very, very interesting, because water and how you're taking it into a different domain altogether. So I want to ask Emilio the same question to you as well. Your portion control was mind blowing, and I'll always remember it. But again, as Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, and the consumer of 2025, they'll be more conscious, more more conscious about health. How do you see your brand being relevant to them as you progress over the years?
No, it's a very interesting question, because of course we are spending a lot of time and resources to understand the new trends, to do research through Consumer Connect with these consumers. Now, basically what we are noticing is that for them, 2 things are critical. One is they have a lot of inputs, so they are overwhelmed with information. And another one is the velocity. So they want something right now. Okay. With all the options that they have in front of them, they want a quick response of what are their needs. So the challenge is there, of course. And what we are trying to do is continuously giving them something new. New in terms of activities, toys for Kinder Joy, communication, storytelling, something that can use also a kind of emotions, because at the end of the day, we are an impulsive product, and we work a lot on the happiness, on the joy of children especially. But it's important that we change the message accordingly with their needs. So you will see our communication, especially on digital, is every 2-3 months completely different, because consumer change at that velocity is a challenge, of course, because our world before was completely different. One campaign for maybe 2 years. Now is another world, but it's challenging, but also way more interesting. So this is the way we're approaching it.
Great, great. And no panel can be, complete unless we talk about AI and ML. So my last question will be on that. Let me start with Dushyant. AI, ML, and we are all talking about Chat GPT. Both of us had notes from Chat GPT. So how is it impacting your business, and how do you see the trends going forward? Obviously, nobody knows what's going to happen in 2025.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts, and how do you see that impacting business positively, negatively?
Yeah, no, it's most definitely positive for us. And quite honestly, AI, machine learning is being used in smartphones now for about 5 or 7 years, actually. And so from our perspective, and I was just talking to Tushar before we came on stage, photography today is not a camera taking a picture or your lens is taking a picture. It's essentially AI at work on the phone, on the device, giving you real-time results. So I think when it comes to the tech industry, we've embraced AI for the longest time now. And I think it's important to acknowledge this is not a phase like what the metaverse was. It's real. It impacts life in positive ways, I think, largely. Again, I think we need to understand the negative implications as much as we kind of leverage the positives. But I'm hopeful we'll do the right thing when it comes to leveraging the power of AI. And I think as the world ages, and this is a real issue, not just in Europe, but in parts of Asia as well, China, for example, the power of AI is really going to kind of help translate the evolution of mankind. I think this is probably the biggest revolution after the industrial revolution, nearly 250 years back. This is probably the biggest change that humanity is going to see. And I'm sure we leverage it in very, very powerful ways in years to come. Yeah.
Thanks. Parth, your quick point of view on that.
Yeah, so I think Damint said it right. I think the tech industry has been using AI and ML in some shape and form for a really long time. Right?
I just think Chat GPT has suddenly brought it up.
It's consumerized the product.
Advertised it.
It's consumerized the product. Let's be honest. It's consumerized it. It's fantastic. There are a bunch of great use cases that are being built on it. I think fundamentally AI, I agree, it is a transformative technology, and what OpenAI has done and some of the partners that they work on, they've changed the way you can approach things. It will help us augment a lot of stuff that we do. It will change the productivity of the workforce. You'll have to harness it in the right ways and do it responsibly, because there are enough and more bad parts to it. Right? So I think everybody's used Chat GPT and Midjourney and Stable Diffusion and all of that. But I think the criticality is, how do you actually use it? So it's great to talk about it, but I'm very surprised. I was actually hiring somebody for a position which is an AI tool user. It's how difficult is it to get people who actually are using these tools. Everybody wants to go on Chat GPT and type in what are the questions to ask when I'm talking about decoding the 2025 consumer. But if you ask actually somebody with deep understanding, that's very few. And I think that's one skill set that's going to be very, very valuable. It's like being able to search on Google, right? And I think that's going to emerge, and people are going to augment that skill set just as you advance your Google search capabilities, etc. There are two things that I do see as short-term roadblocks, which we need to solve for this technology to be truly pervasive and truly transformational. I think number one is computational cost, right? So the computational cost of AI currently is not feasible to scale at the level I would love to see, right? So that needs to be solved now. I don't know the answer to that, how they're going to solve it. Sam Altman, my heart goes out to you. The second bit is, and for us, because we are in the financial services industry, it becomes much more important because we need to be exact, right? It's a matter of money. We need to be exact. We need to be correct every time. I don't know how to stop, if we have an answer to stopping the AI from hallucinating yet, right? So I don't know if you guys know that a lawyer asked the AI to write a brief for him. And because he was arguing a certain case, the AI actually invented cases to support his case which didn't exist.
Oh, wow.
Right? So the AI hallucinates, and hallucinates quite often, right? And there are ways to break the guardrails and all of that. So I think the control of the technology, so both the hallucination, stopping the hallucination of the technology, stopping it from lying, and also putting the guardrails to not declare wrong stuff or confidential stuff is something that kind of needs to be dealt with. But if we deal with this stuff, right, the hallucination and the computational cost, and I think it's great power to augment into everyday life. I mean, you do use AI in everyday life. It's just that you don't use it directly. There's a product built on top of that AI which you use. But you'll be able to use and interact with the AI much more directly, and it will add value to all our lives much more.
Great. Yeah, true. It's becoming too human too quickly. Absolutely. Charu, your quick comment on this.
Just few points I can just bring upon. AI definitely is booming, and everyone really wants to be part of it. We as a brand definitely are building it up with our tech stack, and we are building it up to making sure that how autonomous consumer journeys we can make using AI, personalization we can bring into their life. When they come back to the website, when they come back to the app, how best interactions we can give him, engagement we can improve, giving this technology in place. Also moving forward, how we can really leverage this to a next level where people feel really their own personal buddy to start the journey and end the journey, and even after the purchase of their commodity, they are still engaging with it. That's the personalization we are trying to build. And with voice commerce coming in, I think it's already in process. Everyone is trying to build that up over NLP, and everyone really is part of it as of now.
Great. So one last question. I have 15 seconds, and this is a quiz question which was not a part of this. Just one word. Which is a brand that you cannot live without today? So just one brand that comes top of your mind, which is an absolute import. So we are talking about meaningfulness of a brand. So just any brand that you feel you cannot live without, and not your own. As in, something that's integral part. I can say, I can start with it. I can say Google. So any other iPhone, absolutely. Apple, yes. Adidas, perfect. Bharat, many.
Yeah, I can't think of a brand that I can't live without. There's always an alternative.
Oh wow, that's great. Apple, good. So great. And Charu, Mac. So Apple, good. This is something that's revalidating something that I'm going to be presenting in a while. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was and lady, thank you so much. I think it was a fabulous session. Thanks for all the great inputs that you guys gave. And I don't think we have time for questions, because, or do we? We don't, right?
I like how you nod and say no, and you still ask me. Would you want to take one? I'm asking. If you want to take one.
No, if there are some questions, if anybody wants.
Then I think we'll take it outside. That's because I don't see any.
Yeah, we can take it offline. I think the entire panel is here, so we can have the discussions after this. Thank
Lovely.
you.
A picture, please. Also, thank you so much, Mohit, for making sure it ends on time. Thank you.
Before that, let me click my selfie. So
yes, please. पहले आपकी selfie, उसके बाद.
पहले मेरी selfie, उसके बाद आपकी picture. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. How many cricket fans in the audience? Many of you. The next discussion is on World Cup on TV. Perfect platform to drive business impact this festive season. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Ashish Karnar, Executive Vice President, Hansa Research. R. Venkata Subramaniam, MD, Havas Play and President, Investments, Havas Media India. Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, Policy Bazaar. And this session will be chaired by Mansi Datta, Chief Strategy Officer, Wavemaker India. And along them, we also being joined by Akash Batra, Executive Director and Head of Marketing, Customer Experiences and Analytics, DBS Bank.
Good evening, everybody. I think he asked my question, which is how many are cricket fans out here? But my question is going to be different. Since the topic out here is Men's Cricket World Cup on TV, the perfect platform to drive business impact this festive. My question, which is, when did India host the World Cup last? Any guesses? Speakers not allowed to answer. The audience. Did we win it? Great. When was the next World Cup and where was that hosted? I guess, are you guys Googling? Right. And who won? You're right. Australia. Which is the next one? 2019. England, right? And sorry, who won? England won. I guess you're getting my drift. Where is the next one? 2023 on home side. Who's gonna win it? Come on, guys. Social menace. Come on, India. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I don't need to introduce cricket, and I think we all know that, cricket holds a special place in our hearts and is extremely popular and enjoys a huge fan base in India. In fact, it's not just a sport, it's a religion. It's a religion that unites India across all the people in our country, right? And it has always amassed huge audiences on television. In fact, 1.3 billion population. Sorry, I'm just going to make it a little interactive because I think it's an evening session and I know that needs a little jolting around. How many TV viewing individuals in India, if we have a population of 1.3 billion? Sorry, somebody said something? Okay, great. Yeah. 892 million individuals watch, which is TV viewing individuals, and 90% of that watch cricket. So undoubtedly, India has always, or TV has always enjoyed a huge mass of audience and continues to do so. World Cup 2023 couldn't be at a better time, extremely auspicious with Navratras, Dussehra, Diwali, all falling into its midst. 5th October starts, 19th of November ends. 48 matches with Venkat. How many matches that India will play? Because he's kind of 11. He's counting. Minimum 9. Right. And maximum 11. And obviously, the most famous match, which is the India-Pakistan match, scheduled on Zzz, buzz. No, boo. Yeah. World Cup. 5th, oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So he was right. 14th October, for which I guess the flights and hotel bookings are already out. Right. So undoubtedly with every marketer, there's an entire, we can see a positive sentiment out there and an enthusiasm. And today with our esteemed panel of marketers, my question to you would be, is the perfect platform and what do you think of the World Cup? But before that, let me introduce our esteemed platform across to you guys. And I will start. this is anti-clockwise, right? Yeah. I do this left hand, right hand quite often. So yeah. And that's Ashish. Ashish is a market researcher and he heads the media and digital division of Hansa Research. And he's a veteran in the industry with 25 plus years of work experience. In fact, when you talk about media measurement, you know that Ashish has been around it, whether it be starting TAN or be it on the panel or be it on starting TGI, and starting, he's always been around media measurement, and that's Ashish's claim to fame. I skip on to Sai Narayan. He is actually our client, so he's my client for a very long time. That's a good introduction. And so he's CMO at policybazaar.com. And again, he's again a veteran, and his entire focus and for as many years that I have known him and worked with him, their entire focus has always been on performance-based outcomes. So this is a marketer who just doesn't believe in just outputs, but the true belief in media is not just about outputs, but also about outcomes. It'll be interesting to hear your views on. By his side is my extremely good friend, also from a competing agency, Havas. And Venkat Eads is the president of Havas Play and is into sports and trading. And he's not buying cricket, he plays cricket. That's what he does. And lastly, Akash Deep Batra, who's basically the head of marketing, customer experience and business analytics, DBS Bank. He is again a veteran in the industry, and he just told me that neither does he watch cricket or nor does he play cricket, but he knows a lot about cricket. So welcome all to the panel. I'll start with you first because you're the first one. And from a market research perspective, and I know that Hansa has been into, figuring out the effect of sports on building brands and on the equity of brands. What are the kind of associations that you have seen that sports has on brands, and what does it lead to? And also, interestingly, we've known that you've also done a study in terms of the various media platforms that go by. If you could shed some light on that, Ashish.
Yeah. So cricket, I mean, it's a everybody knows it's considered a religion in India, and it's been something which the marketers have always been, depending on to get them a good bang for the buck. Now the question here is that whether it is, whether it is television, whether it is digital, I mean, people still continue to watch it. Okay, digital has just made things in terms of saying that, when I'm not around in front of TV, I will watch it on digital. But what we've seen in our studies is that when it comes to viewership experience, especially on cricket, okay, people prefer to watch it more on the larger screen, simply because that experience is different than watching it on a mobile platform. And it's not that, and mobile is considered, I mean, it's not that they don't watch it, they watch it when it's more of convenience, right? So when I'm traveling, when I'm not in front of my television screen and I want to catch up on my favorite sport, something is going on, I will want to go there and watch it on the mobile platform. And some of the studies that Mansi mentioned, I mean, we've done, we keep doing a lot of studies in and around cricket. We have a study which we created on IPL called IPL Mania. It's done every year. We've done things in terms of brand lifts, and we've seen, and I can talk about recent studies during the IPL, that the uplifts that we have got, the brand uplifts that we have got across the brand funnel. So be it awareness, be it consideration to purchase, be it imagery related thing. We've seen that television scores much better than digital on most of those platforms, especially and that difference is very stark when it comes not to maybe direct advertising, which is the commercials, but when you talk about those features advertising, which is people sponsor features. Super Force, whatever, see at timeout, those kind of stuff. We've seen the brand lifts being way higher than when it comes to commercials. Average, I would say about 15 to 20% higher than what a digital. I mean, digital is also giving a brand uplifts. So when you talk about people who've not seen cricket versus seen it, there is a brand uplift, but the uplift on TV is much higher than that on cricket. So that's been a general, general thing that we have figured out.
Thanks, Ashish. And I think that's really an interesting observation, which is that, yes, higher screen time, collective experience is something that, I was expecting from your answer. But what did surprise me, and honestly did surprise me, was when you said that the features also yielded in a very positive result. Because you see, when we talk about features and how it's sold, it's or how it is measured, there is no measurement of a feature, because it's not about GRP, it's not about the ad spot that you aired, it's not the TVR which is resulting in it. There's always a question in the mind of the marketer that the premium that he's paying for associating with the feature, is it worth it? And that's quite interesting.
I
Thanks for
personally
sharing
believe
that.
it is because also the fact that when you see, say for example, a logo on a jersey, I mean, it's not visible large enough when you are on a small screen, right? So when it's a larger screen, it's a very subtle thing that happens. It's not direct on your face advertising. So there, better engagement will cause better uplifts, and because TV as a medium, I said, is probably giving better engagements. Uh, because of the collective experience, you know uh, that could be the reason. I mean, I'm hypothesizing here, but yes, that could be the reason why, especially on features, we've seen way higher uplifts than when you compare just direct advertising.
All right. Interesting to know that. And Sai, so we skipped to Sai because Policy Bazaar, when it started out in 2015, around 2015, little before that, much before that, 2000,
2008.
2008. So you've built your brand on cricket, I would say. Yes, you built your brand on television, but within television also, sports as a genre has been a very key genre for you to build it on. And so there's been a constant exposure that we have seen that Policy Bazaar has taken. So it's one of the new age brands which is looking out to reach out to maybe the online population in India. And when your cricket journey has been that, you Policy Bazaar has taken not just cricket, which is that it has experimented with almost all formats of cricket, right? Whether it be Test, ODI, or D20s, or whether it be, say, maybe high definition, standard definition, or both, or digital. What has been, and because you track your business outcomes so closely, what has been your association with it? Because Policy Bazaar does a slightly different take on their presence on cricket in India.
Yeah, thank you, Mansi. So I think it's important when you talk about the journey of our brand on cricket. You just have to like move out of that space and talk about the journey of the brand as well. Insurance as a category, it's to be honest, it's no one wakes up in the morning thinking about insurance, right? It's a pretty boring category, and even if you think of this category, it's not at the best moments of your life. So you don't think about the category like on a daily basis. So the task of reaching out to the consumer becomes a task of reaching out, and also to explain it becomes even more difficult. So therefore you need and also the category that we were in, which is insurance and especially protection. The protection space is not everyone understands that space, which is the term or health. So therefore it was important to reach out to a mass audience, and also help explain them in a very simpler way of understanding the product. So that's the context of the category and the brand. And therefore we always felt that television as a medium has always before we ventured into cricket, we used to run a lot of campaigns on television, and we used to see the impact of that on our platform, like in terms of the lift on the site, or in terms of leads or in terms of conversions, everything we used to see. So somewhere it was established that uh, because because of our advertising, there is a lift that is coming. So so that was established, and that was pretty much established with the help of our advertising on television. So next was that how do you get more and more reach, and therefore uh, nothing better than cricket. But we were always very cautious of getting into cricket because we knew that it is not it's not a very uh, it's, it's not very cheap medium, right? If you're going to invest in cricket, you're going to invest a lot of money, right? And that creates, and at that point of time, back in 2014, is when we started our association with Star and cricket, and it's been a very long association since then. The journey was, we were very cautious when we started, so we didn't put all the eggs in one basket of let's just start with let's put all our money on Star or all money on cricket. But it was very cautious start. Like for example, we used to take a few bilaterals here and there, and the first big move was when we associated with the 2015 World Cup, but we only took high definition at that point of time, and we were the very first ones to who were sold, thanks to Star, who was sold only high definition as a broadcast sponsor back then in 2015. And after that, a lot of advertisers also started advertising on high definition only, and those kind of deals started happening. So we used to kind of push the boundaries of in terms of not going whole hog, but being slightly cautious advertiser, because we always felt that if the impact is there, then the tap opens. So that's how our approach on cricket has been, and but the results were fantastic. I still remember when we because we could measure the impact immediately. I remember during the India-Pakistan match, the World Cup match in 2015, even though we were advertising on high definition, uh, there was a moment in time when our site could not take the load because there were so many visitors coming on the site instantly. So that's the power of cricket and cricket on TV. But obviously, with 10 years down the line, things have changed. There are other mediums which are also coming. Like for example, there is Disney Star. There are other OTT platforms which are broadcasting cricket as well. So it's an interesting time. So, but our faith on television and a medium and faith on cricket has always stayed on. And since then, we've, as you rightly said, we've invested in we will not look back on cricket. Yeah.
One of the interesting observations or things is that as a new age client, you have a significant chunk of money which is spent on television, right? And you sincerely believe that television gives you that uplift. So we know that you have something called the cost per incremental visitor to the website, right? Which is what television really works for you. And as you said, you're also a very all-weather friend, which is that you advertise on across all the months in the year. It's not about just a 3-4 month activity, but Policy Bazaar believes in advertising almost across the year, and you do see an uplift, and you do believe in the fact that the constant triggers are needed for you to get visitors onto your website, right? Could you just shed a little bit light on the fact that there is an entire faith on television as a media to kind of drive traffic to your website?
So I think you rightly said, because and you've done all our plans, so you pretty much know how we operate. So unlike other, say, insurance companies, we are an advertiser who advertises 12 months a year, and the reason behind this is that we require the kind of demand. So we need to constantly create demand, be it a season or a non-season. And what we've realized is that because advertising on TV, what it helps in a way that because there is a second screen phenomena which is happening, which is when you're watching television, you usually end up having a mobile in your hand, And if a piece of communication is interesting enough, you end up searching for it. Searching for a product or anything. Like for example, even if you're watching a movie, if you like a character, you might end up searching for the character. So it's a behavior. So we kind of we have seen the same behavior happening on our website as well, which is if a piece of communication is engaging enough and the consumer is in market to buy maybe a car insurance or a term insurance or health insurance, he ends up searching it. So what happens is that it gives us the ability to measure the impact of television very, very closely. So in fact, there's the closest one one can get to cross device when mobile and linear medium are actually talking to each other, and that kind of helps you. Uh, it's not that you're just burning money without thinking what's happening, but we clearly know what's happening, right? If how much is so for example, we have insights like how much does a bilateral series, how well does a bilateral series do, not from a TRP point of TVR point of view,
But from
so
a
we
business
usually
outcome.
don't look at it anymore. So we know that how it does from an impact on our leads point of view. How does a non-India work? How does a test match work? How does a big event like a World Cup work? With respect to the cost, with respect to the traffic, with respect to the kind of series that is being played. So all that, like we have like data of about 10 years now. Since then we've close to 9 years of data we have, and so that gives us a confidence to kind of go back and invest on cricket or non-cricket and on television. Yeah. So yeah.
Thanks, Sai. And that's quite interesting because, yes, when there's a call to action needed, and that's something extremely interesting, which is that the second screen phenomenon hits in, and for a new age client, right? So typically, if you're on the, and I guess your faith on television is that, when you're on the digital medium and you're watching something really entertaining, you don't want to move out of that medium. But if you do have a second screen available with you, then you would like to check it out, and that's a trigger that kind of helps you out. Venkat, what has been your experience from your roster of clients in terms of the effect on business outcomes when it comes to advertising on cricket?
Like in India, entire sports is hello. So in India, like sports is growing year on year, right? See, 2 years before, the overall viewership was 620 to 650 million. Today, it's somewhere around 730 to 750 million. So that's where there's a growing entire sports in India. When you see the cricket, last World Cup 2019, it has reached somewhere around 500 plus million, right? So the entire India is watching cricket through TV because it creates a lot of impact. So the perception in the market is like, say out of 550 also, there are 22 years to 40 years, all right? The 30% of the people, that are the young youth are watching in TV, okay? Plus there are 49% is 40 plus and 13 to 21, somewhere around 21% people are watching cricket through TV. The reason is, right, the TV gives a lot of impact. Okay, this is the impact when you are watching a TV in a big screen. Possibly you get a feeling of sitting and watching in the stadium. Okay, that's kind of feeling which we get when you are watching with the family. Number one, what happens in a big screen when you are watching with the family. Possibly you will watch with the friends, and in the societies when you are watching on a big screen. In India, what happens from the kid to elder, they become a captain of India, right? When they are watching a match itself, they started talking why Rohit Sharma is giving bowling to Shami, why not Bumrah, right? Why not Ashwin? Why the mid wicket is standing close to this thing? Why he is not bowling Yaka? Why he is not giving? Those kind of discussion happens, right? When you are watching together, in India, everyone became a captain, right? Everyone started giving advice to Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, to everyone. They have started giving advice to, right? That kind of each and every ball, the focus, the ball, each and every four, every six, they really enjoy the match, right? In between, we put a communication, right? We put a brand communication. If you're putting it possibly, talking about call to action, what we discussed about call to action communication or the brand launch communication or a tactical communication, if it comes, you started discussing with your surrounding people who are sitting there. So it's very important when you are watching a match in a big screen, you started thinking of, started discussing whatever is happening on the TV. So it's important creating a lot of impact, number one. I'll give you a few examples also. What are the clients which we handle? For example, Kia. We have launched a car in a big impact property 2019 World Cup only. When we are done, we have not launched the car. We have just put a communication booking open, right? This created a awareness in the market. First of all, the Kia. Number two, they got a booking before the launch of the car. The same thing had happened with the NG Motors, right? They took TV only, not on the digital. They took only TV. They launched a car. They got a booking of 10,000 unexpected. The client was stunned, right? They got a booking of 10,000, right? These are the launch of the car. Whatever happened in cricket, it done a magic for them. One more client bought we are handling Swiggy. It's a very good experience, I should say, because each and every brand before getting into cricket, they should know the objective why you wanted to get into cricket, right? So we got a task from them saying one is they said that we need more downloads. The second thing they said is we need a repeat order. There are two tasks they gave it to us when we suggesting cricket on this. What we went and told them, what sir is suggested on the future. Okay, we told them to take a super six. Whenever the batsman is hitting a six, okay, you book within 6 minutes, you'll get a 60% discount. Anyway, the food apps, they normally give a discount. So what is suggested to them, when the batsman is hitting a six, right, you book it in 6 minutes, you'll get a 60% discount. We stop the communication in 10 days. The kind of response we got from the market, not only the metros, from the 2-tier, 3-tier market also. We stopped the communication only in 10 days time because the client was not able to, the service they are not able to do. So we stop the communication only. That's the power of cricket, number one. The second time, what I'm saying on linear TV, when you are watching, it create a lot of impact in the market. So it gives result also on this, right? So that's why our clients are responding to cricket whenever it happens. The third thing, just one more point I want to add on the linear TV, like IPL started 15 years back. PKL started 10 years back. ISL started 10 years back. These all are the emerging sports success in India. When they launched these sports, that time the linear TV was there. Because today, these sports are successful because of the TV support, right? Now the digital OTT has added, but these sports are successful from the beginning. That's the reason all the emerging sports are successful in India. Thank you.
So interesting, which is that you made a strong business case for cricket and amazing results that we've seen. Akash, in terms of impact of cricket, and I know that your decision to invest in cricket was for the first time, and that would be an interesting one to hear from especially from a BFSI category, wherein trust and credibility needs to be built. And why was your decision, and what was your decision, and why did you select cricket to to be present on cricket?
Super. So I just want to kind of round off the point that he said that I don't watch cricket. If I watch cricket, I'm watching it for the ads. So Star Guys, your reach is still maintained. And I think I personally have been a big believer of cricket as an impact medium throughout my marketing career, and I'm not going to sort of delve deeper into it. I think that my panelists have explained it really well. I think from my perspective, I mean, it wasn't the first time DBS did that, but the recent Asian Test Championship, the Cricket World Test Championship is what we sponsored on TV with Star. And I think from I always look at impact from two lenses. Let me talk about the numbers, and I'm going to talk about the softer aspects, right? Just from a numbers perspective, and like Sai mentioned, we're very performance driven as well. So for us, impact through the funnel becomes extremely critical to measure and see how that's impacting not just my brand measures, top of the funnel, even my business measures, which is bottom funnel conversions, right? I think from a reach perspective, it reached about 120 million, which was a record broken for any test game, a test match. And even I think lower funnel, which is where obviously the interest, the justification becomes a lot more critical, right? Our searches went up by about 30-35%. The other thing which is very critical for us is because DBS is a growth focused bank. So while I want to make sure my awareness goes up, I also want to make sure more people sign up for my proposition. One of the measures that we track very closely is website visits for sure, but also how many people are downloading my DigiBank app to start the journey of opening an account, right? And during those 5 days, we peaked, which is the incremental installs, peaked at about 6x our regular daily average, right? Which is significantly high if I look at what we do with some of the other mediums, right? So I think it's a foregone conclusion that cricket as a medium drives impact, and I think this impact word gets thrown quite a bit, but we've seen it in numbers, and it does impact the business, right? The other softer aspect is also given we're a largely distributed business, and therefore you want to make sure that the last guy on the front selling or interacting with the customer feels excited and feels positive about what you're doing. So I think the number of people who call up my boss, which I'm sure all marketers want that. I think I've seen your ad. Number of people who would call me, and every time I would reach out to my branch managers, my sales guys, and saying, "Did you see the campaign?" Everyone's seen it, right? So I think that has a soft impact. I can't measure it. That definitely drives them to be a lot more aggressive in the market, possibly do more than what they're expected to deliver. And that actually has a significant softer impact of picking up cricket as a medium, right? And that's been our experience.
And I think after listening to the entire panel, and I can safely say that, yes, and obviously the sentiments of World Cup are high. There's a lot of enthusiasm around it. We also are expecting, I think, the team's performance, the schedule, the players by itself, they're all in top peak form. And as he said, it's the last dance, I think King Kohli with Rohit Sharma. So undoubtedly, I think everybody does realize, but the key the key takeout from today's discussion, from after hearing you all, and that tabla's also kind of playing right now, which is that, it's not just a vanity metric. It is also a business metric. So cricket, at the end of the day, cricket on television definitely moves beyond just a vanity metric, but it is also a business metric. If they allow, I think we can take one question. There's a panel out here. I think if you can just extend by 30 seconds, it'll be interesting to get one question. Yes, sir. Can somebody hand him over the mic, please?
My name is Aiksana. I'm from the Northeast, from Shillong. Very interesting discussion, but cricket is a foreign sport which we have inculcated, and we call it religion. But we have forgotten our own national sport like hockey and football. The rural boys and girls, they are excellent. Our Northeast boys and girls in the village, they know names of each and every footballer. So in similar strategy of business, my request not to forget our own national identity. How could this same marketing strategy work for sports like hockey? I have been coached by Dhyan Chand when I was in school. What a man he is. People have forgotten. They don't know his name. Everybody knows Dhoni and all that. I have met those cricketers also. But look at those legends. Bare feet, they have won gold for India in the Olympics. Yeah. And cricket is not an Olympic sport. It is a business plan. Somebody's plan has worked in business strategy. Everybody is making money, watching television, going out for a six, whether it will go for a six or not, betting is going on. So a lot of gambling going on. Everything is fine as long as things are clear, people are interested, rich people can buy all the kit and everything. Whereas the grassroots people, I am work for the grassroots, encourage these national sports. How can the same marketing people, brilliant people, spend money to encourage our own national sports like football and hockey? Other countries have taken over. They want to defeat India, so they make turf. Yeah. So that Indians cannot run on turf. They need natural ground because our people play with bare feet. They don't have the money to buy shoes. Here you have panel in Adidas and Nokia, whatever.
So I
All
think
sports.
if I may with your,
So what could you do to utilize your expertise to promote our national sports like hockey?
how can you
and
help
football?
spend your budget little towards the ground level sport as well, towards hockey and football? And that's the,
I think
let's
first
stick
of
to
all,
that.
sir, thanks for bringing about that point. Absolutely noted. And I think India is not just a cricketing nation, but it's also a sporting nation. And I guess yes, the other sports are coming up. I think Venkat in his talk also mentioned about the fact that there are different now focus and the spotlight has been on different sports as well as on women's sports. And I think that's the need of the hour. And I think that's something that is getting realized, not just, not just by the government of India, but also amongst the entire marketing fraternity as well. But yes, a lot of initiative and a lot of ground to cover to be able to give the spotlight onto that. And I think it's a collective responsibility of all of us to do so. Any thoughts from the panel on it, I guess? But an extremely valid one. And hopefully next year when this summit is there, we will be discussing about sporting on television, the perfect platform
Probably, yeah.
to drive business impact this festive through sports. Right. Thank you so
Done.
much. Everybody, thank you, panelists. That was enlightening discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Mansi, for moderating that. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Aye. Also, I please request the CEO of BW Healthcare, Mr. Harbinder ji, to please join us on stage and present a token to all our panelists here, please. Please, sir. Oh, this is for panelist type. In no particular order. The journey of cricket. What I can make out from the cover right now. The infinite belief. Lovely. A picture are we doing? Yes or no? You want? हाँ कर लो sir मतलब permission लेके. कोई नहीं. You missed that chance. Next year. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Thank you so much, Mr. Narula, for doing that. And after the panel discussions for the day, it's now time for a spotlight on pushing market ROAs on new age spends. We'll wait for them to clear the stage so that I can introduce our next speaker. Okay, while they move the last table, I shall introduce the speaker for the same. So next is a spotlight on pushing marketing ROAs on new age spends. And I also have a brief profile of the presenter for this. I shall first read out that and then call on a speaker or a presenter. This will be presented by Dr. Kamaljeet Anand, Managing Partner and Chief Data Scientist, Chi-Square Analytics. Dr. Kamal has been a marketing analytics expert with over 20 years of experience in the space and has delivered more than 125 data analytics and BI programs to a gamut of global and Indian corporations. And today shall do the same for you and for us. He has passionately evangelized the data driven decision making among marketeers in all these years. Dr. Kamal has worked with Fractal Analytics and Gallup in the past. By qualification, he is a PhD fellow of IIM Ahmedabad and continues to be a student of technology. And today, he will be sharing his experience on driving marketing ROAs. Everybody, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Kamaljeet Anand.
No, that's not the one. Thanks, Aditya. Thank you, Business World, for this forum. It's a pleasure to be part of this, and I'm sure that I'll be running against some time shortly. So let me start with ROAS as a topic, which is close to heart to most of the CMOs, and how to achieve that delta. Most of us have sorted the problem of knowing what the baseline is. So how do we go about pushing the line further and trying to achieve a significant delta over the baseline? So let's start with one of the ROAS framework here. And as you can see, there are digital actions which can be taken which are organic in nature. So there are various manifestations of digital actions. So you could do Google Analytics metrics, net sentiment, and organic share of search. Now, share of search is a area which could be organic as well as paid, but it's very difficult to figure out and get this information easily. So one has to work extra hard to get share of spend or share of search. So one has to do certain analytical methodologies to get this data in. More traditionally, we see digital actions which are organic in nature, inorganic in nature, in which you have top of the funnel spends, you have mid funnel spends, and bottom of the funnel spends. Now, here, what the critical element is that most of the ROI measures, when you are looking at it, bottom of the funnel would mostly read a very high ROI. Reason being, because that's where the sale also happens. So when you measure the ROI for the bottom of the funnel, you are generally going to get a very high ROI. Now, with that background, how this funnel nature is changing. So if we look at 5 years back, there was some top of the funnel. There were very, very limited bottom of the funnel avenues to spend money on. But with time, as of today, I would say that more than 60 avenues are available to the marketers to spend the money on. And then what you want to do with all this? You want to link it to the sales that you are generating. You may be generating sales in your own DTC, direct to customer, or you may be generating it in, let's say, Amazon or Big Basket, Flipkart, or any other marketplace which you are listed in. If you see organic SOS, we had put on the top, and below, if you see, there is paid SOS also. Now, paid SOS is something very difficult to measure and have, and you can have very misleading numbers as far as SOS is concerned, because it's a market number that you're trying to gauge against. So mostly you go wrong there. So having better techniques to get it right is important. Bestseller ranks, platform rankings. So these are very important measures. So coming to what contributes to the ROAS delta. So here are a few very important points that I'd like to cover today, that if we were to think it from a CMO standpoint, he has got the baseline. So he's trying to push that number up. So first, what that baseline looks like. So let's just review that also in a bit. But getting the measurement right and getting the actioning right, both these aspects are extremely, extremely critical. So I'll just explain what goes into getting measurement right and action right. Uh, Interaction effects. Now, everybody's dream is that if I'm doing digital spending, do I get to see an overlay of some kind of a TV or a promotions or some kind of a discounting that I'm doing? So it is everybody's question, but is that a myth or does it really exist? So that's a question we'll answer. Share of search. I'm detailing this part because this has become very, very critical in the scheme of things. So your paid actions and your competitors' paid actions have immediate impact on what ROAS you are going to generate. So we have good potential to tap this. We don't have time today to cover balancing of the category functional needs and latent need of the keywords. If we look at customer level ROAS, I would say this is single most enlightening piece. And why does it, give us a extra insight into the customer? I mean, when you will see those numbers, you will make it out for yourself that why this is an important one. Affect versus cognition, I'm dropping for now. We'll move forward. Integrating competitive intelligence, where pricing, discount, again, share of search, bestseller, ratings, and reviews are going to be important. This is the traditional way of looking at things. You were looking at single source panels. You were looking at market mix models, but market mix model is, quickly losing its relevance. What has taken its place is multi-channel attribution, because today you are not doing one channel sales, you are not doing one channel advertisement. So you have to manage both multi-channel sales and multi-channel spending. So how do you get the two together? So without doing multi-channel attributions, it's extremely difficult to get the data right. So don't look at the numbers below so much. They vary quite significantly by category that we are looking at. But yes, MCA has the promise of delivering much more in terms of volume gain. So let's check out this aspect where we are talking about the key measures, what we were measurement issues. So what were the issues which have been there in the last 5 years? So you would see that poor or slow loop between offtake and spends. Again, you want all sales to be always connected to spends. But the fact is that in the last 5 years, this was a very big problem, but more or less today it has been solved, except for modern trade and to some extent, of course, also general trade. But if you talk about e-com, most of them are getting offtake data, which is now linked to the spends. However, real-time day level feeds are not available. What is the implication of that? So if real-time day level feeds are not available, Amazon provides you that. Go to Vendor Central, you are able to get it. You go to Flipkart, you are able to get it. Try that, doing that with Nykaa. Currently, they may not be able to provide you a day level feed. So it impacts your ability to go granular and pick this information up and get the ROAS right. So, but this is improving. Things are changing on this count. I will leave the third point, come to the fourth: over attribution on downstream spends. Because you are very close to the point of sale, like Amazon AMS, if you would have known, if you spend money on AMS, you are likely to get very high ROI, because that's the point at which you are building the traffic as well as making the sale. So naturally you will have over attribution issues, so which need to be corrected as well. E-com versus D2C traffic. Now I remember, few years back when we were looking at how D2C is doing versus, let's say, marketplace e-com. Most of the click to action would be happening to your own D2C. But marketers have, I would say, recently figured it out that D2C may be very exciting to know loyalty, may be very exciting to know your returns and extra behavior about your consumer, but it is not enough to generate the kind of volume you are looking for. So you would always be thin. You might get a great ROAS, but you will be very thin as far as scale is concerned. So I wouldn't suggest that you do a lot of click to action to DTC, but believe you me, 5 years back, 80% of the click to action was coming to the own websites, and they did not even have direct to consumer portals. So it was a waste. But now, if I say, it has become about a 80-20 kind of a split in the traffic that you generate. There were no digital ROAS benchmarks. CMOs have pushed for the benchmarks. I'll show you some slides later to make that point. There was no good bad spend qualification. Then spend allocation was business logic driven. So I'll leave it at this one. And how each of these points have changed, we'll just look at that, the points which still remain. So share of search is an issue which still remains, needs to be addressed. Day level feed remains an issue as far as MT is concerned. Actual digital spend learning and campaign rejig, cycle lags, that is still an issue. So we'll just leave this point as it is. Over attribution still stays because the nature of the funnel has changed. Lot of opportunities to spend, lot of opportunities to sell, but because of the funnel nature changing, it has become even bigger problem. So there is this problem to be addressed definitely. Spend allocation. Now, once, even if you have figured out that this is my ROAS, this is the media which works, but in the end of the day, your agency has to believe you, right? So you may go with great model, great working, but in the end, they may say that, okay, we have another model or we have another way of allocating and we have a good sound logic. So which is fine, both can coexist. So question is that what is the ratio that you maintain between the two? So partial allocations you may do manually or via knowledge, wisdom, and partly you may want to do via the spend algo so that you know where you are heading actually. Campaign level ROAS are not there. Now to get measurement in place, you need to have some way of knowing how your volumes are looking. Just focus on the graph below. The blue worm which is running, it is actually the volume. And you want to see how volume is stacking up against all the spends that you have done. So you could see on the left where that block is, a red block. So that red block shows us, yes, volume is aligned with the spending that you are doing. Very good news, right? When you do the splitters, go right. Look at that. You have that another box. There is no spend below that. That doesn't mean that, you are getting some free bunny somewhere, right? You are seeing actually a lag effect. You see a small spend which has happened prior to that, which has contributed towards that peak. Plus, there are events which are happening, platform level, discounts may have been offered. So there could be other reasons also. Likewise, you see that there is a worm which is moving and you have explanation. So ability to decompose, that means getting the measurement right is extremely important. That's point number one. Ability to take it back to the brand teams that, okay, this is how you're going to action it. Okay, your ability to know this is my incremental sales, this is my base. Now, why are you doing all this? You're doing just to figure out, does your brand generate enough volume by itself without having any support of the digital, or does it need strong impact? Now, if you see 58% incremental, is that a good news or a bad news? Is that good? Yeah, if you are heavily into spending, it's a good news because your brand is responsive. But technically, if you see, your base is a small base. It's a 42% base. Now you have to go back and see whether this particular brand was a large size brand or it was a small size brand. So for a large brand, this is a bad news. For a small brand, this is a good news because you can grow. Incrementality is there and you could put more money, get more money back. So this works fine. But you have to also present back which are the top spend ROIs by on platform and off platform. By off platform, I mean top of the funnel. By on platform, I mean on the platform, which is mostly bottom of the funnel. So actions, what lift you are getting by event, non-event, super event period. So there are some interactions in play. So we'll talk about those interactions in a short while, but we'll just move on. Now look at this. That was a brand level view. This is a portfolio level view. And you see the line, here for the benchmarks, I think you can pay me $1 million actually. You're not gonna get benchmarks so very easily. But having said that, benchmarks are extremely critical to know whether you are in line as far as ROAS is concerned, or you are completely off the radar. You cannot have it at all category level, you need to have, category level benchmarks, number one. Number two, by the size. So if you see, these sizes, so 20 CR and above, less than 20 CR. Let's say I'm just putting a number up here so that you could compare. So this is a portfolio level view. So you check that out. Similarly, you do it for on platform, figure out what's happening, you action it. So you need some automation, some simulators, so that you are able to action this quick and move with the decision making. These are things, which you could leave, but, AOPs, all of the marketers plan have annual operating plans and they do quarterly planning. So if you have found out good things, if you have simulated scenarios, but you are not able to action it, you are not going to see any results anyway. So it's better that you align and make it part of the AOPs, which will drive things. Coming to interaction effects, which is myth versus reality. So I'll rush into it because not much time is there. Platform events, discounts, TV, hello. Hypothesis, do they have effect? Yes, I mean, notionally they do. Now look at this chart. What this tells us that where maximum volumes are coming from. So you see that big billion days, big Diwali sales, these are generating significant number and that's growing by the year. So it's a good and a bad news both. Your dependence on events has gone up significantly. It's a bad news. But if you want to generate quick volume, this is the way. You could go do it. And that's regular kind of events which are there on the right. So in regular, how much volume we are able to generate. We don't have time to spend too much on this, but this is one slide I'd like to spend time on, maybe a minute. You want to know whether your response is flat or it goes up as you increase the discount level. So where does it saturate? So if you look onto the left, and let's say we are giving an example of Flipkart for a category, the bars is what we see. So it keeps increasing. So you see that there is good incrementality even at 20 to 25%. Great news. Move to Amazon. You see that it flattens at 15 to 20%. That means there is no extra, buck I am generating by going further up. So it's a learning for a category. Don't extend it everywhere, but you need to know. A Big Basket has a different model. It offers small discounts, small everything. But yes, it has a potential to go up to a certain level. So it is a possibility. Now the chart below is what is the key to today's discussion, where we are talking about how you are generating that extra ROAS. Look at the leftmost. You see it is promo plus very small amount of digital. Okay. It generates a particular baseline. Go right. You add to it some TV. Your ROAS goes up. But point is that do we plan like that? Do we keep TV in mind when we are doing e-com? Do we keep TV in mind when we are doing MT? Or is it all GT that we are looking at, general trade? Keep moving right. So you have effects of various things. So hypotheses around interaction effects is evidence driven. So if you add TV, there is an interaction. You increase the digital, of course, there's an interaction. You increase the promotion, there is still an interaction. So the point is, as you keep moving right with different combinations, you get a lift over the baseline. So you started with 1.18 and you've gone almost up to 1.78. Of course, there is a lot to talk about. Customer level ROAS is one important point I'll speak. There are a lot of things below that, but I think that's one takeaway I would like you to, carry with you today. Look at this chart now. It will take a while to, just appreciate what is there on this one. A brand gets an overall ROI of 1.45. Good or bad, I leave it to judgment. When you look at new customers you are adding, which is by chance, which are coming into your place. So they like the offer which is going on. They are brand agnostic. So they are just coming in. So your cost of getting them onboarded is 0.85. You spend $100, you get $85 back. Okay. You look at new customer who's coming by choice. Actually, it is even lower, 0.6. And you look at if it is coming because of other value proposition, it is about 0.5. So not much difference between 0.5 and 0.6. The point I'm trying to make is new customer acquisition ROAS would always be much, much lower. But volume is there, traffic is there. come to the last 2 points, which is where the entire story is. You look at repeat buyers tier A. Tier A is people who have good, decent purchasing power, but not the best purchasing power, decent. Look at your ROAS going up to 1.8, and the next tier, which is even more amazing, your ROAS has jumped and it has become 7.3. What is the difference between tier A and A minus? They are great purchasing power folks. So how would you identify those great purchasing power folks? That is a matter of dwelling, and it is an amazing thing to do if you are able to do. And if you run DTC, it is absolutely possible to get that. So DTC is your way to do a lot of this loyalty. But if you like this slide, here is something absolutely else for you. Look at this one, where that star has gone. Star has gone to 7.3. And if this slide makes sense to you, try to get it somehow in those actioning at your end. You see, for tier A plus repeat buyers, your ROAS is actually as high as 58.5. And this is a meta-analysis across categories. If I talk about specific category, specific platform, this number is just mind-boggling. It can run into hundreds. So you spend $1, you get $100 back. So what is it that a marketer need to do to get this going, and how to get that repeat buyer ROAS into play? This is an absolutely unseen space. I would suggest, please delve in, do D2C from a very different standpoint. I'm sure it is going to get you definite, returns on it. I don't think I have time for covering share of search here, but this has its own implications. So you figure out what is your share of search, what is competitor share of search, and are you doing better or worse? So you take it's like a market share. So it's a digital market share equivalent that you get. And you want to see it for paid as well as organic. Sorry, left is paid and right is organic. You put all that number together. Let's say this has been done on West Coast. This is a US work which is there. In India, this is picking up right now. And you keep building it. You have all these results out. And you can just see how much you have been able to gain by the virtue of this one. You run dashboards, you measure SOV, look at the rectangle, look at the oval on the right. It measures both paid SOV as well as organic SOV. So if you are able to capture it, next things are quite easy. So I will not get into a lot of other stuff, but I'll just come to the final slide. Don't worry about all this. So final slide is actually the first slide, which essentially says that to get that ROAS milestone, there are ways to bring that incrementality. Not everything can be achieved at one go. You may want to start with getting the measurement right. You may want to build certain interaction effects within the same system. Share of search is a different level game. It's a level changer for you. Customer level ROAS is something, if one is able to build that in, you are able to see the ROAS in a very different light. And I think it has major impact on how you plan your quarters, your year, how you look at, what you can make out of a category's presence. So I hope this, helped in some way in looking at the same information in a slightly different light. I guess I'm out of time. Quite a lot. So sorry about that, but I hope you took something away from this session. Thanking you once again. Thank you. Bye-bye.
No, that's the thing, stairs. Thank you so much. And I'm very sorry. I don't know why ऐसे वक्त की situation it all comes to me. I don't know. I should start charging them extra for this also. For timing especially. बातें करने का तो मजा है. Timing is a lot of pressure. Okay, now for our next and the last spotlight for today on meaningful brands. Welcome to Me Economy. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Network, India. And while Mohit walks up, sir, a request from those 20 eyes staring at me, jinki flight hai. I'd request you, sir, आपको मालूम है मैं क्या कहने वाला हूँ, बाकी आपकी श्रद्धा।
I'll not take more than 15 minutes. I know the sensitivities. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Uh, can the presentation be here? Yeah. So without wasting any more time, quickly get into this. This is a proprietary study that Havas does every year, and we are very proud of it. And I'll just share with you what exactly it is. Uh, uh, why this study? This is 15th year that we have been doing this study, and if you were a part of my you saw my panel, we were talking about purpose driven marketing, environmental friendly marketing, and all those things. We have been doing that for the last 13 years. So 15 years in fact we have been saying that important for a brand to be meaningful. And where it came from was we had asked consumers what would happen if this brand disappeared, and they said they would take some other brand. So 80% of the brands in the world could disappear and consumers would not care. It was a scary figure at that point in time. And then we realized that we need to delve deeper into it and see why consumers are so disconnected with the brands. And then we came up with this whole concept of meaningfulness, and now it's become a norm. It becomes a KPI for us when we talk to our clients. So more of it, don't want to spend about it, about where all it happens. It happens across the world. Specifically, India statistics, I'll give you about 7,000 sample size, 15 plus categories, 155 brands tracked. So obviously it does not track every brand, but every year we keep on adding brands to it, which is why it becomes a more exhaustive study year on year. And there are three things that, sorry, how do I go back? So that what makes a brand meaningful, and some of it has been discussed during the day today. There are three aspects of a brand. The functional equity of a brand, whether the brand is doing the job that it's supposed to do. If it's a car, is it taking you from point A to point B? That's most important. At some point in time, only that was important for a brand and nothing more. Over a period of time, the second thing, which is personal equity, started becoming important. Is that brand giving me joy? Is it helping me improve my behavior? Is it making me feel confident? All those aspects started coming in. And then the personal benefits, or the personal equity as we call it, became important. And over the years, the collective equity has become important. Consumers are so aware that they know where the brands are being manufactured, what kind of conditions are there. So if a company is not using unfair practices, then the consumers would be wary of using those brands. So there are three pillars on which meaningful brands rests, and this is what we realized over a period of time, that importance of that collective equity and personal equity is very, very important for the brands. We actually do two things. One, we measure the meaningful brand index of a brand, and that tells you how important that brand is for the consumer, or to what percentage equity does it have with the consumer. We also look at the meaningfulness score. So these are things, and since I'm rushing because I have only 15 minutes, or rather 10 minutes now, there outside in the booth, Havas booth, we have all details of this entire report. You can just scan and get the report online on your phone. So I will only stick on specific slides that are important. Last year, when we did this research, it's a yearly research, it came out that the consumers were very skeptical, very cynical. There was a huge amount of cynicism among the consumers, and that was because of the fact that they were coming out of the pandemic. And this year, it has given rise to a me economy, and I'll tell you more about this as we go forward. Now, what is happening is that no matter where you look or what you do, life is becoming more and more challenging. And this is all India data as I'm talking to you on. 43%, according to the people who we have interviewed, 43% of the people say the world is going in the wrong direction at global level. And why? Because of all these reasons that you see over there. So people are worried about what is happening. 2 out of 4 say that we are living in an environmental crisis at a global level. So people are concerned, and because they're concerned about these things, it also comes in the way they assess the brands and look at the brands and evaluate the brands. 1 in 4 reports of being personally affected by at least one of these crises. So it's a very important thing that's going on in the world right now. And personal crisis or health crisis is clearly the number one after the pandemic. No two ways about it. There are other crises like economic and societal which are there. Initially, pre-pandemic, Economic crisis was number one, but now the health crisis has become number one because of the pandemic that we have all experienced. 65% are tired of brands pretending they want to help society when they just want to make money. This is what I asked in my session, that all about purpose marketing. Is it a gimmick or is it reality? So actually, this is how the consumers feel. It's not that every purposeful campaign is a gimmick. There are very relevant campaigns, but there are many which are not, and that's what the consumers want to be very clear about. So they know they can see the water and the milk very clearly. 68% will stop buying from companies that do not respect planet or society. So these are very strong and very provocative numbers, and you might question me, but this is what the research is saying, and that's why I'm here to present it to you. People would not care, and this is India. So I told you 80%, that's where it started about 15 years back. Today it's 73% of the brands would disappear and consumers would not care. But there are those brands which are making consumers happy and are meaningful for the consumers. What has also been seen that those brands which are meaningful, they perform better on awareness, advocacy, premium price, purchase intent, repurchase intent. So when you compare the more meaningful brands versus the less meaningful brands in the study, there's a clear direction that you get over there. Not just on that, even on the share of the wallet. So you do an assessment of the share of the wallet. The more meaningful a brand is, the higher the share of the wallet for that brand. And again, a lot of data we have category wise on this that you can see. Very important thing, on the share price, a meaningful brand performs better. So this is again over a period of time we have assessed that it's not just just a good word to be used, which is meaningful, but it's actually impacting your KPIs. It's impacting your value generation. It's impacting the way consumers connect with you. So it's very important. So I'm quickly going to, I don't have time. So this is the top 5 meaningful brands in India today. And I mean, tell me if you don't agree with the first one over here. That was 2019. Google, I was prodding in my session that, if Google disappeared tomorrow, I'm sure all of us will be in trouble, right? In some way or the other, each one of us in this room would have used Google at least 5 to 6 times during today. And that's what this research is also telling you. But I want to make a point over there. In 2019, we had Amul as well over there. So, in the morning, we had the session from the Amul CEO. And Amul, and of course, it's a very long list. So this is just the top 5 brands. The rest of them you can see in the report over there. But it tells you that tech is what is leading today. And why has suddenly Flipkart come in over there and Amazon moved here? Because of the pandemic. Because during the pandemic, the usage of these two became even more, and hence these moved towards number 2 and number 4. So this is something that gives you a reality situation. Let me also tell you that 15 years back when we did the research, the number, and of course the number of brands were much lesser. Google was not that powerful at that point in time. You know which brand came number 1? LIC. And when we actually assessed it, we were told that insurance is not a category which is meaningful. So there's something wrong in this data. And we went back, and when we rechecked with the consumers, they said it's not insurance. It's a way of life, and hence that's how a consumer sees meaningfulness. I'm quickly going to take you through the 8 ways to grow in the me economy. Unfortunately, I just have 1 minute. 1, make mental and physical wellness universal. That's something that the consumers are clearly saying. The most meaningful brands perform 35% better in inspiring me to take healthier approach to life. So, these are quotes from the consumers that they have said. 7 out of 10 people in the survey declare making real effort to be physically and mentally heavy. Clearly being driven by the pandemic, we are becoming more health conscious. So make mental and physical wellness universal very clearly for your brand. Enable people to do and feel more. Clearly, 41% more inspires me with new ideas and possibilities. So, that's what a meaningful brand is doing to them. 40% plus on makes me feel more confident. So if, for example, you are if you are enabling people to feel more, your brand will obviously be more meaningful to them. respect and celebrate the difference. There's nothing new in it. We are talking about this everywhere. 7 out of 10 of the respondents agree it is important that we coexist harmoniously with people who are different from us. So all these are ways in which the brands will have to learn and take these learnings into the way they communicate. Let the joy shine through. 75% of people say they are optimistic about the future. So, while on one hand, they are worried about what's happening. Yes, 2 more minutes, 1 more minute. Make it all super seamless. So they don't want consumer experience is becoming very, very important. So meaningful brands, when we assess them, 31% more better in terms of the consumer experience attributes like simple to use or purchase, exclusive experience, respects my personal data. We talked about privacy in our session. So that's very, very critical for them. 6 is unlock accessibility. Affordability is the new inclusion. So affordability is clearly the new inclusion. Plus 36% on offering good value for my money. Very clearly, they are ready to spend more on a brand which is ethically good. But at the same time, they want to see good value for money as well. So they are on both sides of the balance. And last, become a platform, enable them to make that purpose personal. So now what is happening is we talked about purposeful brands, meaningful brands. Purpose is turning inwards. It should be purposeful to me. Unless it is purposeful to me, I don't care whether it is purposeful to the environment. So that's the new development that we have seen in this year's research compared to the last many years. People used to say it should be environment friendly. Today they are saying, is it adding value to me in terms of the way I see I see the environment? And do good without drama. I think this has been said many times. Whenever you do any generous act, don't take your camera along with you. So I think this is very, very critical. These are some of the things. I'm sorry for the rush, but we have a full report that you can see or download from our Havas Cafe outside, and it has a lot more data than what I shared with you over here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohit sir, for helping me with the timer. Also, ये timer कौन लाया यार? Please give this to me. मेरा सुबह का alarm. I can really replace this with that. It'll be helpful. But with that, we come to an end of the discussions and spotlights and standalone speaker sessions for the day. If you remember, I had asked you in the morning that can there be a festival without celebration? What do you think? Yes or no? Audience members, can there be a festival without celebration? Yes, or how many for yes? Sir feels कि हाँ उसके बिना हो सकता है. How many for no? कि celebration तो मांगता है. See, winners are like, doesn't matter. We've come to celebrate all together. Good for you. We are now officially moving in exactly that direction. After the slew of compelling and also some heated discussions we witnessed today, it is now time to honor and applaud the minds that make all these theories and numbers come together to create the magic. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome you to the second edition of PW Top Marketers. But along with that, though this is the second edition, we've moved to a new avatar in line with the growth that marketing per se has seen and the rise of newer sectors that are doing this incredible work. This year, we also celebrate BW Marketing World's top 100 marketers. And at this point, to officially begin the ceremony, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, the editor-in-chief of BW Business World Group and the founder of Exchange for Media. And while sir's here, sir, एक छोटी सी video है. Can you please play that first? The video. I like how you look at me.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here at the second edition of the Top 100 Marketers. It's an editorial initiative. I see a lot of friends in the room, lots of familiar faces. Some people I have known for a while, but not met them. I see them. Uh, I don't want to go into the process, but I just want to, when we were doing this, we had the best person in the country to select top 100 marketer. And that's our group editorial director, Miss Noor Fatima Warsia. For the last 21 years, she's covered marketing, advertising, media. So clearly she has a point of view on it. And so I'd get Noor to talk to you about this, to give you a perspective. Noor, all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. We are running late, so I will be really brief and quick. Most of the marketers who are with us today already know this. There was a reason we kept it editorial led. We have a better sense of the quality of people that we wanted to see in the room today, the leaders that we believe are making a difference. We started the process in January earlier this year, and we started with a list of over 630 brands. By the time we started distilling it and bringing it to marketer level, it was still 400 and plus, but 437 became the marketer number that we were looking at. Then we went to various industry stakeholders. They were agency CEOs, and Mohit is here. Mohit was one of the people I really butchered for it. And then all our agency leaders from across, we connected with them. We connected with various brand consultants. We went through these names and we again brought it down. To be honest, we are recognizing 102 people. After we had kind of put this together, that was the comparable that it was coming at. But the process was crazy. That's why it took this much time to come to this as well. The award is for the leader. It's the work that you have done in the year gone. There were many, many churns. One of our takeaways was that this year has probably seen a very large number of marketer churn. We also saw the return of many heroes. There were many marketers who were leaving international markets to come back to India and take very senior positions. So for us, it was a great learning. A lot of these people are in this list, and I'm also looking forward to everybody's feedback. But most importantly, I'm looking forward to see how all of you look at the rest of the leaders and give me your feedback later. My congratulations to all of you in advance, to especially our marketers. It was really tough coming on this list, and really heartiest congratulations that you made it to it. Thank you.
You know, let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors: I won't keep you long. I just want to welcome all of you. BW Business World is a 43-year-old consumer brand. Having said that, we built 24 active communities of various CXOs. We didn't have a CMO community. While I started my entrepreneurial journey with Exchange for Media, and we have built a community of CMOs and the marketing and brand professionals. We built a CFO community in business world. We built a large CEO community. We've built a CHRO community, and I can go on in various domains we are building. We have our healthcare CEO, Mr. Arvind Narula here. We're building a healthcare CXO community. We're building a well-being community. Devika is here. She's started the well-being community for us. So really, we didn't have a CMO community. Our focus over the next 2-3 years would be to build a differentiated CMO community, because a lot of people are doing it, including Exchange for Media. The 3 messages that I have for you is: one, a friend of mine, he was actually classmate of 2 friends of mine, very close friend of theirs and mine, a more professional acquaintance, died of a heart attack. He was the founder of a top-notch startup who was doing well. So a lot of us sacrifice our quality of sleep. We work very hard. So my message to you is not about marketing. It's about to take care of yourself. I've turned vegetarian. It's a thing. I don't even, and that's a personal choice. I'm not telling somebody to turn vegetarian, non-vegetarian. And I'm working very hard on losing weight. And so sleep more, rest more. Please take care of yourself. Your families need you. So that's the first thing. All of us work very hard. So I'm saying that it's again something we all know, but I want to reiterate it. Second, Noor talked about the tenures of CMOs. 6 years back, the average tenure of a CMO was 60 months. 4 years back, it was 36 months. It is down to 30 months. The average tenure of a CMO is 30 months. In leadership, continuity matters. But the fact that has happened, there are multiple reasons. But I would say that in spite of their shortened tenure, CMOs are making larger impact. And my last point, there are lots of CMOs there. I have friends who become CEOs who were CMOs. My friend Debuda, who's just gone as the CEO of Bata in Bangladesh. It's a fairly large business. So I hope to see a lot of you becoming CEOs, because really what you do by heading brands and creating growth, marketeers are equal to growth. Marketeers create growth, and so do CEOs. So I just want to leave you with three messages. More than three messages gets lost. One is look after your health. Sleep is very important. Second is you're doing a great job. You're creating growth in spite of the shortening and tenure. Of course, some of you have long-standing careers in your existing companies, and that's good. And third is, I hope more and more CMOs become CEOs, because you're growth creators, and we look forward to celebrating you. My friend Karthi Marshan is nodding, so thank you, Karthi, for nodding. I won't stay between you and the awards. Most of our awards in business world, almost all except two, are, this is an editorial led. Noor decides the list. If she is in doubt, she calls me. I ask her questions, and she decides them. The whole list has been decided by Noor. She knows this domain. So really, please give Noor a big round of applause. And she's very, those of you know her, she is very quality intensive. She is very meticulous. My colleague Chetan has put together this event. A lot of my colleagues have contributed in making this happen and making it happen in perfect. In the morning at 9:45, we had an overflowing house. So my congratulations to all my colleagues who put in so much work. Deep, you know it. I can see Tanvi's team, Hoshi, everybody has put in a lot of work. The sales team, we don't acknowledge them. They bring in the money. A lot of colleagues, friends of mine who come from Gurgaon said we like Gurgaon venues. They are more, we had to travel far, but my team wanted to do it at Imperial for whatever it stands for, a certain grandeur. It is central. There's parking. You don't have to explain. I know Gurgaon is where the center, so to say, for marketing and a lot of brands is. But I think going to Gurgaon also takes effort. Next year, maybe we'll do it in Gurgaon. Thank you. Celebrate tonight. Applaud each other. Clapping is very good for heart muscles. If you clap, you haven't gone for a walk, it will help. Chetan is giving me time clues. I always recommend a book when I speak. I recommended this book last year called Life Force by Anthony Robbins. It is about health and health tech and how gene therapy can help you live till 150. This year I read a book recommended by a friend of mine. I read his second book and then I read his first book, original. It's a book called Humankind by Rutger Bergman. It basically says humans are very kind, and he's researched. His first book is called Utopia for Realists. As marketeers, who some of you may be avid readers, it's a great book to read. I promise you, the time you spend on reading that book won't be waste. Again, book choices can be very personal, but overall it is a very good book. So I'd recommend you to read these three books. I don't get any royalty on the sales of these books. I must say that. Life Force by Anthony Robbins and Humankind by Rutger Bergman is a young Dutch philosopher, and it's lovely. Thank you so much. Keep doing the work you do. We'll keep celebrating the work you do. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. I really appreciate how modest Noor is. Sir said the top 100 को choose करने वाली हमारी best, and she's like, कौन है वो? कौन है वो? कौन है वो? But of course, congratulations to you as well, Noor, for doing this. Yeah, absolutely. I love how the winners only clap for their own names and nobody else. There's an entire bunch there, no? You can make out all smiling faces. But before we really get this show on the road, we also have to thank our partners for making this celebrations happen. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, our associate partners, Star Sports Ad Solutions, Neil Patel Digital India, our agency partner, Havas India, our strategic partners, MIQ, Media Mantra, Mob Avenue, Dainik Bhaskar Group, our exhibiting partner, Power at Spy, our data science partner, Chi-Square, our news partner, Bharat 24, our growth partner, 299 Marketing and PTC Network, our media barter partner, OneUp Trade, India's most trusted barter company, and our social impact partner, MASH Project Foundation. Today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com, www.bweverythingexperiential.com, and www.bwgamingworld.com. Please join the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW Top 100 Marketers. 100 is numeric. And now a request from our lovely editorial team. For all the winners, once you receive your award, your trophy, please step down from stage left or from here because the stairs are here. You can walk down to your stage left, get a picture clicked for the magazine, and all the winners, please stay back till the end for a group picture also for the magazine. And with that, it's time to do the honors. And I would please request the presence of our facilitators for the same. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World Group and the founder of Exchange for Media Group. The Preet Kaur, Country Head, India and South Asia. Then we have Miss Shubhra Sethi, Head, Product and Revenue Strategy, Disney Star. Okay, so winners in no particular order. The first person to join this list of top 100 marketers for this year is Abhay Thomas, Head, Marketing and PR, Volkswagen Passenger Cars, India. Abby Thomas is here, everybody. For him, please. Abby, a few words from you. I'll hold this for you. And I've been strictly told 25 seconds, but my budget allows for 30.
Thank you. It's an honor. I think, thank you so much for really appreciating the kind of work we do. I think most importantly, one of the key statements that you said today was wanting to see more CEOs coming out from the CMOs. I think that's extremely important and very, very important for me, because when I look at my journey, it's been quite a journey up and down with marketing, with product and sales. So I think it's a lovely step forward for me. And thank you so much. It's a wonderful turnout and look forward to a wonderful evening as well.
Moving ahead, the next person to join this list of top 100 marketers is Aditya Babbar, Senior Director, Head Product and Marketing, Samsung India. For him, please, for Aditya, everybody. Let's have a huge round of applause. We have a long list to go.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First of all, congratulations to all fellow marketer. I have one of my mentors and one of my ex-bosses, Ranjeev, sitting here. So thank you, Ranjeev, for grooming me into a great storyteller. It's indeed a pleasure to receiving this award in front of you. And lastly, as a marketer, I have a very strong belief that we want to say a lot as a marketer, as a storyteller. I have a different belief. And I think a brand today is not what you want to say. It's what consumer tells about you. So thank you very much. Cheers. Good night.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers is Ankit Desai, CMO India, Hershey Company. For him, please.
So three message mantra. First of all, thank you business world for the recognition. Thank you to my current organization, Hershey, which has given me the privilege to be able to represent the organization, be standing here, and my previous organization, Kellogg and Perfetti, which have shaped me. Congratulations to all fellow winners. And lastly, I hope people like us continue to grow and continue to inspire others to come here and feel great and recognized. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all fellow award winners. Thanks.
Congratulations. So what Ankit is saying, we continue to grow. That means CMO se CEO bante chale hum. All the very best. All the very best. Moving ahead, the next person to join this powerful list of top 100 marketers for this year is Roshni Das, General Manager and Regional CMO Asia Pacific and Japan, Marketing and Partner Scale in Health Solutions and Services, India. For her, please, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, BW, for hosting us, honoring us. Thanks to my amazing company, Intel, of course. It's a great time to be a marketer, I'd say that. We are growth strategists, we're revenue builders, we're storytellers, and most importantly, we are culture shapers. So great time for the celebration. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers for this year is Anuja Mishra, CMO, Vanasa, that's Mama Earth, to be blunt, the Dermaco and Aqualogica.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's an absolute privilege and honor to be here amongst all of you, sharing the dais with such brilliant marketers. I think, like someone said, this is a great time to be a marketer. I'm not sure the other functions would agree, but of course there is consensus, I'm sure, in the room. Fantastic times, challenging. Budget cuts is a constant theme, but it just kind of forces you to be more strategic, more analytical, more creative. And, I just want to, of course, thank, my organization, Honasa. We're just sort of getting to do some great work. And equally, my previous companies, PepsiCo, Nestle, for shaping me into who I am. Finally, I just hope that this tribe grows in more ways than one. Thank you.
For all the winners, a reminder, once you receive your award, please step down and then go to stage left for a picture for the magazine, and also stay back till the end for a group picture for the magazine. And also you get 30 seconds to speak. That wasn't a part of the script, but now is. Moving ahead, The next person to join the list of top 100 marketers is Sujata V. Kumar, Head of Marketing, India and South Asia, Visa.
Thank you very much, Anurag. I'd really like to firstly thank you for always promoting and nurturing this society. It's wonderful to look around. I've already met about 25 people who we've worked together through the years. So it's really a wonderful community that bonds. And like some of you said, marketing is actually the best place to be. And I think the way things are shaping, it's continuing to be the best place to be in the near future. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Akash Sri Batra, Executive Director and Head of Marketing, Customer Experience and Analytics, DBS Bank.
Thank you again. Thanks to my organization, DBS. This is actually for my team back there who puts all the effort. Also, thanks to all my bosses, mentors, partners who've always supported me. Again, it's an honor largely because of this amazing community and also a lot of my mentors and bosses, Chandan, Rajiv, people who have learned so much from here. So thank you very much. And Anurag, sir, Noor, thank you very much for doing this for us. Thank you.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Akshay Kapoor, Chief Marketing Officer, ELF. But Akshay, everybody.
You know, Akshay, just like Delhi, half of Delhi and Gurgaon, you crossed all the way and came here. Congratulations. A few words from you.
Absolutely. So next time, can we have this Anurag somewhere closer in Gurgaon? And we promise a really good vicinity and a great ecosystem. So are you all in it? Maybe Gurgaon? How many from Gurgaon here? Just a quick check. There we go. So we beat the traffic. So thank you much. 30 seconds, that's in my mind. Thank you. I think truly an honor. Gratitude to all the organizations that I've worked with, Dabur, Pernod Ricard, Perfetti, now DLF. Can't thank the teams, the agencies, the partners, my mentors, all of them. Thanks, Anurag, for putting this together. I think it's just amazing to kind of share the podium with a lot of winners. And I think we should keep doing this on a bigger stage. Thank you much. And looking forward to the evening ahead.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Alok Mahajan, the Chief Marketing Officer, Sleep Well. We have a team member from Havas Group to receive the award on behalf of Alok. Congratulations, ma'am, to you and to Alok as well. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Emilio Aragona, the marketing head of Kinder Brands, Ferrero, India. For him, please, everybody.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think I'm the only Italian in the room. No, it has been a journey actually, and I'm very happy and proud for this award in India, because it's 2 years I'm here and I'm learning a lot every day about Indian consumers. And it's just the beginning, because our consumers are evolving, and emotions and storytelling are every day more important, and we are here to serve them the best. Thank you very much.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Amit Tiwari, Global Head of Marketing Demand Center, TCS. For him, please, for all his hard work.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Anurag. Thank you so much, Noor, for really putting that particular respect for marketing. I think much needed. But every particular award actually brings for all the marketers a different responsibility on the shoulder. How can we actually nurture and improve that? How can we get into a micro specialization of marketing that is much needed? So I think look forward how, as a community, we can actually serve and help business world to grow much better from a fraternity perspective. Thank you so much.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Amrita Thapar, Director, Experiential Marketing, Microsoft, India, Japan, and Southeast Asia. For her, please, everybody.
Thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege to be here. I've been looking at everybody who's come before me, and I'm in great company, so truly a privilege. This one goes out for my team. I don't think any of us can achieve anything in marketing if you don't have a great team. So to every team that I've worked with at Microsoft and before Microsoft, here's to many more. Thank you.
To many more. Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much, Navpreet ji and Shubhra-ji, for helping us. Thank you so much. Everybody once for them, please. May I please request Professor Abhishek, Director Marketing, IMT Ghaziabad, and Mr. Ashish Malhotra, Zonal Head North and East, Bharat 24, to please join us on stage and help us present these awards for next set of winners. Aye. For them, everybody, let's please welcome them. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Puneet Bekal, Director, Marketing, MasterCard. Puneet, please.
So last year I won the 40 under 40. So this year it's top 100. So I'm definitely doing something right. Thank you so much for the award. And like everyone said, it's a privilege to be here amongst an august audience, if I may say so. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Puneet, if I may, are you above 40, is it, in age? You don't look like. Absolutely not. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Anish Varghese, DGM Marketing. Joy Alukas, we have Kawaljeet Singh, the regional manager of Joy Alukas, to receive the award on behalf of Anish. For Anish and for Kawaljeet ji, everybody, ek baar, just heard it for him. Any for Anish? Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Anjali Gupta, Group Marketing Head, SIFI Technologies. We have with us Shombit Roy from SIFI to receive the award on behalf of Anjali. For Shombit, please, and for Anjali as well, the winner of this award. Let's hear it. Congratulations. The next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Anuradha Sehgal, Chief Marketing Officer, Coforge. Everybody for Anuradha, please.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor. It's a privilege to be sharing this award with so many very, very impressive marketeers, some of whom I call friends. So, 25 years or so of marketing, and the one thing that I've learned is that there is no one way of doing marketing. I learned the ABC of marketing at Hindustan Lever. I learned how to do Excel, marketing by Excel at Reckitt. Sorry, if there's anybody from Reckitt here, yeah. So, marketing by Excel is a thing. We do it very well at Reckitt. And at Airtel, I learned to throw away the rule book of marketing and unlearn everything that I had ever learned. The biggest campaign that I had the honor of creating was, I did not have any research, no research before that, just a qualitative group for a script that bombed. And then with the final script, we knew we didn't even have to do that, which was Har Ek Friend Zaruri Hota Hai. So really no one way to do marketing, but every facet. And the interesting thing about marketing is that you just bring, if you're interested in life, you can just bring it all to the table. And that's the beauty of marketing. So it's, if you're interested in the movies or in art or theater, you just bring it all to the table. And that's the beauty of the job, and you get paid to do it. Now, having a great time shaking up marketing in IT services at Coforge. Very grateful for the opportunity to step into this completely new world of IT services. So thanks to Coforge. Good luck, everyone. And yes, it's a great fraternity, so great effort. I look forward to connecting and learning and unlearning and relearning many, many things. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening.
Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Aparna Bhaval, the Chief Marketing Officer, KFC India and partner countries. For Aparna, everybody.
Thank you. I'll take under 30 seconds. Thank you, everybody. And everything's been said already. It is a great fraternity set of people in this room. So privileged to be a part of it. And a lot was said today over the many panels around marketing today in today's world, fast changing, consumer lifestyles, trends. We talked about how marketing is a central growth function now, the importance of innovation and cross-functional right here in this room. So proud and privileged to be a part of it. Thank you, and to many more. Cheers.
Congratulations. The next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Aparna Giridhar, Vice President Marketing, Swiggy. We have a team member from Havas to receive the award on behalf of Aparna. For Aparna, everybody, and for also Soju received the award on behalf of her. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Asha Karga, Chief Customer and Brand Officer, Mahindra Group. We have with us Pramuj Goyal, Vice President Corpcom from Mahindra Group, to receive the award on behalf of Asha. Congratulations, sir, to you and to Asha. Moving ahead, the next person to receive the award or to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Ashish Mishra, Executive Vice President, Marketing, ACU. Welcome, everybody. Let's have a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much. A lot has already been said, but just wanted to say, from the outside, marketing can look very glamorous, but at least today I know that I'm standing in a room with full of people who know how bloody difficult this job is. Right? The expectations are always high, the budgets are always low, right? And you still have to deliver. So cheers to all of you. And today we celebrate. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Chandan Mukherjee, Director and Senior Vice President, Strategy, Marketing and Communications, Nestle India. Everybody wants for Chandan ji.
Well, thank you, BW Marketing World, the entire team, for celebrating with all of us, recognizing all of us. It's indeed a very proud moment. Well, there's never a dull moment in marketing. For all that has been said about, there are these challenges and there are those challenges. Of course, there's opportunity all around, and never a dull moment in this. Keep learning, keep unlearning, and keep having consumer centricity at the core. Thank you.
And with that, thank you so much, Professor Abhishek and Ashish ji, for helping us. Everybody wants for them. May I please request Mr. Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Group, and Mr. Siddharth Dabade, Managing Director, MIQ, to join us on stage and help us present the awards for next set of winners. Please. Siddharth ji is here? No. Okay, Noor, can you help us? If so is there, you can join us. We shall proceed. The next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Damayanti Singh Khanoria, Chief Marketing Officer, Oppo. For Damayanti, everybody, please.
Hi, congratulations to everyone in the room. Lots of familiar faces. The most shocking thing for me today is the number of people whose names start with A. I'm Damin, I thought I'm going to be in the first 15 people. It's been literally half an hour. But congratulations to everyone. And like everyone is saying, a bit of a tidbit from my career and something that I hold very dear to my heart is the advice that was given to me by this gentleman called Phil Schiller, who's an Apple fellow. And this is an advice which I've carried for the last 7-8 years now. And he said, as a marketer, do not have an ego in the room. When you have an ego, you do not let free thought flow. And the fact that you're getting older and the consumer is getting only younger, empowering your team to think and to creatively storytell is what's going to keep you ahead in the game. So just something for you to take back to your offices. And congratulations once again.
Damayanti, you're worried for a D. We also have a Z in the list. But congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Dipali Nair, Group Chief Marketing Officer, CK Birla Group.
Thank you, Anurag, and thank you for asking. Yes, my hand is better now. And I'm enjoying Delhi. And while we were talking about the challenges and everything, the big challenge that I'm facing just now is hiring. I'm hiring. So I'm hiring CMO for one of our companies. I'm also hiring, women who want to come back to work. So please let me know of that. But, it's great to be here and great to see lots of friends here. Thank you.
Dipali ma'am, artist bhi hain idhar. Just saying. But congratulations to you, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Gunjit Jain, Executive Vice President to Marketing, Colgate Palmolive, India.
Absolutely honored and thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for having me here. This one's definitely for the team. And the only message that I have is that, all of us marketers here are doing a fantastic job. Let's raise the bar, keep raising it, and, make this fraternity proud. Thank you so much.
Gunjit, we love the smile for obvious reasons. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year Hardeep, our National Head, Sales and Marketing, Kia India. For Hardeep, sir, everybody, please.
All right, great. So we have a Kia customer right here. So thank you. So thank you, Business World, and congratulations to all the young marketeers. Probably I'm one of the oldest ones, so glad to see all the young faces. And we're really proud that within 4 years we're at 7% market share, and you'll be happy to know now we are number 3 for Kia globally. So after US, Korea, India is now the 3rd largest market for Kia. So really happy. The way the marketing team really drove the campaigns, it was fabulous. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Winners, reminder, once you receive the award, stage left for a picture, followed by a group picture for which you wait till the end for the magazine. I mean, both of them for the magazine. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Harshvardhan Chauhan, VP, Chief Marketing and Omni-Channel Officer, Spencer's Retail and Nature's Basket. For Harsh, everybody.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Batra, Chetan, Noor, I think the entire Business World team, they've been pushing the bar every year with the event after event and getting the entire community together, creating their own tribe, so to say. 3 messages I want to leave everybody with, which has helped me truly. Remain consumer-centric. Fair is good, so keep taking that leap of faith. And honesty takes you a long, long way. So best of luck and great to be part of this esteemed group. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Himanshu Khanna, Chief Marketing Officer, Raymond. For Himanshu, everybody.
I think a lot has been said, a lot of thank yous. I'd just like to say thanks, Anurag, for the honor and recognition. It's great to be here among friends, colleagues, and amazing group of marketeers. Does make you feel old a little bit because some of the people who've come in have been hired by me at times or been part of my teams, but that's okay. Thank you. It's great time to be here, great time to be a marketeer, especially in India. A lot of things are changing in the function, in the field, and a lot of learning to be still had. All the best to all of you, and thank you once again.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Ipshita Chaudhary, Chief Marketing Officer, Valvoline Humans. We have with us Maria Mishra, Communications Director from Lintas Life to receive the award on behalf of Ipshita. Congratulations, Matt. Moving ahead, the next person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Jyoti Kumar Bansal. Okay, she is not able. Congratulations to her. Let's move to the next one. The next member or person to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Karthi Martian, communicator, marketer, and learner. Karthi, everybody, please.
आदित्य और शाहरुख खान में सिर्फ एक हाथ का फर्क है. Have you seen how he does that thing each time he is pointing?
I'll do both. I have a TV और मैं दोनों करूँगा sir.
I must thank.
For a moment I got excited. He's going to compare me and Mohit with Shah Rukh Khan and. Sorry, Karthi.
Your turn now, Anurag. Dr. Batra, I have to thank, not for this award. I have to thank him because of for the gift of the book he mentioned first, Life Force by Tony Robbins. He gave this book to us last year, to some of us, and it has helped my family deal with a debilitating illness in the family, my wife. So thank you very much for that. Take his advice, read the next book. I've already ordered it, and his advice is never to be wasted. I have three people to thank most of all for this award. Uday Kotak for letting me get away with murder multiple times. Some of you know the stories. My wife for not murdering me while I lived in the office. And Noor for fitting me into this while I am marketer without portfolio. So it's probably the closest I'll get to having a Lifetime Achievement Award. So thank you.
Congratulations. You know, I realized on that wife joke, everybody clapped. God knows why. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, everybody. Once for sir, for Mohit ji. Now, please request Preeti Arora, Vice President, Corporate Sales, Dainik Bhaskar Group, to please join us on stage and help us present awards for next set of winners. So, ma'am, please, everybody, let's please welcome her. The next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year. Kavita Ganesan, General Manager, Marketing, TVS Eurogrip. We have with us R. Venkata Subramaniam, MD, Havastra, to receive the award. Congratulations. So I have here a message from Kavita. And she says it feels great when your work gets recognized. I'm indeed honored to be receiving this award from a media house that I have great respect for. It's sad that I'm missing being at the event physically. I would like to dedicate this award to the entire TVS Eurogrip Tires team and our media and creative partners, thanking Venkat for receiving this award on my behalf. That's the message from Kavita. Congratulations to her. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Mustafa Arsiwala, Chief Marketing Officer, Britannia Pelt Foods. We have with us Emilio, our winner from earlier today, to receive the award. From Mustafa, everybody, and also for Emilio to receive the award. I think my only audience are these first 4 tables here. That's it. Thank you so much. And Dr. Batra occasionally helps me clap. Yeah. Thank you.
You know, I say this at every award that if I want to be really rich, I want to start a clapping company with a number of events. But I also mean it very deeply that when you applaud others, you're building a karmic bank. It will come back to you in whatever way. So please applaud with more enthusiasm and energy. I forgot to say something that I planned to say in the inaugural and it came to my mind some time back. I have some CMO friends who think I'm wise enough to consult me how to be a CEO. And I only tell them one thing: take on some revenue responsibility. And in 3-4 cases where I don't want to take away the credit. I believe everything is predestined. It's prarabdha, it's preordained. But they did become, by taking additional revenue responsibilities in their companies, they did get on to eventually become CEOs at relatively young ages. So I just wanted to say that if you want to be CEOs, you know this already, but I think that will help. And please cheer hard because you will build your karmic bank. So please cheer. And Harbinder, who's the CEO of our healthcare magazine, knows that clapping is good for heart muscle. That's why I haven't gone for my walk. That's why I'm clapping so hard, apart from the fact I genuinely feel the work of a marketer. And I was thinking, no, next time we do a session, we should say how we survived our bosses' inputs on marketing. One session. I'm sure they'll. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you. So, when we talk of your heart and talis together, Dr. Mr. Narula काफी खुश हो जाते हैं. The BW Healthcare CEO. You're looking at how many audience members will I get for my event then. So they'll all come. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Pooja Abed, the Chief Marketing Officer of Sony India Home Solution. Pooja, please.
Thank you so much.
Lovely. She just earned the other winners 29 more seconds. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is S. Prasanna Rai, Chief Marketing Officer and Head, E-commerce Business, Wipro Consumer Care and Lighting.
Thank you, Business World, for this honor. And it's great to be in the company of great marketers of India. Thank you. Thank you for the privilege. Thank you.
Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Prasenjit Basu, Head of Marketing, Volbeck Home Appliances. We have with us Hansveen Kaur, Head Brand Management and Digital Marketing, Voltas. We got to receive the award on behalf of Prasenjit. Congratulations, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next member is on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Minal Srivastava, Deputy Executive Director, Dalmia Siemens. We have a team member from Havas to receive the award on behalf of Minal. Everybody for them, please. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Prashant Jain, Senior Director, Marketing, HP. Well, sir is not here, but congratulations to him. Very quickly, moving ahead, the next person to receive the award or to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Rahul Talwar, EVP and Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. Everybody for him.
Well, thank you, Dr. Batra, for enabling a platform where we are marketing. Otherwise, we just keep marketing something or the other. We don't market ourselves. So thank you for that. Thank you, Noor, for the work. I'll borrow a word from one of my previous brands that I worked on without naming it. Let's follow data, but remember that there is our gut that works a lot. So let's be logical. I think we carry that license in our businesses to be logical. And thank you, Max Life, for giving me this platform.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Ranjiv Jit Singh, Chief Business Officer, India, BU Hero Motorcorp.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you for what you do. And thank you, Noor and Business World, for a fantastic platform. I'm having a lovely ride. As you can see, it's at Hero. It's the world's #1, 22 years in a row. Being #1, keeping it for 22 years is quite an amazing thing, isn't it? And as our consumers evolve, so do our brands. I'm really thrilled about our recent foray with Harley Davidson. And there is another Italian in the room, Ravi. Stand up, Ravi. Yeah, he leads the Harley Davidson team, doing some fantastic work. And Geetika is right there. She is the first marketing head for Hero MotoCorp. And Vineet, thank you for being there. I'm collecting this award on all your behalf. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Sakshi Verma, Menon Marketing Director, Kimberly Clark, India.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Noor. And thank you to the Business World team for getting the bunch of marketers together. It's always a joy to be with people who you've grown up with, who've been colleagues and today friends. So thank you for enabling this tribe to come together, Anurag. Thank you. And this one's for my team. So they're all in Bombay. So for my team at Kimberly Clark, thank you for everything you do. All the great work that you do makes me look good. So this one's for you. Thank you. Thanks.
For all the winners, a quick reminder, once you receive your award, stage left for a picture, and then in the end, a group picture as well for the magazine. Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, Policy Bazaar.
Well, thank you so much. And first of all, big thanks to Noor and Anurag sir. They have always been kind to me and Policy Bazaar. So big thanks to both of you. And I think the biggest thanks goes to the founders of Policy Bazaar, who actually thought that I'm worthy of managing a brand like Policy Bazaar for the past 9.5 years. And a brand truly trying to revolutionize the way insurance is bought in India. And big thanks to Yashish, Naveen, and Saravir. And this award, I can't accept this award if I don't end up thanking my team, who's been like super instrumental in building the brand Policy Bazaar, and also not to forget our agency partners who really work hard along as much as we do to make this happen. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us with the awards. Everybody, once for ma'am, please. May I once again request Navpreet ji to please join us on stage and help us present the awards and next set of winners. Please. Moving ahead, the next person who's on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Samir Gupta, EVP and Head, Decision Sciences and Portfolio Management, IndusInd Bank. That's for Samir, please.
First of all, a big thanks to the Business World team here for the recognition. Shout out to my team and to all the partners who work with us, who enabled us to come where we have in this journey. The one odd thing that I see, and I'm probably one of the few guys who does not have marketing in their title. So that's probably a testimonial to the fact that marketing is becoming the confluence of art and science and the embedded growth function that we were talking about, right? So thank you everybody. Really a pleasure to be.
Moving ahead, the next person on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Samir Saxena, Director, Marketing, The Grand.
Shortly, 5 seconds only. A great opportunity to disrupt. Let's disrupt as much as we can and avoid getting disrupted also. Both sides of the coin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Samir Shetty, Head, Digital Business and Transformation, Axis Bank. We have with us Pratyush Pankaj to receive the award on behalf of Samir. Congratulations. The next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Saurabh Jain, Regional Marketing Director, Hygiene Reckitt, South Asia. Welcome everybody.
First of all, a big thank you to Business World for the recognition. I also feel privileged to be sharing this stage with a lot of you here. I think hearing everyone, I think there's just one thing that I would want to say. As marketeers, we also have a great responsibility for shaping consumer behavior for good. And I think at Reckitt, I feel privileged for marrying actually good business with doing good as well. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead. The next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Shashank Srivastava, Senior Executive Officer, Marketing and Sales, Maruti Suzuki, India. We have with us Sanjeev Handa, SVP and Head of PR and Communications, Maruti Suzuki, to receive the award on behalf of Shashank. Once for them, please, everybody. Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Shwetal Basu, Chief of Marketing and Communication, Shoppers Stop. We have with us Shivangi Batra, Deputy Manager Marketing, Shoppers Stop, to receive the award on behalf of Shwetal. For them, please. Go ahead, Shwetal. Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am. Once again, everybody, once for her for helping us with the awards. Thank you. May I please request Ashish Malhotra, Zonal Head, North and East, Bharat 24, to please join us on stage and help us present these awards to next set of winners. So. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Tushar Malhotra, Marketing Head, Bisleri.
First of all, a great thank you to the Business World team. It's a great privilege and honor to receive the award. I think I've been fortunate enough to have a very good professional journey working with ITC, BMW Group, Pernod Ricard, and now representing one of India's most iconic brands, Bisleri. I've also had the fortune over here to be along with a lot of my peers, friends, and ex-colleagues, including my first boss, Vineet, who's back there right now. I think he also deserves a big hand for grooming me to get this award. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member on this list of top 100 marketers this year is Sonay Basin, Chief Commercial Officer, MTR Foods. We have with us Ashish Batra, Head of Sales for Northwest and East, MTR Foods, to receive the award on behalf of Sonay. Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next member to join this list of powerful 100 marketers this year is Sunil Narula, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Panasonic Life Solutions, India. We have with us Prashant from Panasonic to receive the award on behalf of Sunil. For them, please, everybody, for Prashant and for Sunil, the winner. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member to join this list of powerful 100 or top 100 marketers this year is Sunita Vanguard, Group Head, Consumer Insights and Brand Development, Aditya Birla Group.
So thank you very much, Dr. Batra, Noor, Business World, and I'm really privileged, humbled to be part of this esteemed list, especially because it's an editorial list. So really, really happy for that. A lot has been said, so I'm not going to repeat what everyone else has said, but I just want to say all of us marketers should not lose the wood for the trees. So while we need to upskill, embrace technology, I don't think we should forget the fundamentals of marketing. So it's all for the consumer. So be relevant and stay relevant to the person. Improve revenue, as Dr. Batra said, that might get us to CEO positions very soon. But more importantly, create valuation for brands and for our business. And that's how we get the seat at the table at the board going forward. So cheers to all of us. And like others said, many more to come.
Thank you so much, Ashish, everybody. Once for him, please, for once again helping us. Now, please request Mohit Joshi, CEO, Havas Media Group, to join us on stage and help us to present our awards for next set of winners. Yes, sir. Moving ahead, the next member is on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Udit Malhotra, Head of Marketing, Morris Garages, MG Motors, India. For Udit, everybody.
So I'll take less than 30 seconds. So firstly, I'd like to thank the team at MG. Thank you for MG leadership for arguably building the youngest marketing team. So thanks to the MG leadership. And one takeaway as a young marketer is to continue learning. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Varun Kandhari, Director, Marketing and Customer Relations, Mars. Pavaran, everybody.
Mr. Batra said many important things today, but the one point which resonated a lot with me is many CMOs becoming CEOs. So that's a point which I will tell my company back also. Marketing is truly the engine of the business. So it's good to see this recognition coming from business world. I saw many names and many brands here whose work I have appreciated from the outside. I think congratulations to you all. You all really deserve it. And I never knew selling brands like chocolate brands like Snickers, Galaxy, and gums like Boomer could give you these awards. So I'm all for it. Thanks to my team members and all the leaders that I've worked in Mars Wrigley as well as in Unilever, and to my agency partners as well. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Vinay Pant, head marketing, Tata Motors passenger vehicles. Vinay, everybody.
Thank you so much. Honor being bestowed this award. Thank you, Dr. Batra, and a pleasure getting it from Mohit. Mohit and I go years back. We studied in the same school, so really, really happy to be here. A journey which started with consumer insights, ending as a head of marketing at Tata Motors. I mean, what more can I ask for? So really, really thankful to all the colleagues here. Kantar, Hero, Reckitt Benckiser, Maruti, now Tata Motors. But this award is for Tata Motors, the epitome of consumer insights and innovation, and to my team, who's just been doing an absolutely fantastic job. Thank you so much. God bless.
Moving ahead, the next member on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Vineet Vishwambaran, Associate Vice President of Marketing and Sales, Adani Wilma. Vineet, everybody.
It's great to be here. Thank you so much, BW. I didn't make it to the 40 under 40, but this is the top 100 and I'm not yet 50. So I'll take this as 100 under 50. Thanks, Tushar. That is very sweet of you. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Virat Kullar, Group Head Marketing, Hyundai India. Virat, everybody.
Thank you. From all the U's and V's in the room, thank you to Noor to keeping the list to 100. Otherwise, good evening, everybody. It's a privilege to be among great marketeers. Keep doing cool work. Keep making the consumer smile. And if it happens, buy your goods also. So good night, everybody. Have a good party today. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. And the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Zohair Kapurwala, lead marketing, Ferrero India brands, Ferrero Rocher, Nutella, and Tic Tac. Some music, please. So here, everybody. So here, your team is here, or friends are your juniors are your seniors are your who's here?
Okay. Okay, I did an MBA. Post that, I went joined Nestle, which was another college after that, where I spent around 16 odd years. So Chandan is there, I think so. Anuja is there. So a couple of colleagues. Akash is there. So a couple of colleagues which I relate
So
with.
that woohoo gang I was asking for.
Old gang. And I believe Chandan is still studying right now. So thank you. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noon, for having an editorial award for all of us. And this goes for the team. And I think so. There was a question by you that which brand you cannot live with. I believe I cannot live with without my name, iPhones, and I think so I'll be able to live with it. Thankful for my parents to name me a very unique name, Zuhair, ends with Z, so I can save the best for the last. And it means the sun at its zenith. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I love how your quest came out कि कुछ नहीं देता free में वो जोहेर कुछ नहीं देता. हम इस बात को यहीं समाप्त करते हैं और आगे चलते हैं with the awards. But thank you so much, Mohit sir, for helping us. Everybody, once for him, please. He's been kind enough to help us with the awards all throughout. Moving ahead. The next member to make it to the list of top 100 marketers this year is Shubhranshu Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, CVBU. Tata Motors, we have with us Sudheshwar Sharma, General Manager, Marketing, SCV and PU. Tata to receive the award on behalf of Shubhranshu. For them, please. We also have a video from Shubhranshu. Can you please play that?
Good evening to you all. I would like to thank BW Business World and BW Marketing World Top 100 Marketers Award for bestowing this honor on me. In turn, I would like to recognize all my team members from across my various stints who so richly contributed to my work. I have tremendous respect for Business World. I feel it's a great platform for professionals to come together to learn, share, and become part of a knowledge-building community. Once again, thank you, Business World.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers this year is Sudhir Malhotra, Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Renault India. We have with us Mr. Bhimsen Gulabani, CCO, Renault India, to receive the award on behalf of Sudhir. Then please. We also have a video from Sudhir. Can you please play that?
I am grateful to Business World for recognizing our efforts at Renault India through this prestigious award. At Renault, we take pride in being a customer-first organization. All our efforts, including those in marketing, are in this direction. This award goes a long way in recognizing the young, talented, and dynamic marketing team of ours. I would have loved to be present in person. However, owing to a previous engagement, I'm sending my thanks and wishes through this virtual note. I would also like to congratulate all the fellow winners, and I must thank Business World for creating such a wonderful platform and bringing us all together. Thank you very much and all the very best. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next members on the list of top 100 marketers this year is Deba Ghoshal, Vice President and Head of Marketing, Voltas. We have a team member from Havas to receive the award on behalf of Deba. For them, please, everybody. Congratulations. And the next member to join the list of top 100 marketers for this year is Chandra Mohan Mehra, Chief Marketing Officer, Bajaj Allianz Life Insurance. And we have with us Dipesh Dadish to receive the award on behalf of Chandra Mohan. Congratulations to you. And with that, we come to an end of the awards ceremony for today. May I please request all the winners to join us on the stage along with their trophies only for a group picture. All the winners, please come. All the winners, please. And while you're joining us on the stage, I have to talk a little about our exhibiting partner, that's Power at Spy. An AI-based ad intelligence platform is excited to announce a 3-month subscription of Palladium plan, which is the highest plan exclusively free for all the winners of BW Top 100 Marketers, and 1-month subscription fee to all the event attendees as well. So please, please, please visit the Power at Spy Expo stall to claim your subscription. Power at Spy stalls right outside. All the winners with their trophies, please, on the stage. Let's quickly have a group picture. All the winners, please, with their trophies only. हाँ थोड़े बैठ भी सकते हैं आप लोग if you guys want, please.
Winner dinner and speaker dinner is downstairs. The rest can have dinner downstairs. Okay.
First the main camera please, and then your individual phones, a request. The winners only. Also, while this is happening, for all the winners and the speakers for today, we have your dinner arranged at the Daniel Hall downstairs. And for all the audience members, the dinner is right served at the back of the hall. Thank you. Congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow for day 2 of the summit. Congratulations and have a good evening. Thank you.